Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Rust Dog got the belt today. Congratulations, Rust Dog. Hey. They didn't say they were going to lose the rest of their games. Jesus criminy.
Seriously, man.
Good morning, Loki. What's up, Adam? Not Niley? Need some help with this name. I want to make sure we're saying it right. What's up, Tasha? What up, Michigan? How we doing? What's up, KC?
Katrina.
What's up, Zabo? Warren?
I heard you guys were in the middle of a move, Katrina.
Steven's dead to me today.
Oh, what did Steven do?
Hey, let's go. Love to see it. What's up, Norm?
Coach Molly's here. Hello.
Oh, what's up, Coach?
The baby daddy.
DVD. What's up, Chris? What's up, West Sac? Good morning, Leezy. What's up, dog? What's up, person who's not a Monty fan? AJ.
Edgar Perez. Hello.
No, I was just messing with Steven. Because when I said I was going to take the 11.5 or Kings minus 11.5, he said don't. So I was messing with him on the Discord last night. It's pretty often, or it's pretty rare that I'm correct about something, so I try and victory lap it as much as possible when I am.
Morning, Tyler. Eric. Ivan. Manny S.
Hey, Tyler. Oh, Tyler.
I don't know why
people... shout out. Appreciate you. Hi, Bronson. Well, Ivan.
It's almost time.
It is. I'm going to delete this. 4 seconds, and then we have a show to do. Here we go.
It's time now to go beyond the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hey, damn right it is. Happy Tuesday, everybody. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we are hanging out with you until noon. Appreciate everybody listening on 1320 AM. Everybody watching on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Everybody watching on Twitch at twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Maybe you're on the free Odyssey app. Maybe you're a podcast listener and you're listening to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. And if that's the case, hello. I hope the future's going well. Man, Kings needed that one.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Just get, this is what we asked for against the Pelicans twice.
3 times.
It's what we asked for. Yeah, 3 times. Sorry, 3 times. Coming out of the break, not that you were going to go beat Golden State by 40, but just play well. And he just came out flat. Yeah, compete. So for last night, and again, I don't want to get over our skis. I'm not ready to say the Sacramento Kings are back or, oh my God, but we needed proof positive that this group of players could go do this. This group of players could go into a game against the Charlotte Hornets and just look like a way better team. And they did for 48 minutes, save for a small stretch in the third quarter. But for the rest of the game, for the other 47 minutes, they were the way better team.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we were all waiting for is to see what a couple of days of practice translated to. Well, like, what does it look like? Like, you can say, hey, we need practice, we need practice, we need practice. And then when you get a couple of days of practice, you get stomped by the Golden State Warriors. So now you got a couple more days. This is a horrendous team that you're playing. The Charlotte Hornets were not a good basketball team. They had lost by 53 the game before. They ended up losing by 42 in this game. The 95 points is like the largest 2-game deficit in the history of the NBA.
And now they play again tonight at Golden State.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have probably the largest 3-game deficit in the history of the NBA. It's not a good team, but that doesn't matter. Like, you need to go out and show that, like, it's not just practice. It's you have to show that you can do it against another team.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they did. They took care of business. And not only that, but they had a moment. They had a couple of moments, but really Zach LaVine has a moment where not only does he find himself, which was spectacular to see, but then there's this moment late in the game where if you're in the building, you could see it, where the fans started to like cheer him on, even though it's a blowout. They're cheering for him to shoot from 38 feet.
Yeah.
Like, and he even has like a moment with the fans. You could see it where it was like he looked like he got a little choked up. And we've been waiting for that breakout moment from Zach LaVine, who is an extremely talented offensive player.
No doubt.
And once he had that moment, it was just like, holy cow. I mean, pulling up from 35 feet and nothing but net. And no question about when it left his hand. You see players heat check all the time, but to see a player heat check and hit every single time when he's in the middle of heat checking, you're like,
right.
Oh, what is happening?
At some point, there's a missed heat check, or at least there's supposed to be. Everyone goes, oh.
It never happened.
Yeah, man. I was not, I don't want to say blown away. That's not the right thing. I was happy to see after it got to, so Charlotte cut it to 81-72. The Kings led by 20 at halftime. With a minute and a half to go in the third quarter, it was a 9-point game. And you're just watching and you're going, man, really? It's going to be one of those ones where it's just push and pull, and maybe they end up winning, but it's a way closer game than it should be. And then you get a Malik Monk basket. You get 3 stops in one possession because the Hornets kept getting offensive rebounds.
Oh, yeah.
Trey Lyles knocks down a 3. You get another stop. LaVine hits a 2, and now all of a sudden you're back up 16 going into the fourth. And at that point, the game was over. And then they ran away in the fourth because Zach LaVine went nuclear. It was like, that's what I just, again, I don't think that they solved all the world's problems last night, but we've been asking for this very exact type of performance where just start to finish, they got it to 9, but yeah, they're NBA players. You immediately push the lead back to 16, and then you pulled away with a 42-16 fourth quarter.
Yeah, this is just, it's the win they had to have.
Yes,
it is, because
and the style of win they had to have.
Yeah, and if you somehow, lose that game, right? And people want to talk about like the negativity and how like everyone keeps saying we're so negative about what's happening here. Like what today would have been just like catastrophic.
I'd have called out.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have enough games against bad teams like this left on your schedule.
1,000%.
So these are important games. The game on Wednesday against Utah Jazz in Utah, extremely important. Like, that's not a good team.
Yep.
Right. And you need, when you have opportunities to play not good teams, it's not just an opportunity to like everyone scores a whole bunch of points, right? And you run over somebody. It's an opportunity to get better, to get people on the right track. I mean, if people remember back to why Keon Ellis got an opportunity to play, it's because they were getting blown out by the Houston Rockets.
Yep.
They put Keon Ellis in the game, and he was just like spectacular. And you're like, oh, wow, you may have found something. There's a silver lining in this, right? So there can be silver linings in bad games, but also silver linings in good games where you just trash somebody. It can just look like an obscene blowout. But the way that Zach LaVine got his confidence back was spectacular. And so, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, they needed, I think for just the intangible side of it, they needed one like that.
Yeah.
Like really badly, where They didn't have to play crunch time minutes, and it wasn't just because if they had won, just, let's say by 6.
Mhm.
Let's say the Hornets cut it to 9 and it kind of stays around there and it's back and forth, but they end up winning by 6. We're going to come in today, be like, okay, well, you needed to get a win. A win is a win is a win, blah, blah, blah. Here's what was good, here's what wasn't, but you wouldn't feel great about them moving forward. That was to me, a legitimate step forward last night. Again, what's the ceiling? I probably the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But
and that's a pretty high ceiling for them to reach too.
Yeah, right. But on the other hand, it really felt like the bottom was going to fall out of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like this was going to get sideways where, man, yeah, if you sneak past Charlotte and Utah, that's great. But then you got this gauntlet coming up. By dominating a team like Charlotte and playing the way they did, Zach LaVine was obviously individually brilliant, and we'll get to some of his numbers in a second. But I thought defensively they were really good. I thought the second unit was really good. And you start to see all these little things, all these things that you can kind of cobble together and go, okay, hey, this is something that they can grow from.
Yeah, they can be maybe slightly sustainable.
Right.
Yeah.
And that wasn't what we were seeing at all. It's like even when they were beating New Orleans, it was kind of like, okay.
They were hanging on to beat,
right.
and they held on.
It's a perfect word.
It took overtime to beat the Dallas Mavericks that were missing like all 4 of their centers.
Mm-hmm.
It took overtime to beat that team,
Mm-hmm.
and it took a heroic effort from not only I think it was Keon Ellis had a big game, but also DeMar DeRozan.
42 with the game winner.
You had to have like a huge game to beat that team.
Yeah.
This just felt like you got to a certain point and you just hit the gas and you didn't let off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's one of those games where you don't want to forget some of the other, because Zach LaVine is of course going to be the one that we talk about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the points. But I thought Jake LaRavia was absolutely incredible.
Really good.
He's the one who fed LaVine on the buzzer beater layup at the end of the third, but he did that like 3 times where he got the ball and he threw lead out passes. And I was like, wow, I didn't know you had that in you. He ended up with like 4 assists. His number, he didn't even score, but I thought he was so incredibly impactful on the floor. Like Trey Lyles didn't play in the first half.
Yeah. Trey
Lyles got a DMP CD. He sat there and watched in the first half, and then he ends up with 8 points, hits 2 huge threes. And I'll even say like Keegan Murray, super quiet night, right? The early third quarter, the Kings couldn't score at all. It took them 3 minutes to get on the board, and it was Keegan going in offensive rebound and throwing it down.
Yep.
Then he hits a 3. They were like 4.5 minutes into the third quarter, and Keegan Murray had the only 5 points.
Yep.
So there are moments in that game where other players kept you in it or gave you life. And again, watching Jonas Valanciunas in the late third and early fourth quarter, he's just a beast.
Yep.
And I think once you get all these pieces blended together, this team does have a chance to win games. It's just like, what's the level of competition and how good can they be? We won't know until they get more time together to grow. And I really do think the 4 days of practice over the last week really, really helped this team.
Yeah. We'll see what the cohesiveness looks like here coming up, because the stretch of games is still tough. No matter how many beat the Hornets by, is not going to be easy moving forward. But it's going to be easier if Zach LaVine plays like he did last night. And this is the thing I want to really be clear. It's not just that Zach LaVine scored 42 points. He definitely did. And 18 of those were in the first. You tweeted this out. 5:21 of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, 5:21.
18 points in less than half a quarter. It was the 6th most efficient 40-point game ever.
Wow.
From a true shooting percentage standpoint. His true shooting percentage last night was 103.3%.
Wow.
Which is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The highest true shooting percentage ever in a 40-point game was Miles Turner, who had a 110.6. That's crazy. That's an insane number.
What did he score 50 in that game?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm guessing
I
he
just have the
did,
true
and I
shooting
think
percentages.
that was with Domas feeding him.
So he had the 6th most efficient 40-point game ever. The most efficient 40-point game ever by a Sacramento King, of course. The 66th 40-point game in Sacramento history. I don't want to overreact and get over my skis with excitement here. But this is where you kind of see the vision a little bit with Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to shoot 16 of 19 every night, but he can be super efficient on a nightly basis for the most part. And it's where all of a sudden you start to see, okay, if everybody kind of falls into these roles, whatever those roles are, you see where a player like Zach LaVine can be super, super valuable, because there's just not that many players in the league that are going 16 of 19 from the field and 8 of 9 from 3. And if you're turning 19 possessions into 42 points or 19 shots into 42 points, you're going to give your team a chance to win on a lot of nights.
Yeah. And I mean, this is what we've been talking about the whole time with Zach. It's his offensive capabilities are like really, really high end. I wasn't really that concerned with the 3-point shooting.
Yeah, it was going to come around.
Yeah, he just looks like he didn't know where to go.
Mm-hmm.
And he was off on the court. He was awkward on the court. And it's really tough to hit shots when you're not feeling 100% comfortable. And, it's going to take time to learn. Again, we were at practice the other day, and Doug had pointed out that, LaVine and Domas were over working on their on their screens, like how they, the DHO or
dribble handoff.
Yeah, how it is that Domas comes in to like set a screen for a player. They were just like hanging out on the court, like getting some extra reps in, and these little things actually matter. And that's the other thing. I thought the Kings ran the ball through Domas so much early in the game, and that's how the spacing worked. Like they looked more like the Kings. They looked like Kings basketball.
Yep.
And I thought it was interesting late, like after the game, Doug was very clear and said, "Hey, like, look, we need Zach to be himself. We will adjust and fit into who Zach is, but we need him to not fit in. We need him to do what he does, and that's be a really, really good offensive player. And so eventually, if he keeps doing that, if he just goes out there and plays his game, we should be able to adjust accordingly." And I thought that was the first time last night where we really saw like Zach LaVine come out and say, "Okay, this is who I am." Yep. And you're like, "Oh, okay, fun to see."
We'll keep diving into last night's game for sure. We'll take a look at the standings coming up too, because all of a sudden you start to feel good about looking up in the standings instead of looking backwards and seeing if somebody's going to catch the Kings. So we'll take a look at that. We'll also take a look at this 6-game losing skid I'm on with Underdog Daily Fantasy. Their pick'em game is super easy to play. You pick 2 or more players, you pick higher or lower on their stats, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your money. On the other hand, it's not that easy for me, because I continue getting 1 out of 3, just like I did last night. I had LaMelo Ball higher than 6.5 assists. He had like 6 assists in the first quarter. It was insane.
Yeah.
He finished with 9. But Domantas Sabonis, higher than 14.5 rebounds, didn't help me out. He only had 10. DeMar DeRozan, of course, wound up deferring to Zach LaVine a lot down the stretch. He finished with 18 points. I had him higher than 21.5. That's a 6th consecutive loss for me in Underdog Daily Fantasy. But I'm back on the horse tonight. Got another lineup cooking tonight. I don't have it down just yet because I really need to lock in. I need to make sure to get a W. I got to snap this losing skid, and I feel good about doing it tonight. Play along with me. Download the Underdog app and sign up using the promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.mpcgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. And in Arizona, call the in New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. More Kings coming up on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 on Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, I started one early. It's time for me to eat crow, Hector.
Yeah.
After one game? What
How's
kind
that
of
nice hot plate of crow feel? Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Woo! We are so back, baby.
There's somebody gave the Kings like a $25 million coupon for the next 2 years to make up for Zach LaVine's salary. I missed that. Yeah, man, I've told everybody a million times. I really like Zach
Surprised you can talk with all that crow in your mouth.
as an offensive player. He's a very good offensive player, and eventually he was going to wake up out of his slump. I did not think that this is what he was going to be the whole time, but like at the same time, man, you played one of the worst basketball teams in the league, and you got to do it. You got 25 more games. And on top of that, you got another 2 years of Zach LaVine. And so I would like to watch good basketball. That's like straight up. But, still has to play defense. So has to figure out how to do this, do the same thing against every team, not just the worst teams.
I'm going to star this because I have so many thoughts. That's so funny.
It's awesome. Leezy, I don't know where you were. Because
yes,
I've only missed 3 games in 15 years.
I have blocked off my entire schedule to be at the game on March 7th. Wow, this is shot. Wow.
Leezy.
I did not. Wow.
You were one of those people?
Wow, dude. That tells me a lot about Leezy as a person.
Russ Dog, we don't have an update on Keon Ellis yet.
Yeah, I mean, Golden State's significantly better than Charlotte. So, yeah, probably. Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, man. You brought something to my attention this morning. I guess at the game last night, they were showing, because their next home game is that March 7th bout against the San Antonio Spurs in De'Aaron Fox's return to Golden One Center. And you said there was booing in the arena?
It wasn't a smattering of boos either.
It was a full-blown birds were out.
It was a good, like couple of thousand people booing. And it's not like they were like, they run promos in the arena all the time.
Right.
They flashed it up on the scoreboard and all of a sudden there were boos. And I'm like, what? Like, what is happening? I didn't expect that.
Here's the deal. So our guy, the NBA Guru Show, tapped in and said, "Hey James, I'm gonna answer this too if that's okay."
Yeah.
Hey James, many Kings fans will be booing when Fox is in town. That's fine with me. Do you think the Kings should have a tribute video for him? Many fans would say no. I am in favor of a short video. I wouldn't be shocked at all if there's people who boo De'Aaron Fox when he actually returns and is announced. But there's so much vitriol that we're booing a game promo.
I had
no idea.
I
I must live under a rock.
First of all, I thought it was bold to put that up there. Like, they had all kinds of opportunities to just put up a picture of Victor Wembanyama, even though he's not playing, or to put up a Spurs
But
logo.
you can't, because here's the deal. If you put up just Victor Wembanyama, then people are going to be like, wow, don't they know Wemby's not playing?
Well, but some of the people will. A lot of people don't know that Wemby's not playing. I mean,
okay, and now you're misleading the folks.
Of course.
Because he's not playing, so you don't want to advertise that
okay,
he's
but
playing.
Then put up Chris Paul and then hear the boos, or put up
God.
Devin Vassell. Like, I thought it was interesting because it really felt like it was almost like they're crowdsourcing what they're going to do. And I was just like super caught off guard by the amount of boos. It wasn't like a couple of dudes are like, oh, F that guy.
Sure.
It was like, oh,
there's
wow.
actual real anger.
Yeah.
No, but that's smart. Like, that's going to be a big game. You want to drum up passion in whatever form that comes out.
Yeah.
Not whatever form, but it's if it's booing or making anti-De'Aaron Fox signs or whatever it is, like, sure. Like, whatever.
Yeah, I just like, and this isn't about like again, Fox was here for almost 8 years. He's one of the all-time leaders in like almost every statistical category, including minutes, and he's the all-time leader in. I mean, he was one of the all-time leaders in games played. He's one of the all-time leaders in scoring. He is the all-time leader in assists and steals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was just like surprised, and I had a conversation with somebody after the game, and they said something like only 19% or something of season ticket holders have social media. And so that's why it was like even a bigger surprise.
Sure.
Because like we all live in this bubble. If you're a sports fan, I think a lot of people live in the bubble that that everybody has Twitter, or that everybody is on Facebook, or everybody
follows the news very closely.
Yeah, and the fact is they don't. Like,
correct.
There's a huge amount of people who do not follow every single moment of this. They don't understand like Fox being called a snake, or they don't understand, like the dynamics of how the trade happened, or any of that stuff. And
I'm just taking shots at Damian. That's crazy.
Well, like everybody, there's a bunch of people out there calling him at this point. Even last night, I got it. So I just think it's really
wild,
it's really interesting that you saw what like realistically is a lot of social media stuff translate into a lot of vitriol within the arena.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wow.
I was, and I get that there are people, there's like a section, there's a segment of fans, and this is true, I think for every fan base, for every team across every league. When a player gets traded, that player's dead to them.
Yeah.
Like, that player just it ceases to exist as a person they're going to root for. And that's fine. Like, that, again, not going to be fan police here. Do whatever you want.
Of course.
Boo who you want. I don't care. Unless it's me. Don't boo me. I have a fragile ego. But on the court, boo whoever you want. I don't care. I was under the impression, and again, this is just, I guess, because of the bubble I exist in, that a lot of the feeling about De'Aaron Fox was the anger about De'Aaron Fox was directed more at the organization for putting him in that spot. But it sounds like more of the anger is directed at Fox for asking out, regardless of circumstance.
Yeah.
And I just had no idea.
That's the problem. I think
makes sense.
A lot of people didn't track the whole story, right? And there are things that have been said after the fact, but the one thing that De'Aaron has never said is anything negative about the city of Sacramento.
Correct.
At all. Or the fan base in Sacramento. At all.
Yeah. He should get, by the way, he's getting a video. If he doesn't get a video, it
would be the most Bush League thing.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
He's getting a video, for sure.
He should get a video.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look, he was a great king.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best that Sacramento has had over the 40 years with the franchise in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just think it's intriguing, though, to watch like it play out the way it did. And like, look, the story is complicated, but really it's not. It's like, hey, player was in a unstable environment for the first, 5 or 6 years of his career. He found stability, told the franchise very clearly, if you want to let go of the head coach, that's fine. Do what you're going to do. It's your franchise, but I don't want to play for another coach.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty clear. They knew that during the offseason. They fired the coach, whatever it was, 40 games and 30 games into the season.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did that, they knew right then that they were trading him.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he walked in the room that day and said, "Hey, I'm out of here. You fired Mike Brown."
Yeah.
They were very clear, just so people know, the assistant GM and the GM were very clear. We knew exactly what the players' thoughts were on Mike Brown when we pulled the plug on this.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what it meant when they fired Mike Brown, and the rest is history. So players get traded.
Can't wait for March 7th. It's gonna be electric at Golden One Center. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. Speaking of Jiffy Lube's also giving you stuff. A $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get through this giveaway are available now. You go to ESPN1320.com. Here's your chance to win. You go to the Jiffy Lube contest page. It's front and center. You can't miss it. Today's keyword that you're going to enter to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and exclusive Insiders hoodie brought to you by Jiffy Lube is Sacramento.
Sacramento.
Yeah, so like the thing everybody tweeted when they got Zach LaVine, Zachramento. So Sacramento, but take out the Sac and put Zach in instead. Zach.
Yep.
Sacramento. I didn't realize that there was like a because I've always just said Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you say, right? Until I was listening to a podcast with I'm gonna mess up her name, Ladybird. Because she's Irish, I believe.
Okay.
And she said she had to train her voice to not say the T in Sacramento when she was doing Ladybird, because she wanted to say Sacramento. And I thought that was weird.
Okay, so what did she do? I'm confused. How did she say it instead?
She wanted to say Sacramento.
Okay.
But nobody from here says Sacramento.
Okay.
It's just Sacramento.
No, that's true.
And the way she speaks is proper, so she wants to pronounce the T.
Oh.
And she had to train herself to not say the T.
That's wild.
Yeah, had no idea. Not even a thing that ever registered. Anyways, I digress. Before we get to some of the other scores from last night, the Hornets are so bad. They shot 35.3% from the field and 25% from three.
Oh no, they're horrible.
They had so many looks that they just smoked. They were as bad as advertised.
Yeah.
Man, that was a tough watch.
I think Miles Bridges as a human being, like, I don't think you can cheer for him
Deplorable.
at all. Yeah, just not a good dude at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as a basketball player, like, he was the only one that looked competent on the court at all. Like, I don't care what anyone, like, there were a lot of fans cheering for LaMelo. Like, he had like teeny bopper fan base that was weird.
Bro, he led the NBA in all-star fan voting.
Yeah, every time he was at like the free throw line, there was like shrilling happening.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
the youths are big fans of LaMelo Ball.
They are. The Utes of America are big fans. But as a basketball player, it's like,
I'm so out of touch.
I was not at all impressed.
Yeah, he wasn't good last night.
No. I
like LaMelo a lot, but the Kings did a great job on him. 3 of 13 from the field, 1 of 7 from 3. He did dish out 9 assists, but yeah, every drive to the basket, there was not a lane for him.
The same move.
Had to,
like one herky-jerky move, and it goes left.
Throw something at the rim, and the Kings did a really nice job on LaMelo last night, which is part of the reason they won by 42 points. But man, that's just not a good roster.
No. Well, and they also, Mark Williams didn't play, and then they have 3.
Yeah, Brandon Miller's out, Grant Williams is out. Yeah,
and one more. They have I can't remember who the third. We had it yesterday. Trey Mann.
Yeah, Trey Mann.
Yeah, Trey Mann. So 3 of their top 7 players are out for the season with like major injuries.
That version of the Hornets roster was really bad.
Oh, totally.
The type of team you should beat by 40 if you want to be a good team, and the Kings certainly did that.
Yep.
Did they get any help yesterday, the Sacramento Kings?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they did from my Detroit Pistons, who have won 7 straight. They looked good last night, dude.
It's wild. They're just climbing up.
106-97, they beat the Clippers. The Clippers have now lost 3 in a row. Their grip on the number 6 seed is gone. They're 2 up on the Kings. So the Kings are 2 back of the 6 seed now.
Okay.
The Clippers, the Clippers are 1 game up on Golden State for the 6th seed, half game up on Dallas, and they're now tied with the Timberwolves because the Timberwolves had an all-time NBA comeback last night.
That was crazy.
Insane. So the Wolves beat the Thunder 131-128 in OT. That does not tell the whole story. Minnesota won the fourth quarter, forced overtime by winning the fourth quarter 41-19. They trailed by 16 points with 3:41 to go. This is according to Automatic NBA on Twitter. Currently X. NBA teams in the last 20 seasons were previously 1 and 9,249 when trailing by at least 16 points with 3:45 or less remaining. I'll say that again. 1 and 9,249. The lone win in that stretch was the Kings.
That's wild.
Over the Minnesota Timberwolves on January 27, 2020. That was, of course, the game. They were down 115-98 with 2:44 left. And then De'Aaron Fox missed the free throw, got the offensive board, and put back to force OT.
Yep.
Unbelievable. And then went on to win that game. So that was the other one.
Out of the
last night.
9,249 games.
Yeah. Well, 9,250.
Yeah, it's wild.
So now they're 2 and 9,249 because Minnesota went on to win in OT. Minnesota now tied with the Clippers for the number 6 seed. If you're the Kings, you probably wanted to see the Wolves lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
So not a lot of help there, but the Clippers losing is big because Sacramento now, and again, I know this is a pretty stark departure from the tone of the conversation the last few days, but all of a sudden you go, okay, it looked good against Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good first step. Can you carry that over to Utah? That's a really good second step. And then you get into the nitty gritty of this 11 game post All-Star break stretch where, okay, you're 2-1. You're within striking distance of the 6th seed. If you start playing well on a nightly basis, the playoffs are right back on the table.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the play-in, you can solidify yourself as a play-in team relatively quick at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Suns, I mean, they just don't look like they've got enough in the tank.
They're toast.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2 games back, but I think there is potential here. And like you start looking at the loss column because that's what's going to really matter.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, the Kings in the loss column, they're one game behind Minnesota, Dallas, and Golden State in the loss column. They're only 2 behind the Clippers for that 6 seed. Like, can you climb? I don't know. We're gonna have to. They have to do it against. You said they have to beat Utah in the same fashion that they just beat Charlotte. But then you have to find ways to beat a Houston Rockets team. You got to find ways to beat a Dallas Mavericks team because those actually matter. Like this is a stretch of games where it's still soft. Like Houston is not playing well at all right now.
You're 2-0 against them already.
People keep saying, "Oh, the Kings are 2-0 against Houston." It's like this is not the same Kings team it was.
No doubt.
Houston has stuck. You remember, of course, at the deadline, they're like, "Yeah, we're not trading anybody.
Right.
We're running it. We're going to play this roster and see what it looks like all the way through." That's fine, but now they've hit sort of that tough stretch where a young team can fall apart a little bit. You need to take advantage, but any games against Houston earlier in the season, to me, at this point, are just moot. I mean, like you're a different team. Like that Dallas game, yeah, it's the same team that you played last week, but the Houston games are totally different.
Yeah, for sure. Got to get them though.
Yeah,
that's regardless of what earlier in the season looked like. So yeah, man, that's why last night was I don't I guess impressive is the word I'm looking for, just because they had not played well in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The vibes were really bad. There were opportunities in that game last night early where the Hornets were hanging around, where you could have punted. When they cut it to 9 in the third quarter, you could have punted and let go of the rope, and now you got a closer game. That was the very specific type of win the Kings needed.
Mm-hmm.
I know, just get wins however you can. I'm down with that mantra against Dallas, against Houston.
Even against Golden State, if they could have got that win.
Against Golden State, right. Teams that are in your tier or above, just figure out a way to win. I don't give a damn how it looks. Maybe it's DeMar scoring 50. Maybe it's Domas having a triple-double. I don't care. But these games with the Utahs and the Charlottes, you got to go blow those teams out, man.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. I don't know what the total is of games against sub-500 teams remaining on the schedule, but the Kings just don't have many of them.
No.
I mean, you've got, again, the Jazz coming up, so there's 1. You've got the Spurs coming up, that's 2. You've got the Suns coming up, that's 3. But then it gets pretty dicey. You have the Bulls, that's 4. You have the Wizards. You have Charlotte again.
Okay.
Your Detroit Pistons are no longer, and that's it. So you got 6 games against sub-500 teams.
That's insane.
Maybe 7 because you finish with Phoenix.
Man.
Yeah, that's
Kings,
rough.
The Kings right now would be the 7 seed in the East.
Okay.
Oof.
Well,
they're the same amount of wins as the Magic. Man.
Yeah, interesting.
That's tough. All right. We got to step aside. We've got. I'm going to put a pin in the Kings thing for a little bit, because there's some NFL stuff that we've had on the rundown that we've not gotten to. So we'll talk a little bit of NFL before diving back into the Kings in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it's Sacramento Sports Center.
This is an interesting comment, Anthony. Yeah, part of the booing was a reaction to seeing Fox in a Spurs uniform. I expect him to get a very good ovation from the crowd on March 7th. But once we get past March, once you get past that early game stuff, I think we will hear spattering boos throughout the game. And I know a lot of people that I just love De'Aaron Fox. Like, look, I covered a guy for 7.5 years. I saw lots of good and lots of bad, but the good outweighed the bad greatly. And players leave. That's, I'm on my 9th head coach covering this team. I've covered 4 front offices, 2 ownership groups. Like, people come and go. But the dude put in 8 years in Sacramento, and I believe still that everything that happened here was totally avoidable on multiple levels. It's not just all on the front office, but it's also not just all on Fox. So. Cool Raul. That's what I've been saying. And you might have a first round pick.
Oh, sorry.
But that's going to be a problem, that you're going to be over the cap with only 8 players under contract. Getting better is going to be difficult. But that doesn't mean you can't trade players. And you can't attach picks and everything else. No.
Yeah, I get. So it's actually funny that Russ Dog said that, because I was thinking about this last night. It wasn't like best win of the year type stuff, but it was definitely like it was in a different realm. It was a notable victory for sure for me.
I brought this up before, but years ago when the Kings traded DeMarcus Cousins at the trade deadline, right? Actually, they traded him at All-Star weekend. And then the first game coming out of the All-Star break, they had this moment where they battled back from a big deficit against Denver. And like the fans started cheering and everything was cool. It was a moment where you're like, okay, everything's going to be okay. Now this is just basketball. And at the end of the day, players come and go. And we have no idea how everything will work out in the end, but we definitely have, that it's just everything is okay. Like these things happen. That's what last night's game was kind of for me. It was like, okay, I like that Zach had a moment for him.
Yeah.
That was good.
The Kings haven't just beat the brakes off a team like that since January 19th against Washington. Because even they beat the Nets by 14, but that one they had to pull away in the fourth. Yeah, they won the fourth quarter by 12 to win by 14. They were down at half. Oh.
Lizzie, it's a good question. He's there. I see Jay every single night. I think it's just like the locker room thing at this point, and I think he'd rather just be on the roster than get waived.
I have a counter question. Where'd Lizzie's question go?
Oh. Right there.
My counter question is, why do you want Jay Crowder to play?
Yeah. It's a good question. There are certain players that I would like to see Jay Crowder play against. But at this point, he hasn't played in so long that it would be really difficult to see him just run out on the court.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James, I'm Kyle. Tons of Kings coming up, but I want to talk a little bit about the NFL with the NFL Combine starting up. John Lynch will talk tomorrow. 49ers GM, Kyle Shanahan, not attending the event once again. First of all, it's so funny. Just kind of the discourse around Kyle Shanahan, right? But Matt Barrows from The Athletic reported on his podcast that he thought Shanahan would go to the Combine this year.
Oh, really?
And it turned into this talking point of, well, of course he is. He has to. They went 6-11. He has to get to the Combine now. And then he ended up not going. And it was like, what is he doing? Why is he? It's like, because there's no value in going to the Combine. That's why you have scouts and front office personnel and such that go to the Combine. That can do interviews, preliminary interviews, that can watch the workouts, that can get the medicals. And Kyle Shanahan can watch film and do whatever else he does from his home.
Okay, so I think that there's no value in watching the cone drill, and there's no value in watching a 40-yard dash.
Sure.
and how many bench presses he can put up.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there is value in sitting across from somebody and talking to them and getting a feel for who somebody is as a person. And maybe that's not something that Kyle Shanahan is good at.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. Because there are a lot of people who just aren't good at interviewing people.
Totally. And I agree with you 100%. This is not the only opportunity to meet prospects.
No, that's true.
That if this was the one, it's like you get the Combine, you get these 5 days, and then it's done. You don't get to, you got to do a draft. Then I would be fully in that boat.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Doing even Zoom, you don't get the same vibes.
Yeah. I want to see body language. I want to see how, because look, if you've ever interviewed people, not just like sports interviews, I've hired people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are employees that that people that you go to interview, that prospective employees, that you can just see are melting down.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're going to be bad employees.
Sure.
And it's your job to like disarm them and like
Yeah.
say, hey, you're going to be okay. Just take a deep breath and relax and let's just have a conversation, right?
Mhm.
Those are moments where I think you can learn a lot about somebody and just how, they handle themselves, how respectful they are, who they blame for the things that have happened to them in their careers, like how they take accountability. There's a lot of things you can learn. So if there are like a whole bunch of opportunities to go out and the interview process is just one part.
Yeah.
But it's also something that I wouldn't want to give up as, somebody who like I enjoy that aspect of it.
Sure.
So, but again, Shanahan might just be somebody who goes, that's not my thing. And I don't get a good feel for people, or I'm not good at breaking people down and having them like, sort of talk to me. And so I'm okay with it as long as he's doing all the other basics.
Yeah, and I would assume he is. Shedeur Sanders, it was announced, is not going to work out at the combine. I know why it's in the news cycle. And I know why the combine matters.
Yeah.
Like, it's fun. It's watching dudes who are basically superheroes exercise. And watching people who are that tall and that buff run that fast or jump that high or jump that far or bench press that many times is like a marvel, right? It is just, no pun intended. It is fascinating. But this is not this, like we just said with the Shanahan thing. This is not the end all be all. This is just the thing they publicize the most. Shedeur Sanders not working out at the combine does nothing for me. It tells me nothing. Caleb Williams didn't work out at the combine. Drake May didn't work out at the combine. Jaden Daniels didn't work out at the combine. He doesn't need to.
No,
he's going to go in the top 10. He's going to be one of the first 2 quarterbacks taken. He has a bunch of tape that can speak for itself. He'll perform at his pro day. Right now, he's focused on getting better to ensure that when he throws at his pro day, he's going to be the best version of himself for scouts there.
I'd also say that when you're going into a combine, right? A lot of these players are just doing that one drill that they're supposed to do.
Yes.
They're just getting so good at that one thing. And then some guys show up and they're not. And you're like, bro, you had one job.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that that's, for me, it's that's as much of a red flag as anything. When somebody shows up and you're like, you don't know how to do this drill.
Yeah.
And you had this is like saying you don't know how to like write your name on a test.
Right.
Like you had all this time to prep.
One.
This is like everyone knew what was coming. Like if you don't know what the combine is, you have an agent. They should have told you what the combine is. You have a trainer. They should have worked with you. But then you have guys that show up and you're like, oh my gosh, like, bro, like, what are you doing? There's one thing to get nervous and make some mistakes. It's other things for your body to literally look like you've never done the drill before.
Right. And
that happens all the time. But I think there are like workout warriors who do so well at the combine because they've just like studied this one thing.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, dude. That's why I can't believe. And again, this is not directed at people who just enjoy the combine because you get to watch athletes exercise and do incredible feats of human strength and athleticism. I get it. But like draft analysts, we still haven't learned. Wow, that guy ran in the 4.3s. I didn't think he looked at. Man, that's gonna help him a lot. Like, is it though? Because if a guy doesn't look super fast on tape, and then goes and runs a 40, and you're like, wow, that was a little faster than I thought he would run. It's like, yeah, because of what you just said, James. You can literally go work on your 40.
Oh yeah.
You can go get better at. You can shave time off your 40. Eric Crocker, who hosts the Locked On 49ers podcast with Brian Peacock, those guys do a great job. Love them both. He had a cup of coffee in the NFL and also played in the Arena League and talked about how when he first started out, his 40 was whatever it was. He went and worked with a coach on it for some period of time and shaved like half a second off his 40 by getting it off to a better start. It's like, you're not faster. You just got better at the drill.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that we're still going, wow, That guy ran a 4.38. I was expecting him to be in the mid 4.4s. That changes my entire perception of him as a player. Like, can you imagine in the NBA, and maybe this does happen and I just don't follow the NBA combine enough, but there's a player that you're looking at and he's like in the 20s, and then all of a sudden he jumps out of the gym at the combine and everyone goes, wow, hang on, this is the top 10 guy.
It's happened.
That's crazy.
It is. It is crazy. I think it's Joe Alexander is the guy that pops into my head, who went to West Virginia and like showed up at the combine and everyone was like, what in the world? Like 43-inch vert, like every single drill he finishes like first place.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, but he's not he lasted in the league like a year and a half.
Right, because you can see on tape like, oh yeah, he's just kind of
And he went like number 9 or number 10 overall, like because of the draft. But I think with NBA specific, you do get to see things like, their wingspan, their true height, because height matters so much at the NBA level. And guys like whoever makes the media guy at college, wherever, they sometimes inflate those stats. So you actually, when you get that first like height measurement without shoes on, it is a big deal.
Yeah.
But then, I've told the story before, like Hassan Whiteside showed up and measured in at like 6'11 3/4 at the combine because he wore flip-flops to the measure.
Right.
Like, so he measured like 6'11.5 without shoes and 6'11 3/4 with shoes because he wore
regular shoes.
He wore flip-flops that are all like flattened out and like,
that's
oh,
so
bro,
funny.
what are you doing?
That's so funny.
So like there are those moments, some guys like they literally wear like the giant soled shoes and you're like, okay, man, well, like you're not gonna be able to fudge the numbers.
6'5" without shoes, 6'10" in shoes.
Yeah, or the giant hair guys. You're like, okay, man,
sure.
Like we're gonna have to like make this thing is
right.
The measuring stick goes through your hair, just so you know. We're not gonna like, okay, he is 7'3".
Yeah.
It's like really he's 6'2". Like that's not happening. So I do think that there is value in it.
Sure.
It's part of the buildup. It's part of the fun. It's part of like going through and being a draft prospect and like having part of that adventure, just like bouncing from one city to the next and doing NBA workouts is.
Sure.
The combine is one thing, but then the workout things are crazy. Like I've had guys come through Sacramento that have been to 10 workouts and they're exhausted. There's nothing left in the tank. They've been in 3 cities in 3 days.
Yeah.
And different coaches are yelling at them about different things and want different things. The Kings were notorious at one point for doing like a blindfolded dribbling drill, and players like they would get to Sacramento like, okay, that was different than everything else. But again, they're exhausted. They haven't been eating right. They aren't pros yet, and they're all hopeful and they're trying to say the right thing. So I think I like the draft process, but some of it is just way overblown.
Yeah, and with the NFL combine, it's the same deal. Like height, weight measurements are big. Medical stuff, like that's the whole point of the combine is the medicals.
Oh, totally.
Like that is the entire thing, and we've turned it into this exercising event. And it's fascinating when Xavier Worthy rips off a 4.2 140 or whatever insane thing he ran. Like that's fun. That's a really cool thing. But I just don't. I don't have it in me to have it dramatically impact what I think about players I watch.
Yeah, I also think the interview process in the NBA is more crucial because there's only 30 players in the first round, not like the NFL where there's 7 rounds and all these draft picks.
Right.
And you're filling out a team
a lot
of
of darts
53
in the NBA,
and the dollar amount for rookies is so much higher. So if you're drafting a guy even at like number 13 this year, Devin Carter, he's making $5 million.
Yeah.
So NFL players, it's just different.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have plenty more on the NFL draft coming up over the next few weeks. And free agency, of course, which is in, oh my God, that's like in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I think
that's when
for NFL free agency to begin.
Oh my goodness.
Holy smokes. We'll be all over that, of course, right here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. But let's dive back into the Kings game from last night with James Ham, 6 quick thoughts, and then a couple additional notes we didn't get into earlier on. That's coming up in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Ooh, this is a good question from Luke Easterling. Combine week. Who runs a faster 40, James or Kyle?
Slow as hell, bro.
Yeah, with a bad back, I've slowed down. But when I was young, I was a burner when I was little, and then I was a slow grower. And yeah, I was 5 foot tall when I was a freshman. Weighed 95 pounds. So, yeah, I was. I think my best, like when I was a sophomore, was like a 4.7 40. And I had back problems even then. Yeah, there we go. There you go. You guys.
What are you gonna do? You know,
I was 5'4", 125 when I was a freshman. I was sophomore. And I hit 5'10" as a junior.
Nice.
But I weighed 140.
I'm shocked that stayed in the yard entirely.
What?
This Jorge Soler home run he hit yesterday.
Oh, yeah. It was a blast, right?
Huh?
It was a blast.
Yeah, dude. It was like there's the fence, and then there's like a berm, like a hill, and then there's a walkway, and then there's another little patch of grass with some trees behind the walkway, and it landed in the trees. Just an absolute nuke, dude.
Yeah. I know we were like, everyone's like, hey, did you see Soler's home run? And then everyone's like, hey,
let's see if I can find it.
Where did you play? Like, where is he playing?
The Halos, dog.
Yeah.
I don't need the sound. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I didn't like 4.7 wasn't fast. Like Casey Tucker, you're right. There were like 4 or 5 guys on my team, and they were fast.
Here's the 2-strike pitch. It falls blasted deep down the left field side, and you can kiss it goodbye. Here's the
you know his swing right there? You know he looked like Ron Gant.
Who?
Remember Ron Gant?
Oh, Ron Gant.
Yeah. Played for the A's. Reds.
Right pitch.
That's what that looked like. That was just like beat.
Here's the 2-strike pitch.
That's
Skidoosh.
Such a violent swing, dude.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-strike pitch. It falls blasted
wild.
deep down the left field side, and you can kiss it goodbye.
Hey, watch my man here in the red hat. He ends up getting the ball, but watch him. This guy in the Trout jersey.
Here's the 2-strike pitch.
Watch this dude. Watch him right here. He's like, I got it. Oh, wait, never mind. That is so far out of here. Oh, and then he left.
Oh, they hit a tree.
That was crazy.
This is funny. I too ran that at Nevada Union.
All right, 10 seconds.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon, and then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. Talked a little bit of NFL Combine with the draft and free agency coming up. We'll put a pin in that, however, to get back into the Kings' 130-88 win over the 130-88. Yeah. Oh my God, that just doesn't sound right. 130-88.
What was our guess yesterday?
Not that.
No, it wasn't that big.
No, I think I was like 121, 103 or something like that.
Yeah, I think I said 124, 109.
Yeah, whatever.
Like that.
We were.
Yeah, we're way off.
We both thought blowout, and our 2 blowouts combined did not match the correct number.
No.
130 to 88, the final. Let's get to 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Big thumbs
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, here they are. Number 1, James Ham of the Kings Beat. KingsBeat.com.
Zach LaVine went crazy. He was having a very good night. I think he had 22 at the half.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went quiet in the third quarter. I'm like, oh, is this going to be one of those nights where he never like has the complete game because they don't need it. Then he gets a late 2-point bucket from off the feed from Laravia. And then the fourth quarter was just crazy. I mean, the fan reaction was crazy. Everything was wild. I thought it was just such a good night to see somebody have like their moment for a fan base and like be accepted. And I thought that was really cool.
Okay, never mind. This is wrong. We're good. Zach LaVine in the fourth quarter, 7 of 8 and 4 of 4 from 3.
Oh yeah.
18 points, a board and a steal, and 521, man.
Yeah, and the threes, they were crazy too. Let's see if we look at
2 30-footers and a 31-footer, I believe, with a 26-footer mixed in.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 26 and then a 31 and a 30. They were the last two were bombs.
Yeah, that's when it got crazy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like it sure does feel
But
like
dude, did it not feel like they needed that from anyone? Like Zach LaVine
totally.
specifically, because he had not been shooting it great. I don't think anybody was super concerned about his long-term offensive output. Like it was going to eventually come around.
No, that's what
But just to have a game that like, hey, we're all having a good time. The game is not in doubt. Here's our guy just being awesome. Like that's with how down everything has been for fans at Golden One and for the Kings players to just get to enjoy 48 minutes of basketball and specifically a 5-minute stretch where like, oh, hey, we have one of the 8 guys in the league capable of having a stretch of basketball like this.
Yeah.
It was great.
It was
so
huge,
fun.
It was a huge moment. And I'm looking at the box score now. Zach LaVine missed that shot at the 11-13 mark of the fourth quarter. He didn't hit his first bucket. He had a driving layup with 10:09 left in the fourth.
Man.
So all of that came really in 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Like all of that is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
So yeah, just crazy. The long 3-point shots. And then the confidence and like almost like feeling the crowd urging him to shoot from wherever. It's just wild. Like good for him.
Separate. I don't think this is in your quick thoughts, so I'm going to insert my own quick thought here. The other thing that jumps out from the box score to me is 25 minutes for Keegan Murray, 27 for Domantas Sabonis, 30 for DeMar DeRozan, 31 for Zach LaVine, and 31 for Malik Monk.
Yeah, that's what happens when you
finally a night they didn't have to play 38 plus minutes.
Yeah, when you club somebody.
Yes.
Yeah.
They needed that badly. Number 2.
DeMar DeRozan did a little bit of everything. I enjoyed watching DeMar in this game. Like there were some forced shots at a certain point. But I think the first thing he did is he started out rebounding. And then all of a sudden he started passing and finding his teammates. And then he went and got his like he does. But a lot of it came at the free throw line. I just thought overall it was just a really, really solid all-around game for him. And I know like lately he has been very, very good offensively, but sometimes, you know, he gets his other stats really, really late in games. I thought he was impactful as a rebounder early in this game and then as an assist man early in this game.
Didn't feel like he went 4 for 12 because he was making impacts elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would love to see more of that from him where he finds ways to affect winning without putting shots at the rim. That's going to be one of the key things moving forward for me. That the reason last night worked as well as it did was because of that.
There were a couple of clunky moments where it was like he got the ball in the middle of the key and then had nowhere to go. And you're like, okay.
It's going to happen sometimes.
Not
every possession is going to be perfect.
No, totally. So, but I thought overall, like he has to do other things. And that's just it. Like the Kings need all of these guys, like even the Keegan Murray 5 rebounds in 25 minutes.
Mhm.
In 25 minutes. So if he's playing 38, he's going to get 7 or 8 boards.
Mhm.
That's really good productivity. And
Mhm.
I thought that DeRozan was good there.
Yep. Number 3.
The Kings ran the ball through Domas.
Mhm.
I thought early on he set the table. His stat line is really funky. For him to finish with 7 points on 3 of 6 from the field, 10 rebounds, 7 assists in only 27 minutes. His double-double streak ended. But I thought that it was one of those performances where that's what Kings basketball needs to look like. When you watch the first half, you're like, I get it. That if you're going to do that, if you're going to play through Domas
Mhm.
and let him direct traffic, this team does have a shot.
Mhm.
But they went away from it, especially early in the third. And Domas just really didn't have any opportunities to score.
Yeah.
There should have been a little more emphasis on getting him some looks. But there are guys making mistakes all over the place still.
Mhm.
Even like there was a point where he got the ball at the top of the key and kept waiting for LaVine to come through, and he doesn't. And then he resets, and then Domas just turned around, looked at the basket, and chucked a 3.
Mhm.
And he missed because that's not his normal in rhythm 3. But you can see that there's still some mistakes being made, some clunkiness. But as long as they're going to use him as their hub, I think they're okay.
That's what eliminates to me a lot of the, hey, who brings the ball up the floor? Who initiates the offense? Just let your freaking center do it.
Yep.
It's what he's the best at. Don't just go, hey, get the rebound and then get rid of it and then let other people do stuff. Maybe sometimes you'll get the feed from Monk on the pick and roll. Like, no, give him the ball, because when there's just a noticeable difference when they get the ball to Domantas Sabonis and either he puts it on the deck or they're running a dribble handoff or whatever it is, there's just so much more motion. There's so much more movement. They're so much more difficult to guard.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like a no-brainer thing they need to continue doing moving forward. And if somebody, whoever it is, can't figure out how to play with them, then you just don't get to play.
Yep.
I don't think it's a coincidence that their offense looked better last night when they were running things through Domantas Sabonis.
No, I think that's the way you have to do it. And
Yep.
even the assists that Monk had, to a lot of them were to Domas on the roll.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw a couple of really, really nice plays, and you needed more of it, but maybe not in this game.
Not in this game, but certainly moving forward into the teeth of the schedule. Number 4?
Yeah, Malik subbed out 4 minutes into the game, which I thought was very strange. That's what they've been doing with LaVine, but like Keon Ellis subbed in 4 minutes into the game. And at that point, Monk already had 5 points. He looked good. Then when he came back in, again, he's playing with the second unit. He's trying to get that second unit going. And so it's a little forced. The third quarter, I thought Malik just lost his mind for a few minutes. He turned the ball over on multiple possessions. He jumped up to 5 turnovers. I think he had 3 turnovers in the quarter and 5 like midway through the third overall. And he cleaned it up. When they went back to the bench, and again, in the second half, they had to go to Markelle Fultz because of the Keon Ellis injury. But when they brought Monk back in, I thought all of a sudden he calmed down and was a much more productive player. Ended up with 13 points, 9 assists. Maybe he did get to 10 assists. He did get to 10.
He did get to 10.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Keegan Murray stepped up in the third. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was totally bizarre watching this team come out in the third and look like they didn't know how to play basketball again.
Insane.
Yeah, and then Keegan went and got a rebound and scored it, and then he hit a 3 and just kind of got everything going again. And I thought that was a big moment. You need him to kick in wherever he can.
Yep.
And I hope he gets more opportunities, but just realize that he is the 5th option in the starting unit, and that's tough. But I thought he was good.
Yep. Right there with you. Trey Lyles hit a couple of big threes. You mentioned that earlier too.
Yeah.
Same deal. Just where it got a little dicey. Okay, big 3. Get the lead from 11 back to 14, or get it from 9 back to 12.
Yeah, leveled them out.
Those are big shots for sure.
Last one. Keon rolled his ankle. He came out to warm up in the second half and then went back to the locker room. We don't have an update. I don't know what's going on there. He stepped on Nurkic's foot and rolled his right ankle.
Isn't this the second time he rolled his ankle pretty bad this year?
I don't. He hasn't missed time with it.
Right. No, but he had the one. No, it was against Houston.
Yeah.
where
I think he stepped on Şengün, I think.
Yeah, he stepped on his foot and left the game, and it was like, oh my God, what are they going to do without Keon?
Mhm.
And then he, I think, played the next night.
Yeah,
Or a couple nights
I mean,
later.
Keon is one of those players that, like, he's young and, like, he has an elastic body right now. He is probably not going to miss time. I don't think he'll miss major time. I could be wrong. We haven't heard anything new, but
Mhm.
a lot of times with, like, they didn't need him in the second half. And I also, like, look, this gave Markelle Fultz an opportunity to step in, and I thought he
Mhm.
was really solid.
Yeah, solid's the right word for sure.
Yeah.
Knocked down the 3 that came to him, which was a big deal. I think
Mhm.
he won one of 2. Yeah, 1 of 2 from 3, but the first one out to the corner, no hesitation, knocked it down. You see, because he had that shoulder injury, and then remember, right after he got drafted, there was the whole thing with his shot.
Oh, yeah,
he was like-
somebody messed up his shot.
And so when you see videos of him shooting, everything is very slow and deliberate.
Uh-huh.
But that's so when he gets into games, it can just, because the 3 he hit from the corner was not this like catch, load up, long developing shot. He just caught and shot it.
Yeah, it looked like everyone else shooting a 3.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it looked very normal. When I watched him in practice stuff,
Mhm.
it doesn't always look that normal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's just because he's really trying to muscle memory it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
that's
possible.
how it seems to me. But no, man, that you see the difference when he's in the game of having a second point guard. Is he the best point guard in the sport? No, but you said it. He was solid, and he played 18 minutes last night. That's probably more than he's going to play normally.
Mhm.
But man, I will take 10, 12 minutes of Markelle Fultz for sure.
Yeah, I think he's been a really interesting find right away. And the fact that he hasn't played in like 9 months and he's stepping out on the court and instantly starting to look like a basketball player, look like somebody who belongs, is a good thing. And I like the matchup with him and Monk off the bench, because that gives you sort of your offense defense guy. And the same way that I like, Keon Ellis playing with Zach LaVine as a backcourt. I don't know about that being a starting backcourt, because neither one of them are natural like setup men. But if you're playing with Domas and you're running everything through Domas, I don't know. I also loved Keon Ellis came in the game, and it was the Kings were a little bit slow. He instantly hit 2 threes and no hesitation.
Yep, that's what he does.
Yep, I'm here to hit the 3.
If you're not going to start him, I love the idea of that short rotation in the first quarter, bringing him in right away before things can get a little bit out of hand. Hey, before we step aside, let's get out to the phones. The Elk Grove Kia talk line's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Mitch in New Jersey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, James. Hope everything's well.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're good.
Don't get too excited last night. I mean, could get the same results, maybe even a bigger league if we playing University of San Francisco or Beverly Hills High School. But you're really helping out Hornets. To me, it's all about Flag and the two stars at Rutgers. I cannot believe that Rutgers has 2 one and done.
So
that has to be the first time ever.
So Mitch,
I'd love to have one. I'm sorry.
You were unmoved last night, and you still think the Kings should be in full tank mode.
Yes, I do. I want to see Flag. I don't want to see Flag with San Antonio, because Flag, Fox, and Victor Wembanyama sounds like a law firm, and you'll be hearing that team be great for 10 years at least. Those 3 guys went up together, and they're 2/3 the way there.
All right.
I want to see Sacramento get 1 or 2 Rutgers guys. I know they're above 6'2", but I like them. And that's a guard 6'6", and guard players have to play multiple positions today. So why can't Zach play a point guard? Why is this big deal? Yeah, I know we have like 4 twos trying to cover spots 1 through 4, but supposed to be, they don't even put down point guard power forward on the box scores. It's just either guard, forward, and center. Not even center. You don't see it anymore.
Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think it's just the point guard thing is just more having somebody who can organize the floor and organize the offense.
Well, that, and I do agree with Mitch. The Kings have 4 twos that they're running out there.
Yeah, no, that's not wrong.
Yeah,
for sure. But in an era where positions matter less, that's why we talk about needing a second point guard. And I think Markelle Fultz might be that for them. Like you said, he was solid last night. Enjoyed watching him. So did the Kings really make any progress last night? Or was it just they beat the hell out of a bad team and got a historic night from Zach LaVine? We'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and it's ESPN 1320 Sacramento.
I can't understand him half the time. I'm with some of the people in the chatty house. I can't hear him.
Oh, you don't speak Mitch?
I don't.
Download Duolingo, dog. RIP Duo.
Also, LaVine isn't horrible as an on-ball defender. He gets lost in switches. He gets lost on back cuts, and like team defending is where I think I've seen the biggest issues, where he just doesn't have it in him to step up and be that type of defender. Even last night, there was a play where I think Nurkic went right down the middle, and LaVine just kind of reached and swiped at him a little bit and let Nurkic go right in, and Doug called a timeout like instantly. Like, you can't give half effort there. You have to actually like at least try. So
Yeah, Oso, why are you being so negative, dude? We're here to have fun, damn it.
Steven Castaneda,
Did he?
I've never been mistaken for David Caruso, but that's okay.
No chance. No
Oh.
chance.
Even young David Caruso from First Blood.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I agree with this. Beating bad teams is progress. And beating bad teams by gigantic scores, that's good progress.
The chatty house is full of fine, upstanding citizens. That's what. I do not. That's facts.
You don't know? You've never watched the first Rambo?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Bro, we have long established I've not seen any movies.
Damn it, man. That's one, like, even my son has watched multiple times. My oldest, he's a movie buff. Shout out to Sylvia here in the office. She brought in tamales this morning.
She sure did.
I did not have a tamale, but
I did.
Kyle did.
Bomb.
Yeah.
Some homemade salsa with it.
You've been awake a lot longer than I have.
That's very true.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris Ochoa. Kyle has watched a lot more of everything than Brendan.
Yeah, from what I understand, I'm basically Scorsese compared to Brendan Nunes.
Yeah. Brendan literally is like he was born in a bubble that had no TV. I don't understand. Which is funny because even his dad, I've met his dad, and his dad's like, I don't understand why he doesn't know any movies. He's like, we watch movies all the time. Like, he falls asleep. Like, it takes him 6 times to get through a movie.
I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be better about watching movies. I've seen 30 Rock a lot of times, though. So if anybody wants to do 30 Rock jokes, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I have seen Popstar Never Stop, Never Stopping. I've seen it twice, actually. Shout out to Will Z. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I'm talking movies at the break. I'm trying to be better about watching movies.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, I didn't watch a ton of, like, my folks weren't big, like, movie people.
Mm-hmm.
So movies weren't the first thing I gravitated to. And if I did, it was typically Disney stuff. Right. So there's that gap in my like pop culture knowledge of a lot of classic like 80s and 90s, specifically action movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Huh.
Like you pick your 15 favorite action flicks from when you were a kid
Okay.
or growing up, and I've probably not seen it.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm almost certain.
That's wild.
I've seen through Rocky 4. Is Rocky 4 the one where they run on the beach?
No, well, Rocky 4 is, I believe, it's with against a Russian.
Drago.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then I've seen that one.
Okay.
Is there a Rocky 5?
There's a Rocky 5 and
then a Rocky Balboa, which I actually saw in theaters, weirdly enough.
Oh, wow. Okay, so like the Rocky movies, they got old because it's basically the same plot, right? Like the Rambo movies got old as well. Once you get past the like the second one, then everything else is just kind of like a different version until you get to the last one, which is dark as hell, and I don't suggest.
Okay, good to know.
The first Rambo is it's a genre of film that's being made coming out of the Vietnam War. So we have Deer Hunter, right? We have Rambo, and they're the first movies that put the return home of military servicemen in a dark a dark light where they're mistreated and you know, like the damage that's done. Because before that, war movies were they're basically propaganda pieces, you know, super exciting, all that stuff. We get into that dark stuff, and then like you get into the 80s and it carries on. So we get Platoon, we get Full Metal Jacket, like some great movies, but they're very much not like what we were used to before that.
I think I watched Full Metal Jacket in high school.
That's the one intense.
Is that the one?
Vincent D'Onofrio, Matthew Modine.
Oh, then maybe it wasn't. Maybe I saw Platoon.
Platoon is Charlie Sheen.
Yes, that's the one. Martin Sheen?
Yeah, probably Martin Sheen. Tom Berenger.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen. I've seen Platoon.
Willem Dafoe is in that? I believe.
I feel like yes, because for some reason his face is in my brain, but that might just be because.
Yeah, see, that's when we start getting like the real what war might really look like, right? So
intense. Yeah, my penchant for when I have a couple hours to kill is to either read or watch a TV show I've already watched. That's just
okay.
But I'm trying to be better. I have not seen that.
You've never seen Hot Shots or Hot Shots Part 2?
No.
Oh, that's Charlie Sheen.
Remember the Titans? I've seen a bajillion times.
Okay.
Miracle about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team. We could go bar for bar. I will quote that movie start to finish. But again, that's what, as a kid, I just like, when I wanted to watch a movie, I was watching something I was comfortable and familiar with.
Got it.
So, anyways. TC, get us back on track. TC, what's up?
Hey, what's up, big dog?
Chilling, bro.
What's happening?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Hammer call. Hey, listen, hey, that was a nice moment, man, to find Zach last night with the, you know, with the fans and everything. And just for him to find himself. I know he had that 30-point, bro, but this is what we were looking for with Zach. We rolling like this, cooking, going through Domas, bro. We got something special going on. Not to get off, we won, right? But if we're talking about, I know it's early, but I've been watching this kid, bro. I've been watching the games on the weekend. Check that guy, Bruin, out from Auburn. I think I'm saying his name right, the 6'10" guy. A dog, bro. If we can find our way him and get into the bottom half of the first round this year, not tanking, I'm talking about packaging some at the end of the season to get into the draft, to get that kid, he fits, bro. Check him out. But other than that, we look good last night, bro.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate you, buddy. So not tanking because you want your pick to convey this year.
Well, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Like, okay, so the Kings right now, they sit in 13th place in the lottery, right? And someone earlier said, hey, if they're the 10th spot, won't they get to keep their pick? No, their pick is top 12 protected. So right now, like, they're right on the bubble of whether they keep their pick or not. And it doesn't matter where you're at pre-lottery.
Right. It is the lottery, not the standing.
Yeah, so if there's a way for you to move up in the lottery, then it's still your pick is still protected. like you can make the argument that like it might be better for the Kings to keep their pick this year, because there's no guarantee that they'll give up their pick next year either, and then the pick dissolves into 2 second-round picks.
Mhm.
If you give your pick this year, what you do have, like just the semantics of it,
Mhm.
on July 1st, you now have access to your 2032 pick.
Right.
So if the Kings were to give up their 2025, they would then have access to a 26, 2 27s, a 28, a 29, a 30, 2 31s, one of which is pick swap protected, and a 2032. So all of a sudden they would have access to 9 first-round picks and variables on the first-round picks as far as stepping rule, because you have a 27, an extra 27, and you have an extra 31.
Mhm.
So you could trade back-to-back picks in specific years. So like interesting, right? And you know, they could give up, like, realistic, they could give up their own 26 and their own 27
Right.
first round picks,
Still be under the stepping rule.
and still be okay in the stepping rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Fingers crossed. So what I guess struggling with since last night's win is trying to figure out, okay, how much stock am I putting in this? Because it was undeniably like the if you had told me, hey, they're going to win 130 to 88, I'd be like, take that for sure. Incredible. Love it. But there's part of me that's wondering, okay, how much of last night was actual progress? And how much do we think, oh, there's stuff to build on here? There's tangible growth here. And instead of just like, oh, they played a bad team and they played a little harder than normal. How much of that was tangible growth and how much of that was, hey, they played a bad team. Zach LaVine scored 42 points and they pulled away at the end. That's what I'm trying to weigh right now, because again, my natural inclination as a sports fan is to overreact to whichever direction.
I think both things are true, right? We saw tangible progress in a game. We saw the team do things that looked better than what they had done before.
The second unit specifically looked really good.
I think the second unit looked really good. I think Zach LaVine looked really good. I think running the ball through Domas for long stretches of the game was really good. I thought that, you know, guys fitting in and figuring out their roles, like it was happening more. Again, you brought up Trey Lyles. He ends up with like 8 points after not playing in the first half, but everything was in rhythm. The passes to him were great. I thought Valanciunas stepping into a role looked great. Like there are a lot. LaRavia, I thought, you know, again, a guy can impact the game without scoring at all. So all of those things were good, but the fact is you did it against a team that is really, really bad. So for me, it doesn't matter. The Kings still have to get the win, right?
No doubt.
But they almost need that type of scrimmage atmosphere where you get to try some new things. You get to get comfortable on the floor together. You get to play with some resistance and against someone that's different than your own team. But at the same time, they aren't, you know, they aren't a team that's going to jump up and bite you. And so, like, look, I think fans should be excited because they got to win. And because, you know, again, Doug Christie's now 16-10 as a head coach. There's a good chance after Wednesday he'll be 17-10 as a head coach. That's really good. It doesn't matter who you're playing, right? So all of that's good, but you have to be able to learn and grow from each of these games that are coming, that you're going through right now. Because when Houston pops up on your schedule, or you get done with that game, you got Dallas. That, you know, Dallas can beat people. They've been beating teams and shocking people since the trade, right? And the trade and then the injury. But it's what comes after that that's going to be the real problem. You have to use this time right now to get better as a team. And if they don't take this serious, and I would circle the one thing that stands out that wasn't good last night. They had 18 turnovers last night.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
That's a bad number.
It's a bad number. And the reason you got away with it because it was a bad team. You know, 18 isn't all that much different than the 24 they had the game before. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
But you're going to ignore it because you club somebody. They have to clean all that stuff up. And they've got to figure out ways to get guys to play to their strengths. And we're just seeing like the nexus of the beginning of everything. And that's what's tough about switching your team mid-season.
The thing this does for me is, again, I'm not ready to raise their ceiling, but I am for now, not looking back and going like, hey, what's Phoenix doing? Like, what? Like, if Sacramento plays like they did last night for the most part, you're going to beat the hell out of bad teams, and you're going to win a lot of your games against teams in the same tier as you. And it gives you a chance against a team like Boston and OKC. And again, I don't think they're all of a sudden going to win all their games and be the 3rd seed. But if you're mapping this out and going a game at a time, having a performance like that under their belt against whoever is meaningful, because like I said at the top of the show, it's just proof positive. Okay, they can do it. And now here's film of, hey, this works. Here's how this goes. I guess I saw Dr. David in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 mention like, okay, let's see him do it against the Rockets. And I agree, but also going into last night, I was like, let's see them do it against the Hornets. And now they have it. It's like, okay, good. Perfect. Got that out of the way, because they hadn't done it against the Pelicans. They didn't do it against the completed Mavericks team. They didn't have like I said, they have not just beat the brakes off a team like that since the middle of January when they played the Wizards.
Yeah, and Kyle, I think the biggest point, they won 3 out of 4 going into the break, and I know we were really hard on them for losing that last game, but it was because they weren't playing well. They were just beating bad teams. So when you beat the Pelicans 123-118, and it was closer than that, that's not a great win. When you beat the Mavericks 129-128 in overtime, but they
needed a heroic DeMar DeRozan effort to get there.
Yeah, and they were playing without Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, their other what's his name?
Daniel Gafford got hurt during the game.
Dwight Powell didn't play. They had no bigs at all, and it took overtime to beat them. Then you beat the Pelicans 119-111, and again, it wasn't that far, that 8-point separation. It was closer than that.
For sure.
And then you get to the game where you lose to the Pelicans. That's when it starts to build. And we're like, okay, they're winning, but is winning ugly? Okay. And it's like, okay, but you're not going to win against better teams.
I am really curious to see how this, and again, this is not a good or bad thing. It's just a thing that I'm watching moving forward, is how the offensive distribution plays out over the next handful of games. Because last night you had 19 shots for Zach LaVine, 14 for Malik Monk, and 12 for DeMar DeRozan, just 7 for Domantas Sabonis, and 9 for Keegan Murray. What happens on a night where Zach LaVine is 7 of 19? Are they picking up that offensive slack? And if so, how? Is it continuing to run the ball through Domas? Or is it Monk and LaVine and DeRozan saying, your turn, my turn, his turn, my turn, your turn, his turn, my turn for 4 possessions now, because somebody's trying to get going? And again, that may not be an issue. It may just be, hey, we're going to run everything through Domantas Sabonis, and that's how this is going to go. And you're going to shoot 15 to 18 times a night, depending on who's hot. And that's how it's going to go.
Well, I would tell the concern that I have is that the last time, against the Pelicans going into the All-Star break, Zach LaVine scored 32 points and had 10 assists, right? He was 12 of 24 from the field. The next game, he was 5 of 12 from the field and scored 13 points in the loss to Golden State. Now, he only played 34 minutes versus 45 and all that stuff. But the point is, like, it has to be, you can see exactly who Zach LaVine is. He's not 32 and 10. He's 40. He's closer to 42 and 2. And so you have to put him in the right position and play to his strength. His strength is clearly shooting the ball, getting downhill, like going to the rack and scoring, getting out in transition. Like, these are things that he's really good at. You have to find ways to play to his strength. And that's why playing through Domas means so much. But you also have to find ways to play to Malik Monk's strengths, which is hitting the open 3, but also getting the pick and roll game, highlight reel dunk here and there. But, so how do you blend all these things together? You got to play to DeMar DeRozan's strength, which is shooting that mid-range jump shot. You got to get to Keegan Murray's strength, which is at this point, it's a set 3-point shooter, but it's also like getting him opportunities to do more because he does have more in his game. And they just aren't to the point where all of these things are blending at the same time. But there's a window in which you can see that they might be able to get there. I think it's a really good thing to score 42 as opposed to DeMar's 42, which was if DeMar didn't score 42, you lost that game.
Yeah.
This was a guy scored 42, and it was a lot of fun, and you won by a ton.
Yeah, and the last 18 of them were just a party.
Yeah, just a total party. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I again, everything I have after last night is more. I would like the consistency now. That was it. That's kind of what it looks like. Now let's see it in Utah, and let's see it consistently moving forward.
Yeah. Can you do it against Houston? Even if you don't beat Houston, can you still give Houston a run? Can you make it look more competent and more like an NBA basketball game?
Yep. 1,000%. Before we head out for the handoff, I saw this morning that the Cowboys are letting Trey Lance walk in free agency.
That's wild.
They traded a 4th-round pick for him 2 years ago when they didn't need to. He was going to probably get released. So they traded a 4th-round pick for him 2 years ago and are now letting him walk, and I believe he started 1 game for them. That's just bad asset management.
The biggest question is, why did you trade for him if you had no intentions? And because when you trade for somebody, they had to pay him. Like it's not like he was on a 2-year, $3 million deal or something.
Yeah, he was still on his rookie deal.
He's still on his rookie scale contract, so he's making
yeah.
like $8 million or something to be your scout team quarterback and never really give him a full shot. Just weird asset management, like you said.
And if he's maybe he's just that horrible. I thought in his start he looked better than he had at really any other point of his career. His start for Dallas this year. But if he's just that horrible, then I don't think he is. But like you said, you never even made him your QB2. He's just going to be your emergency quarterback, and you give him a 4th for him.
It's wild.
At some point, you think you just put him in the game, let him figure it out.
Especially since you had a major injury to Dak and missed a huge part of the season.
Yeah,
like
run him out there, see what you got.
Yeah, you're not making any noise this year. Why not give him an opportunity and see what you have?
You gave up a 4th-round pick. Cooper Rush isn't going anywhere, man. I promise.
Yeah. I'll say this. They know more about
wild.
Trey Lance behind the scenes than we do.
No doubt. I'm just floored that you give up a 4th to have an emergency quarterback for 2 years.
And somebody without any type of experience.
Yeah. Insane. All right. The handoff coming up. One of D-Lo or KC will be in here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're back in a second.
It's just me, or is it cold in here? It might be me. I'm checking the NBA injury report right now. The Sacramento Kings have not put in their injury report. We have no news yet on Keon Ellis.
Salute to you. Yep.
Yeah.
Who said that? What are you talking about?
Well, the Niners did give him a ton to draft him.
Yeah. They made a massive mistake.
Yep.
Lucking into Brock Purdy is the only reason Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch still have jobs.
Yes.
Like, that was a catastrophic franchise-altering mistake they made. It's not... It's not like talking shit like, wow, the Niners are... Sorry, talking smack. It's not like, oh, man, the Niners are so much better at this. Like, no, they made a huge mistake with Trey Lance, too. I'm shocked that the Cowboys gave up a pick to get a player who was likely to be released and then did nothing to see if that player could play.
Mm-hmm.
And then let him walk. That's all.
Yeah.
The 49ers made the much bigger Trey Lance related mistake, but that was 4 years ago. The Cowboys are doing this now. That's why we're talking about it and not the draft pick the 49ers made 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
It hurts when you have to trade a player and you still owe picks. You know, it's kind of like the Kevin Huerter trade. Like, the Kings still owe a pick for Kevin Huerter, and he's no longer on their roster.
Yeah, bad asset management happens all the time.
Yeah, big shout out to Kevin Huerter, who had a really nice game. He had 7 threes last game, 2 games in a row. He's actually,
wow.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
Yeah.
Figuring it out.
Kevin Huerter is trying to figure it out. Pull for Kevin.
But I can talk. It's my job. I'm going to laugh at the Cowboys. Is that crazy?
Oh. Kevin Huerter, after last night's performance in 6 games, is now shooting 38.5% from 3 as a member of the Chicago Bulls, but 36.4% overall. Oh, I see Kenny.
Pyru Kenny again today. Name talk, am I right?
What? Oh, I'm going to turn the light
Kenny's
on.
here.
It's all in your mind, bro.
Kick, punch. It's all in your mind. Hey.
Norm, I have my coffee cup shut off because when it gets down pretty low, it'll just like kind of cook the coffee, like the bottom of a,
Fries it.
yeah, and then it starts smelling like burnt coffee, and I don't like that.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that's exactly right. D-Lo and KC coming up in about 15 minutes, which means it is time for the handoff.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Kenny Caraway in the building. How's it going, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's a Tuesday. Sun is shining. Everything's good. No complaints.
Zach LaVine, 2 assists, 3 turnovers last night. Your thoughts?
Take care of the ball. Ball stopper.
Come on, man.
That was quite a performance, man.
That was. What was the number that he scored 18 in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
And he played 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And still outscored the Hornets.
And he didn't even score almost for the first 2 minutes.
That's
So it was
crazy.
really like a 3-minute stretch where he scored 18 points.
That is crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a lethal scorer, you know, when he's aggressive and when he's got it locked in. I'm always amazed at NBA players for sure. Even some pros, like I played with like some guys overseas, right? About like when they get it going, they literally can shoot the ball from anywhere. It doesn't matter what defense you have. It doesn't matter how close you are, how Once you get a hand in the face, like it doesn't touch anything but the bottom. It's amazing to see.
I was trying to think how many players in the league are capable of that kind of stretch.
Mm.
Steph is 1.
Mm-hmm.
Zach LaVine is 2. I think Luka's probably up there. Luka can get rolling like
Off
that.
the top of my head, I'd say it's maybe a safe number, but I'd say like 25.
Oh, I said 8.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's as many as 25. I mean, it used to be that Clay could get that way, but again, it's all off
it's
the
not-
catch and shoot.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah, I mean, and it's different. I mean, he doesn't have the range, but like DeRozan could get there. Like not,
But I feel like but it just seems maybe the range is kind of what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That ability to hang up 18 points in whatever it was 4 minutes of game time.
Oh, Dame can do
for
that.
sure.
Kyrie,
Ooh, Kyrie's a good one.
Trae Young, I think could do something like that.
It's been a long
I
time
think it's
though.
about 20 to 25 people who could do that.
Man,
Tatum, I put Tatum in there.
Man, that's way more than I thought.
I put those guys in there. SGA's in there.
I was trying to give Zach LaVine a bunch of credit, and he's like, "No, a bunch of people could do that. That's easy work."
20, 25.
Have you got in the zone like that a couple of times in your career?
I think so. I don't know.
You
like,
have to have had a game where you go, it doesn't matter what I throw up, it's going.
Yeah,
it's going
I've scored a lot, and it's like been good percentages or whatever.
Mhm.
But
Efficiency.
I just like I don't know if I could get like those guys, those NBA guys, where like it doesn't matter what the defense is.
Yeah.
Like it just does not matter.
Yeah.
If
That's
somebody's standing right in your hip and they'll still hit it. I don't.
That's got
I
to
don't know
be
if I've
so
reached that
demoralizing.
before.
That's got to be just so demoralizing.
Yeah.
Where there's just nothing. There's nothing you're going to do. Just like you can get a contest, you can throw a double, you can pick them up full court, you can pick them up at half court. It doesn't it's just
And from where he's shooting them, what the two? I don't know if it was the two
31 and
last
30
ones.
were the last two.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Off the bounce. One was with the right hand off the bounce, which is to me is a lot more difficult. Yeah, that's just the.
What do
NBA
you mean
guys.
by that?
It depends. Some people are comfortable shooting both ways. Me personally, and you see Steph do it a lot too. He'll have the ball in your left hand because when you have it in your left hand, sorry, radio, this is visual. It just comes up like this. Right?
I see. Okay.
Right hand, you got to get on top of it, get your shoulder square, go like that.
I see.
So it's just a little bit more difficult for some people. But if you work at it enough, and really if you're tall enough, like it's not really a big deal.
All right.
What I love was a moment where you could feel the crowd. Like the crowd was like egging him on. Like he got a standing ovation. Like during the run, like fans were on their feet. The whole building is lighting up. You're watching everybody get like they were like, keep shooting, man.
Yeah,
Like what they did. When McDermott,
yeah.
right? When
Yeah.
McDermott
That was the
got
trip.
crazy hot that one quarter.
McDermott's one of them. No, he's not.
But it was good to see. It was good to see him like have that moment where it's like, hey, you became a Sacramento King. That's what it felt like in that game.
Yeah, no, that's a good call, man. I and shout out to the crowd, man.
That was good last night.
They were there. They were there. They were locked into that performance. That's just what they do, and that's really what I worry about, and I wonder if if they went tanking, and like or just like ripped it down and completely stripped everything down. I know this is a great fan base, but I'll ask the question on D-Lo and KC too, but I'll ask you guys: would you rather be the Kings right now or the Hornets?
The Kings.
Yeah,
'cause that's what you're staring at. And think about the Hornets have been doing. We asked the question a couple of weeks ago: have this incarnation of the Hornets ever been good? Like Kemba for about 3 years, maybe.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're talking they've been around
It's
for
been a
another
long time.
25, almost 30 years, and they've done nothing, absolutely nothing in this league. Would you? I don't necessarily care which direction you go because I'm gonna still go to the games. I'm gonna still watch. I'm gonna still root for them. But that's the question I ask people when they say, "Hey, tear this whole thing down." Do you want to be the Hornets or the Kings?
I think people have this weird thing that I even had a conversation with someone courtside last night, and they're like,
Wow.
well, it was in pregame. It was like where I just wander around. But they said, oh, well, we've never really torn it down. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like the Kings had 3 first-round picks in 2016, and they traded for Buddy Hield, who was a rookie, the 6th pick in the draft. The next year, they had 3 first-round picks in Fox, Justin Jackson, Harry Giles. They had the 2nd pick in the 2nd round, which they brought Frank Mason in, and they brought Bogdan Bogdanovic as a rookie over. They had like 8 first and second, or 9 first and second year players on the team at one time. That's a total teardown.
Yeah.
You brought in Zebo, and you brought in Vince Carter, and you brought in George Hill, but
they never actively were like, we're going to suck and try and get the first pick.
They did it once, right? With when they tried to get Blake,
yes,
and it didn't work.
Well, they won 17 games.
Oh.
Oof.
And they ended up in that draft with the 4th pick, which was the worst pick they could have got, because it was the top 3 were lottery, and they were the worst team in the league, and they got Tyreek. The next year, again, they should have either been the 1st or the 2nd pick, and they fell to 5, which is where they got Cousins. So 3 teams moved above them, so they were the 5th pick. They were the 2nd worst team in the league, and ended up with the 5th pick in the Cousins draft 2010. It doesn't usually work to fully tank. And even when they did move up in the draft, they were the 8th spot when they moved to 3 and back to 5 with De'Aaron Fox. They were, again, either the 7th or the 8th when they moved up to get Marvin Bagley at number 2.
When you say, would you rather be the Kings or the Hornets? The reason I say the Kings, at least today, is because the Hornets, I know they have Brandon Miller and LaMelo and
Mark Williams
and
Miles,
Trey Mann and Miles Bridges, and they got all these, and they're in line to be one of the worst 4 teams in the league with a shot to get Cooper Flag. Like I get that, but I would. The Kings are 2 back of a 6 seed right now, so I would so much rather like take this shot and roll the dice and try and make the playoffs this year than be where the Hornets are. Because there's no guarantee the Hornets get the first pick. There's no guarantee that the Hornets are going to be worth a damn in 10 years.
They even have an all-star caliber player right now, and it doesn't matter. Like LaMelo is an all-star talent. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's but it doesn't even, it doesn't even matter. Like they're still awful.
Yeah.
They also they can't lure free agents either. So they're in that really rough spot where you have to trade right, you have to draft right.
Exactly.
And, so you can prove up a player and go trade him for better stuff, maybe, but they're in a bad spot.
Yeah,
I understand wanting to play for a championship, and if you can't do that, strip it down and do that. I get it. I understand the thought process, but I mean that's tough. Washington and Charlotte being examples are
Kings aren't there for me yet. Like not even close. I've been pretty down on them, but not to the point where it's like you need to trade everything and start from scratch. Like that's a dramatic step.
Well, I don't see a pathway to do it either.
Sure,
that's a tough thing,
right?
And like whether it's ownership or it's the players that you have under contract, there's no pathway.
Yeah,
it's tough.
All right. What do you guys got coming up?
A little bit more on the Kings situation. You guys talked about it, but the booing of De'Aaron Fox was a little surprising last night. So we'll ask the question: are we kind of dismissing social media reaction a little too much? Like, is that really how a lot of people feel?
For sure.
So we'll talk about it.
Can't wait. Should be a good one. D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water and be nice to people. Bye.
Bye, friends.
Appreciate you, Chatty House. Good show today. See you guys.
Check 1, check 2.
Scooter, good afternoon, my guy.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one more time for the dub. One time for Zach LaVine. And one time for the return.
Oh, it's been a minute.
Feels like it's been an eternity. But that boy ain't gone yet. Young Zell, come on.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
You ain't getting 2 verses on it.
No. Not two verses.
You get 2.
No.
Yeah, you know, I don't think I realized Wednesday's game wasn't here.
I
thought Wednesday's game. Yeah, I thought Wednesday's game was at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, man.
I thought the 4-game road trip started after that.
Well, they let you know what's the next home game last night.
Well, that's what I heard. That's what I heard, and we'll get to that as the day rolls along. But we welcome you in here to the Tuesday, February 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
But they don't seem so bad today.
Oh, the sun is shining today.
It's a beautiful day outside.
Yeah, man.
Beautiful day outside for sure. It's a beautiful day in downtown Sacramento as the Kings got themselves a victory, man. Not just that, Kyle Madsen demands that this team beats a bad team's ass every once in a while.
Yeah.
And that's what they did.
Yeah.
It was a little sketchy there for I don't know, a half a quarter. And then Keon Ellis came in and said, all good, man, we got it. We're gonna shut this thing down.
Man.
We ain't gonna allow this to be a game. Then the third quarter started, and it was like, okay, not so fast. And then the Kings ran away with it, man. So yeah. I think most Kings fans are walking away from that one as they should, feeling pretty damn good.
It was good to see. It was good to see them number one beat a team in that fashion. It's been a while. I'm trying to think of the last time they had a blowout win.
Good question.
And I didn't even have to be 40. Like, give me 20. Like, I don't
well,
know.
It was the Warriors.
That was a long time ago.
Well, it was. But I just wanted to point out it was the Warriors.
Yeah, well, who was it?
Well, that was a 30-point win, right? Let me take a quick peek.
That was like the beginning of the year.
No, it wasn't the beginning of the year. Oh, the calendar year.
Yeah.
It was January 5th.
We're almost in March.
Peek. Let's quick 120 no 17. Nope. Yeah. That's it.
They beat somebody by 17?
They beat the Celtics.
Somebody say something?
No, it was a long time ago. They beat the team in Boston by 17, which was a couple of days after that Warriors game. It was part of the same win streak.
Yeah, everything's either been closer.
I mean, 5-point win. Oh, they had a 23-point win against the Wizards.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
I do remember that. Yeah,
123-100. Yeah, they had a 23-point win against the 6-35 at the time Washington Wizards. But yeah, there aren't a lot of them. They got beat up by the New York Knicks, but yeah, not very many, not very many games like that.
Yeah, so it was good to see. It was good to see. And then obviously you've got Zach LaVine going absolutely insane in this game. And that was really good to see. Just from the standpoint of maybe he can start to feel a little bit more comfortable now. Like he didn't have to score 42, but just having a good shooting game where he's getting them up and he's knocking down shots, you would hope maybe that will lead to him, feeling more comfortable in that offense. And the fact that he got 42 in that situation was crazy.
He got 42 and it looked easy. It didn't, it didn't look crazy until the fourth quarter. Then it looked a little crazy when he scored like 18 or whatever it was.
Yeah, 18 in 5 minutes.
Yeah, in 5 minutes. Man. It's like, all right, this is a little ridiculous. Because at the beginning of in the first quarter, it was like, yo, bro was just hitting shots. Like he like, all right, he's in a rhythm. Like he's in that flow. Like, all right, perfect. And that's really just what it kind of was. Quarter for the first quarter, the second quarter. The third quarter, I think, is where he missed his only three. And that was kind of the one where, you could hear the Golden One Center like rumbling a little bit. What's going on here? And he opens the fourth quarter up, and like they put the game away in 5 minutes. I don't even think DeMar and some of the other guys even played the fourth quarter. And
Sabonis played either. You might have.
No, I no. Truthfully, I don't think they did. I can pull up that fourth quarter look
started with Valanciunas
real quick. Yeah, no DeMar, no Keegan, no Domas. None of those guys played in the fourth quarter.
Good.
Zach LaVine and Malik Monk played 5 minutes.
Good.
And that was it. Yeah, Zach LaVine put him to bed. But the point was he looked it didn't look like something he was like where he was going crazy and he was hitting, one leg fade away over the back shots. He just looked comfortable taking open shots. And that's what you want. Like that's a good look. It's what we were talking about yesterday. We know that Zach is a potentially elite offensive player. It's why hasn't he been able to get into that groove here? I can't remember the number. I feel like it was 26%. It was something bad shooting from three, which was the number Kings fans were looking at like, wait, he was shooting 41% before he got here. Like, what happened? And now you find, you have a game like last night where I think he was 8 of 9 from three. And okay, all right. Did we find a groove here? Did we catch a heater? What exactly do we have here? And it's hard for me. You tell me, because this it's kind of what we all been waiting for. I don't really know what to take away from this because it's not. I felt like it was, Zach LaVine. Some of the other guys shot well. The team shot crazy from three. I think it was 50-something%. But like, okay, is this what we were looking for on Friday? Like in terms of the flow of the offense, in terms of the way guys are moving, is this what we were looking for on Friday and didn't get? Or was this a team feeling who was able to get going? Ball had energy, as they say, and they were going against a really bad team who I think has lost their last two games by like 9.
Oh, jeez. The Hornets are crazy. I got a question that I want to ask you, to ask the insiders. I want to ask you in a little bit. But I think all things played a part into it. We heard two things stuck out to me listening to the guys after the game. It was more so on the post game, so I'm not sure what was said on the press conferences. But on the post game, Zach LaVine's talking to Dusamo, and he's talking, and DeMar comes over after I think DeMar was the one who lit the beam. And he comes over and he's like, oh, yeah, big dog, like all this other stuff. And he's like, yeah, we've been telling you, shoot the ball. Mm-hmm. And that was one. And then they're talking to Malik Monk later, and Malik is like, yeah, man, we've been telling him, shoot that thing.
It's about goddamn time, I think is what Malik said. I think Malik said that twice.
He said, shoot the ball. Mm-hmm. And it feels like, we don't know, but it feels like kind of like what we speculated yesterday. That might have been a good part of what was talked about, in these behind closed doors meetings or in practices. Yeah. Zach, shoot the ball. Like, that's what you're here for. Don't be you're not stepping on anybody's toes. We'll let you know if you're shooting too much or you're being too aggressive or something like that. But get in here and shoot the basketball like you know how to. Be aggressive at the very least, And you have that aspect to it. And then Malik also talked about how the practice mattered. And I think you brought up a good point. I think James did too. We talked about the All-Star break. And yeah, they'll get into the practice gym a little bit more. And he's like, well,
not
they
how the All-Star
legally
break
can't even
Yeah.
see these guys until like, well, I think it was Wednesday or
Wednesday.
something like that. So a lot of the time that they had off wasn't in the practice gym. They had a practice maybe on Thursday. Well, we don't know if they had one on Wednesday.
They had a gathering on Wednesday, we believe.
Yeah. Thursday they had a practice. They played Friday, got beat up. But then they had back-to-back practices, and Malik talked about in that post game, it was good for us to get in that gym. You know, and he goes, yeah, you know, it was good to get in that practice gym, you know. So, you know, everybody needs to know, we'll understand where to go and everything, like Zach, like Jonas, like LaBravia, like Markel. It's like, damn, how many new players did they have? And you forget they had like 4 new players that were supposed to be a part of this whole thing that maybe didn't even know where to go on certain sets.
Yeah.
So is everything fixed? Absolutely not. There's still some work to do, but it was good for them to see, it was good to see them get out there and be able to implement some of the things they've probably worked on in practice in a game situation and see it in a successful results.
Zach LaVine acknowledged in the post-game press conference that the adjustment's been tough. You know, the adjustment to, it was like, I've been traded before. I've never been traded in the season before. So, you know, trying to get acclimated. Of course, he's got, you know, the kids, the new kids. And, you know, you're trying to figure out this offense. Like, you're not here just to, you know, finish out the season. You're not here on, you know, a Washington Wizards-like team. You're not here on a Boston Celtics-like team. You're here where they have expectations of you to help kind of turn this thing a little bit. Not a drastic turnaround. I think anybody expecting a drastic turnaround was being foolish, but like a more consistent run here. And that's tough. That's probably where a lot of the well, I don't want to step on toes things come from. Oh, I'm not going to shoot, or I'm going to make the extra pass to Domas or the extra pass to Keegan or whatever. That's probably where a lot of that stuff comes from. And, you know, to hear him acknowledge, like, and I think it was Matt that asked it, like, yeah, it's been tough. Like, it's tough. You normally guys just, it's the business. It's what we got to do. Like, normally you just hear lines. Yeah, but he acknowledged it's been tough. Hopefully last night helps him in the transition now to the rest of the season, where it's like, look, we can do this. You know, the last game that you had where you played that well, scored that well at least, was the Pelicans game, which is tainted because you lost that one. So now you have one where not only you play well, but you blow a bad team out, and you're going up against another bad team on a Wednesday. Yeah. And then your schedule is going to get a little tougher. So hopefully this helps settle him down here a little bit. I do feel like there are a couple of different angles to talk about with this game, because I took some time this morning. I really wanted to watch Minnesota, Oklahoma City, because I'm so confused as to what the hell happened last night. So confused. But I wound up going back and looking at a little bit of DeMar's game against Dallas. And I kind of had a compare and contrast thing with Zach LaVine's 42 last night versus DeMar's 42 against Dallas. So we'll touch on that. It wasn't a perfect game. We got to keep an eye on Keon Ellis. There's a lot of stuff to watch. And then you mentioned the promotion for the next game. That's a conversation as well. Trysta Krick will be here today. Jason Jones will be with us today. We are thrilled that you are with us. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Guess what I watched last night?
Not The Office.
You're right.
It's easy.
I thought about it after. I was like, I'm watching this, and could be watching an episode of The Office, but I actually watched this. I watched Raw last night. I didn't get through the whole thing. I got through like the first hour just because I had to go watch some college basketball. But started off with Logan and CM Punk.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
Was it really?
Yeah, good stuff. Logan's pretty damn good at this. I don't know where to rank. I don't want to say like I don't look at him the way I look at Jacob Fatu, but Logan's pretty good. Logan he says he's full-time now too. Pretty good. Yeah.
No Jade, I take it.
I didn't get that. I don't think so, because I probably would have saw it on Twitter. But I didn't get that far. The Bianca and Naomi were fighting in a tag team match last night, and I didn't get there yet. So, but yeah, it was. I saw Gunther, and he did his thing.
You hate Gunther.
I don't hate Gunther, but I probably haven't given him a fair shot either. And he talks a little bit more than I realized. And the first hour of the show was good. It was good. Maybe my expectations are really, really low, but it was good. I think for me also and I didn't watch Raw on YouTube TV before. Just being able to get through like the broadcast, it just feels like a little quicker. Like that helps too, because they had a match against somebody I'd really care less about. Just zoom through. I put a mental note in my head. 10 minutes. I'll fast forward 10 minutes, and then I was done. I wish Cracker Jack. I don't know if
that was inappropriate. Oh. You want to talk about your team, man? Get in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk line open for you, 916-909-1320. Trysta Krick will be with us at 2 o'clock. Jason Jones will be with us coming up about 3:20 or so. Phone lines open for you all day. Shout out to everybody in the chatty house, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. We appreciate you so much. What was different about last night's Kings game? Was it, obviously we kind of just laid out the story of the game as Zach LaVine for sure. By the way, if you were on Prize Picks, you had multiple ways that you could go. You could lean in on Zach LaVine having a big game, or you could lean in on Domantas Sabonis having a big game. I chose wrong. Still wasn't the one that killed me though, because I had DeMar at the +8 rebounds and assists. I was like, my man,
that was sneaky. Yeah.
the one that killed me, because I was low key yesterday. I
Mhm.
was like, just give me the 2 or the 3 and I'm good.
Yeah.
They had Bam at 14.5 versus Atlanta.
Points,
Yes,
and he didn't get it.
14.
Oh, those are always the worst.
That hurt.
Yeah, those are always the worst. I had a
I'm
couple
having
of those
too
last
many
week.
of those.
I had a couple of those last week.
That hurt.
Yeah, that's always the worst. You could have been better than me. I had Zach LaVine less than 7.5 3-pointers attempted.
Oops. Well, yeah, that's tough.
He made 7.
He did. He made 8, didn't he?
I think he attempted like 6 in the first half. I was like, well, this ain't gonna work. LaMelo saved me. He couldn't. DeMar saved me. He couldn't. Sabonis couldn't either.
Yeah,
Tragic.
Zach LaVine finished 8 of 9 and destroyed Kenny's prize picks. That's all right. We live to fight another day.
We live to fight that. I'm ready to go again.
You know
tonight.
why I can't be one of the million reasons I can't be a gambler is when I lose like that, it's like one basket, make a free throw, bam, and I'm good. Is inevitably when I set the lineup tonight, I'll probably add like a couple extra picks. Be like, oh,
you trying to recoup?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you
It's
can't
not
go
good.
chasing the money. Can't go chasing it.
Let's get TC in here, man. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
Oh, whoa. TC,
What's
why
up,
you,
TC?
TC, why are you talking to me like that?
Hey, listen, hey, I'm ready for 102.5 late night.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. All right. I guess he over here rehearsing.
You know, I love y'all, bro, for sure. Hey, we looked good last night, though. I'm glad that Zach. Well, not saying that he found himself because a few games ago he did, but to see that, to embrace the fans, I think we got something in Markelle Fultz, bro. He young enough. Kenny, what is he, D-Lo? What is he, 26?
Yeah. 26. Yep.
Like, bro, Jake the Snake, JV. Like, bro, we got a squad, bro. We just got to stay focused and keep going. So, like, the whole not saying that y'all said tanking, bro, but, like, anybody that got that mind frame, bro, is silly to me. That's all I got.
All right.
I
It's one of TC's stranger calls.
I understand the people that talk about tanking. Like I'll ask you a question. Well, I'll ask it right now. Well, no, I'll wait till later because I want to hear what you got to say before we went to break. But
You can ask right now.
well, I asked the insiders the question,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I know which direction you'll go, but I want to ask you anyway. And I'll ask everybody else out there. 916-909-1320. Hit us up there. Hit us in the chatty house. Wherever you want to talk to us, because I want to know how you feel. Would you guys rather be the Kings right now or the Hornets?
Kings.
Even with the King, we've said a number of well, you said Jesse agrees. I understand. I don't know if but you said the Kings have no future. You'd still rather be the Kings.
Yeah.
I'd rather be the Kings too.
Does Charlotte have a future?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what Charlotte's. Charlotte's just kind of playing basketball, no purpose, the last 20 years.
I agree.
Damn.
True.
Damn.
Well, no, I agree, but they've stripped it down. I mean, I guess since Kimba, since they didn't make the playoffs with Kimba, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
They stripped it down. They're gonna rebuild all this other stuff.
Mhm.
That's what some people want.
Yeah.
That's what people say. Blow this whole thing up. I know the prize, what everybody's thinking of is OKC. Yeah, I feel like OKC is I don't want to say the exception because I think other teams do that, but I think there's more Hornets out there than OKCs.
Is there such thing as rebuilding anymore without tanking too?
It's hard
even a
because I was
thing?
going to bring up Detroit. I think it's hard.
Detroit hadn't been in the playoffs in 8 years, I think.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. Like I think it's hard to kind of hit that high level of rebuild without a top draft pick. And you look at Cade, there's Houston is kind of fascinating because they didn't tank, they retooled real quick
Mhm.
and turned over and got going.
Yeah.
Could the Kings pull that off? I don't know. Maybe. They had commodities they could sell off, though. I don't know that the Kings do. That's a big difference. But I feel like, excuse me, I'm sorry. I feel like you need Cade.
Yep.
You need Paolo. You need Chet. SGA. That was Oklahoma City. That's a completely different. It's almost not even a fair category. Like they had a playoff team. They had a legit playoff team with 2 superstars on it that they landed, and credit to Sam Presti, for making that decision essentially immediately. We've got perhaps the greatest hostage situation in professional sports with Paul George. The Clippers are desperate for no other reason than they feel like they're inferior to the Los Angeles Lakers. And there was this story that I would bet Kenny's entire life fortune on it that wasn't true about Kawhi Leonard going to the Lakers. I had heard for over a year before the Toronto trade he was going to Los Angeles. He was going to play for the Clippers. All of that stuff that happened with the helicopter following him and all, he was not signing with the Los Angeles Lakers. But he knew the Clippers were desperate. And they said, get me Paul George. So Doc Rivers sold this whole thing about we're not just trading for Paul George, we're trading for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. That's a load of crap, but it's what they had to tell themselves to get this done. Sam Presti, in that moment, made the decision, we're no longer a team that can contend. We might be a playoff team. If we can start over, I can sell high on Russell Westbrook right now. And that's what he did. He didn't wait months. He didn't wait 40 games into the season. He said, now. I can do it right now. And that's where all of these picks came from. That's where SGA came from. That's how all of this Oklahoma City thing was formed. It wasn't a long, drawn-out process. It was one singular offseason and a desperate and insecure Los Angeles Clippers team that set that in motion.
Yeah.
The Pistons are a completely different animal. Right. Orlando, different. OKC they probably shouldn't even be in this conversation.
Yeah.
Though they did build through the draft
and
a young player.
You have teams like the Hornets. You got teams like Orlando, and they've done a good job getting Powell. But like you mentioned, they got that number 1 pick. They got that guy. They got, a guy that's a franchise guy. They were able to get that. You could be Atlanta, who got the number 1 pick last year, and that's not a franchise guy.
Yeah.
Washington, who got the number 2 pick, and that's not a franchise guy.
Right.
So there's a level of fortune to it. You also talk about you could be Utah. We're going to see them tomorrow.
Right.
What is Utah doing?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's
no
like,
clue.
They're trying to get, they're tanking and get Cooper Flag. All right, well, what if they don't get Cooper Flag?
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Harper is good too. I like him. I like Ace Bailey and those guys. But even then, like Portland got Scoot Henderson. He was can't miss. They're still maybe two years away from being where the Kings are today.
I feel like they're maybe
maybe a year away.
They don't have I feel like they're a player away that links all of this together.
That's probably the hardest thing to find.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like SGA was able to grow into that role as the guy in Oklahoma City, and you continue to draft well. You continue to draft well in all of those drafts around SGA. The Pistons were the team that were like, we've got money, we're gonna pay. You could laugh. They went and got Tobias Harris. That's not nothing.
Malik Beasley.
Yeah, you went and you got guys who are veterans who could help young teams. And the Kings have not had the ability to navigate that road. They tried it. I think this is what they were trying the year that they signed Vince, Zebo, and the one that probably makes the least sense is George Hill. And it didn't work. because they wanted a certain direction and then changed it. And I think a lot of those, I know a lot of those vets felt, I don't want to say betrayed. That's kind of a strong word, but it's like, this isn't what you told us. That team was supposed to be, maybe not to this level. The Pistons. That's what all those years ago, that's what that team was supposed to be. You asked Vince Carter, you asked Garrett Temple, you asked all of those guys. George Hill, Kings fans hate George Hill for this. He just said what they told him out loud. They told us we were competing. They told us we were trying to go out there and win games. Less than 40 games into it, whether I don't know who they are, whether it's the front office or the coaching staff or ownership or a combination of the three, we're like, yeah, that's not what we're going to do. Yo, that was tough for those guys. Yeah. But that's what they thought they were doing. And the Kings have not had the ability to navigate that, to navigate those waters. And it's difficult. I didn't expect Detroit to be able to do it, and they did. So credit to them. Sam Presti has been brilliant in navigating all of this through the years. So credit to them. Charlotte's just stuck.
And that's
that Mitch Kupchak running this team a year ago. They've been bouncing back and forth with coaches. They've had Steve Clifford, I think, as their coach twice. Oh man, that's as bad as us.
And that's the thing that I thought about as the game progressed last night, about like the whole just strip everything down argument that people have to make. Like, yeah, you might be, and I just use OKC because they're successful. You laid out perfectly how they were extenuating circumstances to their rebuild, but just for argument's sake, yeah, you could be OKC, but you could be Charlotte too. Are you okay with that roll of the dice? Or would you want, like, yeah, this isn't a championship team. At best, they've got the second round ceiling, but then it feels like the floor is higher. Like, you're never going to be at Charlotte. You may just be stuck in the play-in, maybe find yourself in a playoff series, and build with that and try to maneuver around that, as opposed to stripping everything down and trying to rebuild something that may not ever work. I understand both arguments. I'd want to be the Kings too, the Kings today, as opposed to the Hornets. I understand the want to rebuild, but that's a risky proposition. It's a lot more risky than people, I think, give it credit for.
Well, yeah, it can, like, yes, rebuild is just used as a generic term of like, oh, we're just going to start over. And the thing with the Kings were in a constant state of rebuild for a decade and a half. The problem is they never built anything. And part of that, I think, is never mind. I was going to say they didn't have a top draft pick, but it turns out they did.
They had opportunities. No, it's just next time take
Lillard. Jesse, they drafted Marvin Bagley.
I didn't bring that one up. You did. I said
that's
Dame Lillard.
The one to bring up. Like, if we're gonna have this you have to have a stud to build around, right? You chose wrong.
But you had other opportunities where you didn't have a top pick, where you could have took players that turned out to be greats. Like, it's not just, you need a top pick to make this work.
Yeah, and I agree, because the killer right now, well, there's two of them. Is number one, you don't know when your next pick is going to be. So you've got to guard against that. And the one that you recently have is just looking a little iffy right now. I'll say that.
It's not looking iffy.
He's still rookie. He's still a rookie.
No, that's fine. But right now, this minute, there's nothing iffy about it. He looks bad.
Yeah.
It's not iffy. Now, it doesn't mean he can't get better. It doesn't mean that he can't use, an off season to become a basketball player. But February 25th, there's nothing iffy about the Devin Carter pick.
Right. But so you've got that, and you passed up on guys, and you don't because Jesse's talking about, the pick doesn't have to be a top pick. You just have to find a great player. Like, one of the things with Houston is Sengun is their all-star.
Yeah.
Sengun was like 12 or 13.
Jared McCann was on his way to being rookie of the year until he tore his meniscus. It looked like.
What was he, 18?
Yeah.
You've got to find the player. I think, what was the other player I was thinking about in my head? I just can't remember it right now. But
Jaden Ivey, never mind. Sorry.
But those guys are littered throughout the draft process. You just can't miss as much as the Kings have missed. Tyrese Halliburton is one. Tyrese was the 10th pick, 11th, 12th,
I believe.
Yeah,
somewhere around.
like you You can find your guy there. You just have to have the picks. And for the most part, they haven't had the picks to the last 3. Or no, they have because Keegan was the pick. What year? The year before Keegan, they didn't have the pick, I guess.
Where did that pick go?
That was
where was Davion?
It was David. What year didn't they pick? Was it before Davion?
There isn't a year that they haven't picked, is it?
Because it's just been in succession. Halliburton, Davion, Keegan,
Devin Carter. No, Devin Carter wasn't last year.
It was that year then. They didn't have the pick.
Where the hell did the pick go?
I can't remember what happened with it.
Did Vlade trade it? God damn it. Let's get Daniel in here. 916-909.
The Holmes trade. Thank you. That's when they
to move off that salary.
Prosper was the guy they drafted, but they traded him.
Yeah, to move off that contract.
Yeah.
I said Daniel, right? Let's get Daniel in here. 916-909-1320 Oak Grove Kia Talk Line. Daniel, what's up, man?
Hello, Casey. Hey, just the question be, what is this owner willing to do? And after 8 years, you kind of know this owner and this front office. They want to make the playoffs and pass the playoffs. I don't think they have a clue what they want to do. Personally, a rebuild. I don't want to see a rebuild under Vivek and this front office. I don't trust them to do it right.
I absolutely don't want to see it under this front office. Absolutely not.
No, and personally, I mean, you know, where they are now, they're dead in the water. You know, they're not even going to make the playoffs. I don't think we have to worry about tanking. I think this team is bad enough that in the next month or so they're going to tank hard, and that's not even going to be a question anymore.
Are you talking about the Kings? You think the Kings you think the Kings record is going in the toilet?
Oh, they're going to go in the toilet hard.
Oh, I don't think I agree with that, Daniel. I don't think I agree with that. When you say tanking, like you are purposely putting not putting your best players out there with the hopes of losing a handful more games to get you a better draft pick. The Sacramento Kings are not doing that this year. I think what Daniel was trying to say is the Kings are just going to be bad over this final stretch. You cannot feel great about this. They're not going to be that bad to make even a remote impact on this draft.
I don't think so.
They are not going to be that bad.
I don't think so.
Like I think some people forget there are really bad teams in the NBA right now. We saw one of them last night. The Wizards have 10 wins. They just got their 10th win. 50-something games into the season, the Washington Wizards just got their 10th win. Charlotte's sitting at 14. They've lost the last 2 games by like 90-something points. The Raptors have 18. The Philadelphia 76ers, for the love of God, have 20 victories. And Paul George admitted last night, this isn't a playoff team. We've shown no signs of consistency whatsoever. They're 3 games out of the 10th spot, for God's sake. And the 10th spot in the West is 23 victories. A reminder, the Kings are at 29. They're not going to lose enough games.
To get into the top 10, right now the Kings are 13, and like in reverse order, right?
Yeah.
To get into the top 10, they'd have to start being worse than Phoenix, Miami, San Antonio.
Phoenix is 27 wins. Miami is 26. San Antonio is 24.
Kings are just an average team right now. They're just probably
They're
going to
29 and
500. Yeah, they're
28.
going to hover 500 the rest of the year. Like, they're just average. It doesn't look great, but they're just average.
I'm no Will Z here, but by the numbers, that is exactly what they are.
Like, they probably won't fall off. Like, this is what it is.
And I don't care. Like, if they're a 41-41 team, or something that we can talk about as the day progresses, like moving up, but in the 7, 8, 9 spot. But if they're a 41-41 team and they win 2 games to get to the playoffs, I don't care.
I definitely don't care.
I'll take that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Now, the postmortem on the conversation after they, after the series with Oklahoma City or Denver or whatever, assuming that they lose, is like, okay, we can have that conversation about what the future looks like, but you just get this team to the playoffs. I'm fine. More than anything else, it puts this God-blessing Kevin Huerter trade to bed forever. Yeah. Make the playoffs and put this stupid Huerter trade. This is look, people get their jokes off. This is very Vlade Divac-like. You clown the dude for his front office moves. It's fine. But just remember, the Sacramento Kings are currently paying for a trade for a player who is no longer on this team.
Now, for accuracy's sake, they don't have to make the playoffs to get rid of that pick. It's top 12 protected. Right now, they're not in the playoffs. Well, I mean, it's the play-in situation. So I get what you're saying. But they're 13th. The pick would be gone right now.
Okay. Well, so if numbers held, the pick would be gone.
And and I think it's.
I just want the pick gone.
That's the bottom line, right? But I think, because you tell me if I'm right on this one. It's just about how you finish the season, correct? Like if they finish 13 right here, 13th worst record, and they're in the play-in and they make the playoffs, or they miss the playoffs. Let's do that. They don't make the playoffs. The pick would still convey because they're 13th. That's where they were at the end of the season, right? It doesn't matter.
No, I don't think it conveys until the lottery.
Got you.
Like
so
their odds, they'll take their, and I don't think I have this.
They
wrong.
wouldn't be in the lottery if they made the playoffs.
They're
correct.
Right. You're not in the lottery if you make the playoffs, but you're in the lottery if you make the play-in. So right.
That's
you're in the lottery if you make the play-in because assuming you don't make the playoffs.
Yes.
Those odds are taken to the lottery. If they, what'd you say? It's top 12 protected.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're 13th. So if they moved up in the lottery, they keep it. They keep the pick.
I wonder
if it went chalk and they drafted 13th or 14th or whatever, they lose.
I wonder if the playoff. I don't know if the playoffs matter. I think it's the end of the season, because if you're the 10th seed, you got the 10th best record in the NBA, but you make the playoffs through the play-in, you're out of the lottery. And say you beat the 7th seed and the 7th seed didn't make it, then they're in the lottery, even though they have a better record.
Yeah, because you didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, the lottery teams, unless I forgot how this works, the lottery teams are the non-playoff teams.
Okay.
A team that loses in the play-in is like the Kings were not a playoff team last year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got you. You're probably 100% correct.
Or 100% wrong. Who
the
knows?
hell knows?
That's the beauty of this show.
We'll see. The Kings might have the pick. They might not.
We speak with no authority. We just sit here and talk.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct. Yeah.
I don't even know what was the purpose of this again, to determine whether the Kings pick has gotten rid of.
Yeah, because
it's not.
It always says top 12 protected. So
and the lottery's
14.
14.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever, man. This game wasn't perfect. We'll come back. Neither was this conversation.
Well, we got somebody on the line. Hang on that line. Who's that on the line?
I don't know.
Who wants to talk about
Disco Tim.
Disco
Tim.
Disco Tim. Hold on, because Disco Tim, we're gonna transition a little bit, bro.
Yeah, Disco Tim. Yeah. Don't hang up, man. We want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'd be surprised if I'll be surprised if the 76ers don't announce while we're on the air that Joel Embiid is out for the year.
What's the point at this point?
Yeah, I don't even know.
If y'all think talking about large money, what's the point? I'm feeling it.
You know, this is a weird thing to say out loud. Who wrote this? Dave McMenamin. The way that the Mavericks have handled this Luka Doncic thing has really made me want to root for Luka. Like, I want the dude to like get in shape.
Is this Bret Hart and Stone Cold double turn right here?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it might be.
Like Luka's just caught in the sharpshooter and just bleeding.
Yep. Refusing to give up. He passed out from the pain.
Like Damien said, it always just ties in with wrestling.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for him to get some things together. I the thing that caught my eye, they had it on Hoop site, but I clicked on the article and this was noticeable if you saw it. We saw it. We had it on live. Was the Luka Doncic press conference, and McMenamin explained that Luka was still like the Lakers recognized that Luka was like still really shocked about what happened. So they kept the press conference really basic. Anytime they've done anything like this, it's been a huge pomp and circumstance thing.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do that because they knew he might not be feeling it yet. So they just put him out there with Rob Pelinka. And that was it. It was like, that's the press conference. And I mean, that's pretty astute by the Los Angeles Lakers to recognize they may have acquired, a prize, but that prize is a little bit stunned by what happened.
The one thing I'll say about the Mavericks, like they don't have to keep like talking about it and saying a bunch of stuff. But as far as like they've even like feeling like rooting for Luka, we don't know how many times they told him this. Like, bro, get it together. Like, we're asking you to, and we don't know how he was, like how he reacted. He could have said, fuck you. I'm gonna do what I want to do. Like, bro, we're telling you, you got to get in shape, man. Fuck you talking about? I ain't hearing that. And they're all right. So I don't know. Like, I could see Luka blowing them off a little bit when they asked him to do certain things. But I don't know. I hope Luka gets in shape just because he's a great ball player.
We went with a Sprite for lunch today, Kyle.
You got a Dr. Pepper in there?
No, we went with a Sprite. He was asking about Dr. Pepper.
Gotcha.
There's nothing wrong with Dr. Pepper, by the way. I learned we got the fruit punch Shastas in the back of the fridge too. It's not just grape and orange.
Man, the stuff I have had to search on Kyle Matson's Twitter account is brutal. Absolutely. If Kyle Matson ever looks at his Twitter search history, it is all from this show, and man, it is tough.
What do we got on there?
Some stuff I'm not even comfortable saying out loud, but remember the Grady Dick
audio? That was a crazy one.
Well, yeah, I couldn't find it at first, so I had to search what Ryan Hollins said.
Yeah, Kyle's in here. Your Twitter search history on that computer is looking kind of crazy.
Got Draymond Green mixtape in here. Got Draymond Green referee in here. Oh, this one's tough. Yeah, this was the.
What else you got in there?
I ain't even going to do that one either. Nah, that's tough. Just sorry about that.
Was it the Steve Smith?
No, no. It's the Raptors again in Grady Dick, but it's a weird combination of words.
What's the words?
Well,
play the game. What's the words?
I don't know. Does this have to be text?
Well, it says. Well, remember, I was searching for the clip, so I searched Dick Raptors. I was trying to.
Oh my God.
Sounds wrong. It's a flag.
Thank you.
It's a flag.
Thank you.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I found the clip. I'm sorry, Kyle.
Poor Kyle. He gonna have to get a new account.
No, poor Kyle. He's gonna
he's gonna deactivate it.
He's gonna have to explain some things to his wife.
Maybe too.
Well, it is a work computer. Let's get Disco Tim in here. I know Disco Tim is feeling good. 916-909-1320. Disco Tim, what's happening, baby?
Hey, did I win?
Sure.
Am I the 13th caller?
No, you're the third.
You won tickets to the Wu-Tang Clan just to piss off Manny.
Hey, you guys kind of stole my thunder because the Kings are a mediocre team. It's kind of special being a fan of the Kings. It's I couldn't even imagine being a fan or even putting myself to root for another team. And I've been around this for a long time. It kind of sucks, but I think right now we're in a very hopeful situation, and to have talks about breaking it down to maybe get another Marvin Bagley, that's just crazy. That's crazy. And I just want to say one last thing. I want to say how much I appreciate you guys. And I want to say to the rest of the Kings fans, don't boo De'Aaron Fox. Don't boo De'Aaron Fox when he comes back. It's like dating a beautiful girl in high school that decided she didn't want to be with you, and now you're going to go behind her back and talk a bunch of crap. Don't be that guy.
Okay.
Don't be that, because the rest of her girls look at you and think, oh, I don't want to be with that idiot.
Oh. Well, wait, are you dating your girl from high? Are you dating her girls? Disco Tim has been hurting his day. That's tough.
Minnesota Timberwolves looking at us. Yeah, we don't want to talk to them. Look how they're talking about De'Aaron Fox.
Oh man. That's
so yeah, I mean, something happened last night that it made me think, we always say Twitter isn't real life. Are we discounting Twitter a little too much? Because last night that came out of nowhere.
So for those that missed it, a graphic was put up on the big screen at the Golden One Center last night to advertise the next home game, which is Friday night, March 7th, the San Antonio Spurs and De'Aaron Fox's return. And according to everyone, that graphic was booed. I don't know. I think that was probably just like, I wouldn't expect the graphic to be cheered. I'm going to say we'll steal the PTI big deal, little deal, no deal. I'm gonna go little deal.
Does the tribute video get booed?
So Leezy says, I was there, D-Lo. People booed. I booed. Well, if Leezy's going to be there, then yes, the video will get booed. Maybe there will be a smattering of boos.
I don't know.
I'm not going to go too far, but there are people in the chat asking if De'Aaron comes alone. That person might get booed.
Keep them off the screen.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Keep them off.
Yeah, just a note to King's video people. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't think this is like a social media thing either.
I don't either.
I think this is how the fan base feels. Because like we've talked
when
about
you
this
say
before.
The fan base, you mean like if we had
just
100% of the fan base, you think more than 50% is frustrated or angry with De'Aaron Fox?
I think so. Before yesterday, I would have said no. Like they won't boo. Like they'll cheer him and stuff like that. But I was honestly kind of shocked. Kind of too crazy a word. I was like surprised at the fact that like at the arena that we're booing, because we've talked about like this topic before, not Fox and stuff, but just fans and
the
social
arena
media,
and social media.
How much
different.
that matters.
Yep.
And we've always come to the conclusion like it's not really tied in too much because not everyone's on social media. So like I was kind of surprised at the fact like they booed him there.
I think at the end of the day, when we get to March 7th, there'll be enough people that really don't want to see Fox come back here and get booed, that they'll be, what's the word I'm looking, motivated to cheer. And you'll hear more cheers in the building. But I think there's a real contingency of people, real contingency of Kings fans who are upset with De'Aaron Fox, who are looking forward to booing him when he comes to town. And it's probably more than we realized or gave it credit for. There's a lot of people who are upset. I mean, I wouldn't boo the guy, but I understand like if the thought of, You wanted out of here, man. You left, and we were trying to do something. We were trying to build something. He has his reasons for it. He said, why it was a while in the making, but you wanted out of here. Turn your back on us is what some people would say, and they feel like they need to boo for that.
We gotta stop shaming people for wanting to boo too. Like if you don't, you don't. It's fine. If you do, you do. Like you're your own. Like I don't get the whole. Oh yeah, like this Kings fan's done work. He wants to boo. Like stop shaming people because they want to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Some people want to drink Dr. Pepper.
Well,
some people want
to drink club soda. Yeah.
See if you would let
both
me finish.
Both of those people need to be committed.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What do you drink? You just Mr. Perfect drinker over here? Huh? You ain't got no flaws?
Mr. Perfect drinker. No, I keep it simple. Pepsi, Coke, orange soda, Sprite.
Boring.
I won't be committed.
Tim Duncan of soda drinkers.
That's funny. Like orange soda. What orange soda? Crush?
Crush is the best. Shasta's a good look.
Shout out Fanta.
Don't give me no. Fanta's like juice. Fanta's too.
That's how I feel about Sunkissed.
Sunkissed is kind of like that too. Crush is the best. Crush is the best. Sunkissed wasn't always like that, but Crush, Shasta, those are the two.
Mr. Perfect drinker's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
That cracked me up. But I think yeah, and then he hasn't spoken bad about Sacramento. He hasn't spoken bad about Sacramento at all. But I do think we saw it with Tyrese Halliburton. Some fans don't separate themselves from when shots are taken at the franchise.
Did Tyrese get booed?
He didn't. He didn't. But remember, people were upset that he was taking shots at the franchise. He would always be like, I love the city of Sacramento. I love it. But, whatever he would say about the franchise. And some people don't separate the two.
Mm-hmm.
And Fox, he hadn't gone in on the Kings organization, but
not publicly.
No, but he had the public comment where it was like, and it was his reality.
The problem.
It was, well, no, you saw the one where they asked him about
what are the
being
difference?
Yeah. And he's like, I could say a lot, but I won't. All right, man. All right, settle down. But people, they look at that and they take it as a shot to the city when he's not even meaning to disrespect the city or the fans or anything like that.
Would Fox be the first person to get booed for like coming back with a different team? Like I don't think this is like that big of a thing, I guess.
You know what I just noticed? Let me hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Let me make sure I'm not talking sideways here because I might have had this mixed up. No, I don't. He took that tweet about Sacramento. And now I'm the problem. He took that tweet down. The one that day we talked. He took the tweet down. Because I was like, he doesn't tweet. Let's see what he's doing. He doesn't tweet often. There's a Dragon Ball. That's a Dragon Ball Z tweet. I don't know what that is. Then he's a Spurs account retweet. Then there's a quote tweet of me and him, and then he has "Go Spurs Go" in his Sack Proud tweet, and that's it. And then I think that he's got an emoji, which I think is his reaction to the Luka tweet. But the tweet that he put out that day is gone.
And he should have took it down. And no,
I don't. So all of that to say, I don't think he gets booed.
I think there's going to be boos in the crowd.
I think Leezy will boo him.
Yeah, I think there'll be boos in the crowd, but
it won't be audible.
You'll hear a smattering of them, but I think the cheers will be louder, and the standing ovation will be louder, and that's, in my opinion, that's how it should be.
I might be grasping at straws here.
Oh, this is a good one. Sorry, Jesse. Maybe Sabonis is going to boo him.
Harrison Barnes.
Well, I forgot about that one. People probably they took it some type of way that he unfollowed Sabonis. I forgot about that.
Wait, do that again?
You think if they threw Harrison Barnes on that graphic, he gets booed?
No. Hell no.
You don't think they were just booing? Like I said, I'm probably grasping at straws. It was like maybe they're booing the Spurs coming in. Like Fox is there too, obviously, but
No, nobody else but Fox gets booed in that situation.
Okay.
They don't get cheered for sure, but they're just like, it's whatever.
You know, it would be funny if they boo Fox and popped for Harrison. That would be hilarious.
If I was Fox, I feel real salty about that.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking like Austin level 1998 pop for Harrison Barnes.
They
and Vicky Guerrero heat for De'Aaron Fox.
Dom Mysterio.
For Fox, do we get like some "Let's Go Cena sucks" type of thing when they're announcing them? Some halfway boos, halfway cheers for him. I'm not sure like how it's.
I don't think
it's
it's gonna be half.
I think.
I wish I was there to see it.
Like, look, was there a video? Like, no one got this on camera. Like,
you mean the booze?
Yeah,
it was enough for every media person to tweet. Like, yeah, this isn't.
I saw all the tweets. No, I didn't see a single video.
I think it was either Matt or Brendan who you could hear. Who you could hear? Either one of them. They got the audio, and it was like pretty quick. Like the graphic goes up and like immediately, boo. There weren't any cheers in that either, by the way.
I don't think
so. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing.
I think it's gonna be more cheers.
I can't find a video. I'm looking at Brendan's. I looked at Matt's. I don't see it.
Somebody. Man, when was it? I think it was right after the last LaVine 3. So they let it play for a little bit because everybody had that video. Maybe it was Chris
Biederman.
Watkins.
Oh, Chris Watkins is our guy.
Well, he is, but
yeah.
No, Chris is our guy. I think it was Chris.
Welcome to the Zach LaVine show. Maybe. Let's see. Hold on. I'm looking.
Somebody said
maybe.
Somebody said
maybe
specifically about the booze.
All right.
I'll find it.
I don't know. I don't think he's going to get booed. I don't even think like DeMarcus didn't get booed. Tyrese didn't get booed. I don't think De'Aaron's going to get booed.
It was Brendan.
It was.
Yeah.
What's the tweet?
Kings continuing to run it up in garbage time. Also happened to catch G1C teasing March 7th game. So
oh, there it is.
Those guys didn't ask to leave.
Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. No. Okay. They booed.
The difference between those two, they didn't ask to leave.
Yeah, but he's the most polarizing player this franchise has ever seen.
Talking about
DeMarcus.
He was, except for I believe, except for the people that were in that building.
Yeah,
you were probably there.
No, I agree. Like I feel like the people in the building were different than people. Mm-hmm. There were definitely DeMarcus detractors inside the building, but they didn't like boo him, like you know what I mean. Like he's still wearing a Sacramento Kings uniform. He got love. Most of those detractors lived elsewhere. You could find probably all of them at the Capitol January 6th. They just got out recently. So things are looking up for those DeMarcus detractors.
Yeah. So I wonder if all this is like cotton Fox off guard, like, oh man, I don't want to be the bad guy. And I did, like, I would have said to him if I was an advisor or a family friend or whatever, like, you got to be prepared. Like, some people aren't going to like this.
Well,
like you're going to be booed. Like, you can't be taken aback by what? Like, people aren't happy. I did everything the right way. No, you left. That's the bottom line. And some people are not going to be happy about that.
Yeah.
So you got to be prepared. You're going to get booed. It may not be the overwhelming reaction. It may be 70, 30, 64. But yeah, you're going to hear some boos. I don't know anybody that is asked out of a city that gets 100% applause when they come back. That's impossible.
Different. Did he publicly ask out?
No, but we all know what it was. And he has his reasons for it. I'm not even saying his reasons were wrong, but he let it be known. You do something, I don't want to be here. He let that be known privately. When everything was hitting the fan, he made sure to get that out publicly. That's what he said. And he has his reasons. That's fine. Like, you can have your reasons and they're completely understandable, but that doesn't mean you didn't do what you did.
Gotcha.
And some people, I don't look at that and be like, I boo this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Some people might, though. You've got to be, all I'm saying is you got to be prepared for that.
Let's get Phil here real quick. Well, okay, we'll get back to that. Let's get Phil in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Phil?
Hey, what's going on, man? I agree with Kenny, but I hope I don't get booed by the Chatty House. But yeah, I think people are gonna. He didn't want to be here.
I got you. Chatty House is pretty ruthless, by the way. Like, you could.
What are you?
You could save a burning apartment full of kittens, and the Chatty House would be.
And what's going on, Phil? You trying to ask to go to another station? You trying to call another? Is that what's happening? If that's the case, boo this man.
Well, they're booing him right now. See what our man mascot can say.
I love you, Phil. I love you, big dog.
Matt, what's up, brother?
Hey, so I was there last night, so of course I heard the boos that we're all talking about, that, you know, the media guys were posting on Twitter and everything. And like, I would say, like, I mean, people booed. I wouldn't say it was the majority of the crowd, and it wasn't really full of like vitriol, but it wasn't just a few people. You know, it was probably like 30% of the crowd, and it was the end of the game. They're blowing them out. LaVine's, you know, making every shot, so people were feeling good and all that kind of stuff. We haven't had a good game like that in a while, so, you know, it could have been some of that. My personal feeling is that, you know, when that game comes around next week or whenever it is, that, like, you know, he'll get some boos, you'll be able to hear it. I don't think it'll be the majority, because, like, I just don't feel like the energy is like there. Like, to me, going too far would be like, if it's the kind of like he gets booed every time he touches the ball, like, I don't think any of the stuff that happens has like really warranted that. Like, that stuff you save for like
Buddy Hield,
or exactly, or Spencer Hawes, or like that. Like, when you disrespect the city, like, that's different. But like this like internal like drama with the front office and stuff, like, I mean, we know we've been complaining about the front office for a month or more now. Like, we all see it, so I don't 100% blame him. I mean, I'm not happy. I wish he was still here, but like, I'm not. And you know me from my other fandom. Like, I'm not ready to like scream at him over like, this isn't that.
Yeah. Right. No, I got you. We appreciate you, Matt. Thanks, man.
And I think what Matt said is
that's
also
more than I thought, though. That's more than I thought.
Well, and then what he said though also was, I think, a key in the situation as well is they've got the bench guys in, they're blowing them out by 30. People are loose. People are feeling good. People are in more of a jovial,
little lubricated. Couple drinks in, we feeling good.
Yeah, and even those who aren't, they're in more of a relaxed, joking mood, and that goes, hey, boo, boo.
So I wonder how much of that. I wonder how much of the booze was that yesterday.
I think
probably a lot.
Yeah, I think some of that played a part in it. Like, if they would have,
if I was there and we were up 40, I would have booed Kenny.
Why I get booed?
I don't know. They just put a graphic of Kenny up there sitting courtside with Vivek. I'd have been like, boo.
So I think some of that played a part. That was a good point by him. That some of that played a part into that immediate reaction. I do believe March 7th, he's called, you know, during the starting lineup. It'll be, I'd even say probably 70-30, 80-20 cheers for De'Aaron Fox. Tribute video plays, which should happen. It's going to be like all cheers at that point. I don't think anybody boos during the tribute video.
I don't think he's a villain.
I don't think anyone's going to be emotional about the tribute video either. I mean, I think there's a few, you know, Fox fans out there, like real, like diehard De'Aaron Fox fans. But I don't think anyone's going to be like emotional over it. And just like, all right,
standing O.
We got a game to win. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Where does he fall now amongst like the all-time great Kings?
He was tracking towards one.
Yeah, that's the thing. We always talked about it. Now it just kind of abruptly ended.
He's three. He's three.
Chris and
Mitch. I always waffled when he was here and things happened. I I had him at possibly ahead of Mitch, but
DeMarcus,
he could be 2.
I'll
He
die.
could be 2.
Yeah, go ahead.
DeMarcus doesn't make that top 3 just because he didn't make playoffs.
I'll die on the hill that DeMarcus is 2.
DeMarcus ahead of Mitch.
DeMarcus was the best at
I
his
feel
position
like
at
Mitch
one
was
point.
great here. Is Mitch's Hall of Fame career in Sacramento?
Yes.
It is.
Yes. Now, where people remember him and like, oh, that's Mitch Richmond for TMC. Run TMC. They played together like 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm. And how long did Mitch play here?
I think like 5 years. I want to say 5 or 6.
He was an Olympian here. He was
All-Star
Dream Team
MVP.
2?
Dream Team 3.
3.
Dream Team 3.
There's no such thing. He was on the 3rd Pro Olympic team.
All-Star game MVP.
Yeah.
Got to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think he's like,
doesn't he hate it here though? Do we not that he don't get no heat for that?
I honestly think his thing is with Vivek.
Oh, wow, imagine that.
About
3 years with Golden State. He played 7 years with that. 91 to 98.
And then he
6-time All-Star. All those years were in Sacramento.
Is he the all-time Sacramento leading scorer? I think he is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia accolades.
I am part of this. I think we kind of dismiss Mitch's tenure a little
Maybe
too much.
Maybe.
And I like I said, I'm part of it.
Maybe.
Because I was like, Fox is too.
DeMarcus, 4-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA second team.
He won a gold medal in the FIBA World Cup.
No, he won
It was the Olympics?
in Rio.
Mm.
He did win the World Cup, but he won in Rio.
Oscar Robertson, I guess, is technically the Kings' all-time leading scorer if you're into that sort of thing. And then Jack Twyman, but Mitch is after that. He's 3rd.
Yeah,
Mitch
so
was
that's what I was saying.
Sacramento.
Mitch was 3-time All-NBA second team, 2-time All-NBA third team.
Damn.
Man.
De'Aaron Fox is the 2nd all-time leading scorer in Sacramento history, right after Mitch.
Man, the truth.
Man, I love.
This is tough.
I think the real battle might be between Cousins and Fox for 3rd.
You're right. I think you're right.
Does it come down to just how much you stock the B team 1 year?
There's probably a lot more of a battle between Chris and Mitch than we're giving it credit for.
Probably so.
Like if Mitch is if Chris is 99, Mitch is 98.5.
Yeah. The thing with Chris
like accolades alone are just insanely close.
And then the X factor goes, Chris was the driving force on multiple better teams.
Yeah. Chris made 3 All-Star games. 3? Yes, as a Sacramento King. He made 1 as a Bullet, I think. All NBA first team in 2001.
Mitch ever have a first team?
No. Second and third.
Chris
had 3 second teams, 1 third team.
Damn, so he was all NBA 4 times or 5 times?
5 times counting. Yeah, 5 times.
Wow.
5 times all NBA, 5 times.
And Mitch
All-Star.
was 4 though, huh? Or 3?
So many numbers. 4 or 3 what?
All NBA.
Mitch
regardless
was
of the team.
5.
5 times.
3 times second, 2 times third. He never had a first. Oof.
And one of the reasons he never had a first is Michael Jordan was around.
Well, that's a thing.
So, like, that was always the claim to fame.
That's why
right?
I
Like
didn't have a first, is because Michael Jordan was around.
That was always the claim to fame, right? Like Michael Jordan co-signs Mitch Richmond. He's the best two guard outside of Jordan.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I think I've talked to myself off the DeMarcus Hill. Now we'll go DeMarcus versus De'Aaron for 3.
We'll figure it
and
out.
I actually think it's DeMarcus. If I had DeMarcus at 2 and De'Aaron at 3, I have to have DeMarcus at 3 and De'Aaron at 4. I know you're trying to throw to break. Kids, we'll go to break when I'm ready.
What do you want to be all professional now? All of a sudden,
no, we'll talk about it when we get back.
1:14. Kenny Carey wants this to be all buttoned up.
We'll talk about it on the other side. Who is this guy? Give me a break. You have mastered the out.
Elimination Chambers on Saturday. I think I'm gonna watch him.
Yeah, I think I might. I don't have any
I'm intrigued
plans, so I
enough.
think I'll be able to watch it too.
I got my last anniversary this weekend before the wedding, real one, I guess.
Oh, there you go.
Been together 12 years.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, that's wild.
Concrete looks fire, by the way. Looks incredible.
Yeah, having a pull out there would be dope. We're vets out here, Manny. We're vets in this game.
Oh, wow, that's cool, Weezy. That's good stuff. Jonathan, I think we all remember the guy throwing up on the court.
I don't think anyone's ever stopped thinking about Puke Guy.
Mm-hmm. Nah, it's stamped. If I understand this correctly, stamped means it has like texture to it, right?
I don't know. Dude just told me do this, do that.
It has. So mine has the texture finish. It's not just flat and smooth. Like it has a real cool little texture to it. It was very, very dope.
You should have told me that was Matt Pierce. I would have booed his ass.
I threw it in the text message.
I just seen it. I would have booed his ass right off the air. What up, Matt? If you're watching,
shout out, Matt.
Shadow Man, my backyard already had pavers, so the pavers are there where the like the awning and stuff is, and then there was the yard. The yard is what got tore up, but I didn't touch the pavers because I wasn't gonna replace those. I'm excited, Michigan. I did have a moment yesterday where I was looking out at this. So I'd gotten home. It was like 7. Game was about to start. Realized this thing's almost done. I'm gonna be at work all fucking day.
He had a moment. He said, he just sat out there and he says, I'm fucking rich.
Out there. The city, man. Now I got a pool.
I'm rich. I'm rich as hell. Yeah.
I want to be like Dame when I grow up.
He was like John Lynch.
Oh, no, I get it. Yeah, it's the gift, right, Kenny? It's the gift. Yeah, it's perfect. I get it. Yeah.
You're such a turncoat, man. You're like the Big Show. You just turn heel like every other Monday.
The Big Show.
Is Jesse a heel or a babyface today?
Who's the heel between fans that want to boo Fox and De'Aaron Fox?
De'Aaron's the heel. De'Aaron is the heel. Like, remember when? I think we're coming back here.
I want to. You mentioned the heel and everything. I mentioned during one of the breaks. I watched Raw last night, and I see it. I see it. They are planting the seeds because they were in Cincinnati, and you know, with the new Raw, they do the arena walk-in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Cody was there. Now I didn't see him on Raw. I don't know what happened. I haven't gotten there yet. But they did the arena walk-in with Cody, and Michael Cole goes, "Oh, there's Cody Rhodes. If you saw on SmackDown, the final boss was talking to him, and now everybody's wondering, will he sell out or will he? They're already, yeah.
I think I can
That's the
buy in
move.
if he turns.
That's the move. He's
So-
gonna sell out and be the corporate champion.
Can I poke some holes in this?
Really
Sure.
not,
real
but we're hanging on by a thread here, pal.
So The Rock is a heel again?
I don't think he ever was not.
Yeah, he's a heel.
Yeah.
He was beating the hell out of Cody Rhodes, making
a year
him bleed.
ago.
Yeah, he never went back.
Yeah, when did he turn, if not?
On January 6th on that opening Raw.
That was Dwayne. That was not The Rock.
Oh, for God.
It's Mr. Johnson.
That was Dwayne.
You got to be able to differentiate. Come on.
He's going to the brown truck. He's going to the brown truck.
The guy just worked himself into a shoot.
Dwayne.
But there's no difference between working yourself into a shoot or whatever. Hulk Hogan said that one time. Zabo, what's the line?
Zabo, no. Look, this is what Dwayne has done. He's masked the line between corporate CEO and heel. And that's what's going to happen. I saw it last night. I was watching. They said specifically, bar for bar, they said, is Cody going to sell out?
This show is a joke.
That's what they said. Is he going to sell out?
That was Dwayne.
No, that's what it is.
Don't ever work yourself into a shoot, brother.
This show is. We used to be great. This show used to be great. Now we're talking about that was Dwayne.
I'm telling you, that's
it,
what he
yeah.
is. That's Dwayne when he could. That's corporate Dwayne. Corporate Rock is the offer that was given to Cody Rhodes.
We'll call him TKO Dwayne.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
The Rock's dog died, so that was terrible.
Oh,
Saw
I'm
that
sorry
on,
to hear
or I'm sorry, Dwayne. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
You're
Dwayne's
right.
dog died.
You're right.
Man.
But I saw that. I was like, oh.
So
okay.
so he did something with Seth last night.
Oh, yeah. Seth was kind of, I caught that a bit of it. Seth was kind of telling him, like, warning him, don't do what I did, like with
Yeah.
Triple H. Yeah, that was kind of the basis of his promo.
So I'm glad they're at least acknowledging it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so we're doing the authority figure again. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's where they're going, and
So
that's
then-
how Cody will go heel.
Who do you put up against
actually
Cody at
not-
WrestleMania then?
Punk.
It sure feels like
Oh, it's
a
gonna be
lot.
Cena.
It sure feels like Punk is.
It's gonna be Cena.
And we'll find out Sunday, right? Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
I think it's gonna be Cena.
Oh, yeah, this is all coming up this Saturday.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Cena because what other reason would Cena be there but to win the championship?
Just to put everyone over, maybe.
So this is what we're doing. We're putting John Cena
Whoa.
in the main event
The GOAT.
of Wrestle. That's fine. We're gonna put John Cena in the main event of WrestleMania.
You did it for Hogan and Rock.
I don't agree with it.
Well, no, you
Hogan
didn't.
was
That
still around,
wasn't actually the main event.
Oh, yeah.
Now
it's true.
we love to rewrite history,
Yeah.
but that wasn't
Jericho
the
versus
last
Triple
match.
H does not count.
That's right.
It does
That
not
was,
count.
but that was what they did.
I,
That was babyface Triple H against Chris Jericho.
I just remembered that.
yeah.
I don't know. I turn off WrestleMania after Hogan versus Rock.
That's all you. That's all you got to do.
I think that's where it's gonna go. Bryce, now I've watched 1 hour of one Raw, and I'm a wrestling expert now. What's going on?
Mhm.
But Bryce in the chat says Punk is stuck with Logan, and I think that is.
If Punk versus if that's a match at WrestleMania, that's trash.
I
Logan
think
slapped
that's
him
where it's gonna
yesterday.
be. He did.
I
They're in the
that was
elimination
open.
chamber,
Yeah.
and they're the only ones that I know of that have had a face.
So what's Roman?
He's hurt right now.
Roman's hurt.
Yeah, he's just because Seth curb stomped him with 2 feet. So
Roman Reigns.
yeah, he's been out
Seth
since.
curb stomped Roman Reigns.
He's been out since that little. What was the PLE or whatever where they were all got into it?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Survivor Series?
Was it Survivor?
No, they
Series?
had the Royal Rumble.
Oh yeah, they did.
Roman was in the Royal Rumble, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they all started beating each other up. Remember?
I haven't
Now
watched.
you have
And I
me.
think
I'm
thinking
still
misremembering.
shook by that wasn't the Rock.
Okay,
it
yeah,
was
Zabel. Yeah,
Dwayne.
I'm right. Yeah, Roman's been out since Royal Rumble. Yeah,
and
Okay. But
the-
he's in the chamber.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's not. He's been out since. He's
Yeah.
like out. Yeah. Seth
He's out.
double
That-
stomped
that's
him or
what makes
whatever,
me
and he's been
think
out
Cena's
since.
gonna win. And then the whole Logan and Punk thing. Logan eliminated Punk, didn't he?
I think
That's
remember.
what they made reference to yesterday. Logan eliminated Punk, so they're lining that up, and it's stupid for wrestling, but number one, I think them on the mic will be crazy, and Logan Paul, people will watch. I know it's stupid for wrestling, I get it, but Logan Paul, people will watch.
Like Matt said,
Wow.
Roman had his decapitated. It was a
Wow.
whole thing. We had a funeral for a bird.
I'm pretty sure none of that is true. I
But
got
no,
you.
no, but yeah, no, I
got
remember
you.
that's like season 4, bro. It's crazy.
Why is Damian Priest in this match?
Well, jeez.
Logan, Seth, Punk, Cena, and Drew.
Damian
Just
Priest is
looking
kind
at
of like
that, who do you think is going to win?
I go Cena or Punk.
And they're already angling Punk and Logan. So now I'll ask you again, who do you think is going to win?
Cena or Punk. I don't want Punk versus Logan.
I don't
want Logan versus
I don't know if I
anybody.
want it either, but they started Raw with those two.
they brought Punk back just to disrespect him every WrestleMania again.
It was supposed to be Punk and Rollins last year, main eventing night 1.
Yeah.
So now he's got to wrestle Logan Paul.
It'll be match 3 on the card of Saturday.
I don't
Wrestling
like that.
wrestling
I don't
wise,
like that at all.
wrestling wise, I understand why people don't like that. On the mic in the lead up, bro, that's gonna be fire. That is gonna be fire. Logan is really, really good. He's really good
On
at
the
that.
mic?
Hell yeah.
Mm.
He's really I'm calling
I mean,
it right
no
now.
one's better than Punk. Punk's probably the best in the game. Like
Logan's
I'm
cool because
calling
you
it
hate
right
him
now.
already, though. I
Yeah,
feel.
I'm calling it right now. That's gonna be fire. Them two is gonna be fire.
okay.
I saw the vision last night. Once again, I watched 1 hour.
Oh yeah, you watched
And
an hour of Raw. We're all like updated on WrestleMania, the road to it, Elimination Chamber on Saturday. We're all caught up now.
I was like, why is Trish Stratus wrestling? Oh, it's in Toronto.
Casey's like, yeah, they're gonna do this with Cena, and they're gonna turn Cody this way, and then we'll get Logan and Punk over here on Saturday.
I didn't even finish the episode.
Did De'Aaron Fox sell his soul to the corporate?
Did he sell out?
Did he sell out?
They gonna start chanting that at the Golden One. You sold out. You
Storyline was getting kind of stale, so we had to turn him heel.
Hey, it happens. It happens. Sometimes you just gotta do a heel turn. Jesse does it 4 times a day.
But
wow, I'm a little shook by that. I did not know Roman wasn't in this match.
Yeah, you really been out the game for a while then.
Told you.
Yeah, man.
I told you. I saw Logan and Punk in the ring. I had it on the computer while we were doing KSFM and immediately got bored and just turned it off.
I can't watch it. It's just I know this is gonna be on Twitter.
And plus, it was like an Instagram, like it was an interview segment, and we're doing a show, so it's not like the
you
sound's
can't
on.
hear,
So I just turned it off. I was
If
like,
it's
forget
good,
it.
it'll reach social media.
Never went back to it.
It wasn't epic, but it was pretty good.
Well, I think
see
Punk
the-
is great.
I see
so.
the vision with those two.
Mm.
Logan was talking about. He's like, yeah.
So wait, hold up. Okay, hang on. Gunther and Jay's not closing night 1.
I don't think so. It might be an
My
opener.
open night 1 or open night 2.
Well, I don't know. The whole thing is
That
winner of
cannot-
the Royal Rumble gets the main event at WrestleMania.
Yeah,
You get a title match.
Well, here
They kept saying main event.
but here is the thing.
They've convinced themselves there's 5 main events every WrestleMania.
Well, here's the thing though, and I agree. I don't think that's a main event match, but you get the yeet moment if Jay wins.
Well, no, just
And that's how
no.
you close out.
I'm not questioning that.
Well, I'm saying
questioning,
that's
like,
why it'd be a main event.
you just bury that one like you did.
No, you could put that match anywhere. You could put that match in that could be the opening match.
I agree, but I think you might want to sign off with the yeet moment.
It'll
But
be-
also, Punk's Logan isn't a closer.
That might be an opener.
Yeah,
That's how you.
that's
open
right.
things.
Yeah.
No, I was trying to like see if you could just if Jay versus Gunther is just like Triple H versus Randy or something.
Well, no,
just
like,
bury it at the end. but-
If Roman, unless Roman doesn't have a match,
Well, that's then the other thing I was thinking about. that's where Roman might come into play.
He'll be
with
back,
a
I think.
tribal chief type of situation.
With
He might close
the-
it with Solo and Jacob and all that.
Didn't he already beat Solo like on Raw?
Well,
And
Did
you
he
need
beat
to
Solo?
we
Yeah,
need
he
to
did
build
beat Solo.
Jacob more.
Yeah.
Like we don't.
don't you put Roman with Seth?
Oh yeah, I forgot Seth is out.
Yeah, you put Roman with Seth because Seth's the one who took
Seth
him
did
out.
the curb stomp.
Yeah.
There you go. That might close it.
This wrestling stuff is easy. I don't know what Triple H has a hard time with.
I'd be better at this if I watched.
Where is it? Oh, it's in Vegas. Yeah, dude. I think they're gonna sign off with the Yeet moment. They go crazy
think
for
so,
that.
huh?
That was the first time I really saw that. He came out to interfere with Gunther or something. Like they went crazy for Jay. That's the first time I really, really paid attention to it.
So is Jay legit? I've
He might be.
refrained from calling him mid card Jay.
He might
so
be.
I
They
won't do
went
that.
crazy for Jay with all that.
So Jay's
And that was
as
just a run-in.
legit is Cody.
No, he's not. It's the thing.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Wait, say that
Jay,
again.
I think Jay is as legit as Cody.
Oh no, they're not even
I
on the
think
same
so.
level.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
true.
I think
I don't think that's
I mean,
true. I think Jay does.
He's over
numbers.
like that.
I think you have Cena, Roman, and Punk. That's like Jokic, Embiid and Giannis. Then you have everybody. Then you have like Jay and Cody.
Hey, he called Cody Tatum. That's crazy.
Hey, hey,
I'm
what the
just
hell's
saying,
happening here?
That's what he called him.
Well, Tatum
Cody's
is
a better-
disrespected too. Then
Jay
Cody's
is
a better-
SGA and
Cody-
Cody is Tatum.
Cody's a better wrestler than Jay, though.
that's what I'm saying. Like Cody's like,
But
all of
Jay does merchandise numbers.
Jay-
He's super
He's
over.
over.
Jay is
like,
provocative.
he's over, and
Yeah.
then he
The
super
people
kicks you
going.
10 times in one match.
I don't know if you could build anything around Jay though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I don't know if Jay can go on Jimmy Kimmel
Mm.
or Jimmy Fallon.
Give the belt to Jay, and then have Jacob Fatu take it off of him at
That sounds about
WrestleMania
right.
Backlash.
Is there a
sounds
Money
about
in the
right.
Bank winner somewhere?
I think that's over with. And all
Then
done.
they cashed in. Then,
Yeah.
Who was it?
somebody cashed in. I
Okay.
remember that.
Who won the men's one?
I have no idea. I have no clue. Someone tell us who won. Like I don't know.
Oh, Damian Priest won. That's why we didn't know.
That was this year.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Damian Priest has the hey, we need an extra person over here. Do you want to come play with us for the elimination chamber spot?
Damn near Damian Sandow
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
God damn. Oh, forget
Damian
it.
Sandow.
Jesus.
Damian Sandow.
I can't believe that was the same time frame.
Sandow's one of those guys they try to tell you, oh yeah, he's great. Put a
Didn't-
belt on him. He sucked.
Didn't he cash in at Mania?
Who?
Damian Priest.
Yeah, because Drew McIntyre.
And he cashed in
Yeah,
on Drew
yeah.
McIntyre. All right, man. Whatever. So, okay. Oh, that's right. Wait. McIntyre won but lost it the same night. That's right. Punk interfered. Okay, I remember.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
Drew
yeah,
won the Money in the Bank. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is why we don't ask y'all anything. No, it was Priest. No, it was Drew McIntyre.
All
Forget
right,
it. Let's just
yeah.
talk about the Kings. God, you guys are so frustrating sometimes. Oh, the chatty house is so frustrating. Manny, what do you want?
Oh, I'm here to talk wrestling, bro.
Fine. You're still not getting Wu-Tang tickets.
Oh, poor Manny.
I'm gonna find a way to get them. So for you, for The Rock, did you not look at it from the perspective of like that whole setup on that first episode of Raw was to throw everybody off? Like, why are they shaking hands? Why are they like? Where that was actually part of the storyline was for him to spend this time with Cody, make it seem like they were friends, the moms hanging out, all that, all for him, and this whole grand plan by him to get Cody to turn heel and be part of his faction.
No,
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't see it that way because
that's not what happened.
Well, he was like really, really corporate.
No,
Like, there
no,
was no angle going on.
I'm sorry. Dwayne
He was Dwayne.
went out there to be Dwayne and get himself over and then decided, oh, maybe I can do WrestleMania. That wasn't part of the storyline.
No, I don't think that was part of the storyline either. But he was Yeah, he was like
Dwayne has been saying let it play out for a while though.
Dwayne, okay, Dwayne. Yeah, let it play out. So I'm see if I'm shooting Moana 4 by the time Mania rolls around.
I don't think he's gonna perform in Mania. I think
he's gonna be he's gonna be in
someone's
Toronto.
manager.
He's going to be Vince. That's what he's gonna be.
That'll get you in trouble.
That he's gonna be the authority, and
we don't need that.
I know.
We did 2 decades of that. We do not need that.
It still works though. Like it does still work.
We're running back the
All right,
Triple
man.
H throws Shawn Michaels into the car thing right now with Bianca. So like, yeah,
This
pretty much they're
every
just
10
running
years.
everything
That's all they've ever done.
Can you imagine those? Hey, remember when I threw you through the window? Yeah. Hey, let's do that with Bianca. That's a great idea. Let's throw Bianca through the window, or Jade, or whoever it was.
I mean, if we're being honest, there's only so many storylines you could come up with before history repeats itself.
J-Dog says, stop talking WWE. Damien spelled my name wrong if you're not keeping up.
yeah,
You're right.
man.
You're right, J-Dog. I'll stop.
Damn, J-Dog, what's the deal? I think J-Dog is the one that thinks Ryan Garcia is better than Tank Davis. After Tank Davis knocked him out. Isn't that J-Dog?
I think so. J-Dog, what else can we not talk about?
J-Dog,
Let us
I
know.
want you send me a written report for every WWE show so I can keep up. Send me your copy of the Wrestling Observer so I can keep up.
Wrestling Observer. Ryan got knocked out by Tank, and he's like, "No, Ryan's better." All right, man.
Weren't we supposed to be? I don't even remember. I remember there was something about De'Aaron heel turn game, whatever. I don't know. Trysta Krick coming up at 2.
I think Jesse asked the question.
I asked who the heel was between the fans that want to boo Fox and De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron's the heel. De'Aaron is like, remember when Kurt Angle debuted and he was like, I'm an Olympic champion. I've got intensity, integrity, and intelligence. And he thought he was doing everything right and the crowd hated him. That's De'Aaron. De'Aaron is the original incarnation of Kurt Angle. I've done everything right. Why are you booing me? I'm an Olympic champion. I'm your all-star.
Is it Punk and the Straight Edge Society?
No, that's a little darker. Punk in the Straight Edge Society, he was Jesus.
Well, yeah, De'Aaron never said he was.
Yeah, no. That man was that man.
De'Aaron never said he was God.
That man was very much over here. Like, no, I am your savior.
Good call.
De'Aaron will be one of those guys who will he's like, I don't understand what he's like. Rocky Maivia. Why are they booing me?
That's one of the things that I would try to explain to him as an advisor. Like, regardless of how you went about it or how you think you went about it, you said you wanted to leave. There is going to be people who don't take that kindly.
Mm-hmm.
There are going to be a lot of people, or a good number of people, who are like, I understand, De'Aaron, front office is a mess and all. Like, I get you. Like, I understand why you did it. Then there's going to be some that are just like, bro. There's going to be some like, bro, you left. And it didn't help that they had started to play well. They had started the Kings had looked like they had figured something out and turned some things around. Yeah. And in the middle of that, he said he wanted to go. Now he's explained like this was something that was said over the summer, and they knew what time it was when they made their decision.
Somebody threw that point in the chat earlier. How much of, I guess, the bad feeling towards him do you think would go away if they were just on a losing streak while that was all going on?
I think a good number. I think the fact that they were playing well and looked like they had turned their season around.
Well, no, I think the narrative would have been different. Oh, he's abandoning ship now. He ain't got no heart. He's jumping off the ship now. Yeah. Like I think people are always going to be hurt when a player leaves your team. Mm-hmm. I think the scenario you two laid out earlier is the most likely scenario. Kings were running up 40 or whatever it was at the time of the graphic, feeling good. graphic goes up. Oh, boo, boo. And that's it. Video's going to air on the 7th. Everyone's going to cheer. That'll be the end of it, though.
I think so, too.
He's not going to get cheered during the game. He's not going to get applause. Like, it's like, all right, now you them.
So we have during the game and during that introduction, I think we're all on the same page with what's going to happen. But the question that I had was, do you think we kind of overlooked? Like, there's a good number of people out here that are not cool with that he left and how he did it. And I think
I just think that's always the case. No one ever goes, it's fine, I understand. Like, not an entirety of a fan base.
Well, I think and I think I put myself in this as well. We kind of dismiss it as, that's just Twitter. It's not real life. And I think in real life, like, there's people in the chat who have tried to tell us a number of different times. People call in like, no, I'm not cool with it. I'm booing them. Like, I think there's more than maybe, I'll just speak for myself, than I gave it credit for.
I don't know if it's social media rather than, like, he said, like, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's kind of like, what's different about the Spurs organization and the Kings one? He kind of like, kind of where to start along the lines of that answer and stuff. And I wonder if fans kind of take that the wrong way, as if like you're dissing the organization. Because our fans still are like, we're with the Sacramento, like we're Sacramento Kings fans, you know?
Yeah. Which he was dissing the organization. Like he was.
Mm-hmm.
Like he decided not to go into detail, but yeah, that was a jab.
Not to
I don't care.
Stand
but
up
that
for
was a
De'Aaron.
jab.
Is he wrong?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but
like his tweet kind of was right. Everyone says the same thing, and all of a sudden I'm the bad guy.
So
or whatever, it was something along those lines.
The one thing that I would say and I would ask is, do you think this organization, they didn't draft the right person or they didn't sign this guy or something like that? Yeah, they could have made moves differently. But do you think they treated De'Aaron Fox badly while he was here?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and I think that's so they treated you good. They did everything they could to make sure you were okay while you were here. And then one of the first chance you get, there's too many things to name that's wrong over there. Oh, that's kind of, come on, man. They didn't do nothing dirty to you.
Okay.
Like that's kind of.
You think this all soured after Beam Team won? Like maybe people had different ideas of directions of where to go after that season, and
I think
for Mike Brown it didn't work out. For De'Aaron it didn't work out.
I think
what they wanted.
I think what DeMarcus said in that interview with Hoops Hype was 100% accurate. They didn't know what to do after that. They set like the lowest bar, achieved it, and then didn't know what to do.
Like, was everyone on the same page following that year?
It doesn't appear so. Mike and his players weren't even on the same page following that year.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't even on the page through training camp. Like we didn't know this at the time, but this entire operation went south quick. We were good the day after that Warriors game.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we've got something to look forward to. We don't need wholesale changes here. You need a few things to happen. And then, the off season's kind of quiet. And it's like, all right, well, let's just see what happens. And then all of a sudden, well, Chris Duarte, Kevin Huerter. It was okay. Well, now Kevin's dead. Kevin literally died that day. We have not seen Kevin Huerter since then.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Huerter, the basketball player, not the man.
And then Mike Brown's extension talks come up, and that's the whole thing now.
Because they didn't want him.
Yeah.
And that is the craziest part about all of this that I haven't been able to get it. I asked James this, and he didn't know the answer or couldn't give me an answer. How did we get to the point where that front office was like, we don't want him here anymore?
Do you think they didn't want him or they didn't want to sign an extension? Because I think those are two different things. Like, you could be here.
Well, I guess we'll answer that when we get back, Mr. Professional Radio Show host. Trysta Krick at the top of the hour here with D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Get this Johnny Jennings right after this.
We talk about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Got some
I don't think Rich Paul is the boogeyman people make him out to be. I think there's truth to it, but I don't think Fox is a king if he's not with Rich Paul.
What would you say? Just had to unplug.
I said I don't think Rich Paul is the boogeyman that we make him out to be. I think there's like some truths to like what people think, but I don't think it's like, oh, Rich Paul's here. Like the Kings could have made their situation better as well.
I don't think he's the boogeyman either. I think Rich Paul gets you where you want to go.
Yeah.
Like Rich Paul didn't say, hey, let's get you out of Sacramento. He asked you, do you want to be here? If you said yes, it'd be all good. But if he's like, no, I want to go here or there or whatever, I'm going to get you there. That's my job. I think that is more so the case.
Leezy, with this, I don't think the Kings made the wrong decision either firing Mike Brown. Like you fired Mike Brown, Doug Christie steps in, and the team, like there was a difference there. They got better and they started winning games. So you guys is damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like Mike Brown could be his guy and all that, but brother, we're not winning games right here, and this isn't working. The team's not responding to him. What else are we supposed to do? You're not getting us wins here.
Which also brings up the question, like, if you're De'Aaron, should you be so steadfast and like no matter what, if you get a new coach, I want to be gone?
Well, that's the thing. If Mike was your guy and all that, then you got to bring the wins here. You have to give me a reason to keep him around, and you didn't do that at all.
That's facts.
So if I fire him and you're mad, it's like, well, we weren't winning to begin with.
That's facts. Okay, Jonathan. Yeah, he said that. He wanted him in San Antonio when it was just Devin Vassell and nobody else there. He just wanted him in San Antonio. Like, no, he hired him as an agent.
Rich Paul's not taking these players against their will and like, hey, you're gonna go here. Like that's not what's happening here.
Wasn't he in? Didn't he hire him as an agent in the middle of the Beam team one year?
Yeah, that was.
He wasn't even with the Spurs at that point. So I don't think you're telling the whole story there. I'm not saying he didn't say that, but to say always, you're implying that the second that he hired him, he said, I want you in San Antonio. I don't believe that's accurate.
Might have been the year before the Beam team, but I can't remember. You might be right. You got a better memory than I do. Johnny Jennings and his Made for More Realty team is the professional realtors in the area. The real estate bar has been raised, and you can avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in just 72 hours with Johnny Jennings.
How many of them things?
3. 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
He's not playing around. My man Johnny Jennings is not playing around when it comes to making sure you get the most for your home. And that reminds me of Michael and Patricia. They were selling their home in Rockland, and after interviewing a number of different agents, they decided that Johnny Jennings was the right agent for them. Johnny was able to get them top dollar for their home and help them make a smooth move out of state.
Mm-hmm.
So what Michael and Patricia went through might have been the same thing that De'Aaron Fox was going through, but Johnny Jennings is the guy to go with.
They will sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They will sell your home for an average 3% higher purchase price than other realtors. You can ask about their Fix It Before You List It program with no upfront cost to you. You can ask about their no cost to you home warranty to protect your home while it sells. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty, California DRE, number 019827171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. And you'll be booed in your return to your house like De'Aaron Fox will be. Trysta Krick going to join us coming up here in a couple minutes. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. I'm surprised it is +3. That would be 4:49 Eastern Standard Time. And Joel Embiid has not been ruled out for the year. Keith Pompey's article this morning was crazy. They're talking about meniscus replacement and like they're talking like all of these radical procedures that I don't know how frequently have been done before.
I was reading something yesterday. I don't know if it was Keith this morning or something about yesterday or whatever, but I was reading like they haven't really agreed on surgery yet because they're not even sure if he gets surgery that's going to fix the problem that he's dealing with right now.
Yeah, I think Winhurst was saying that yesterday, that it's not as simple as fix it or rest it.
Right.
It's more complicated than that. And this is starting to feel a lot like Lonzo Ball, where guys are like, I don't know what to do.
We'll throw it on top of he's a 30-however-year-old 7-footer. Like that's not going to help you anymore.
Probably a little too heavy.
Yeah, I was about to say, not getting any slimmer.
Yeah, it's a little too heavy.
Did you see Stephen A. Smith and what he had to say?
No, I make it a point to avoid that.
I think it's a little extreme, but he said
Stephen A's been doing a lot of that lately.
He said,
see who he's going on tour with.
He said he thinks Joel should consider retirement, and I think that's you don't want to close the door if you don't have to. But the things that, you talk about.
How many guys has that dude pushed into retirement in the last 2 years?
I think he tried to retire Kyrie at one point.
He tried to retire Kyrie.
Yeah. I'm sure there's more.
Maybe try a different talking point, Steven.
Well, if this guy doesn't, the one thing I will say is it doesn't even know how to fix what's going on where he can't get on the court.
Yeah, Joel.
Like, I'm not saying just retire, but I think that can't be off the table. We don't even know if you can fix what the issue is.
I think Joel's got one last shot at trying to get as healthy as he could be. And then after that, whatever happens, like he's done after, I think.
Jacobs, he tried to retire Kawhi Leonard too. Like that's his move. Tell all these guys to retire. Bro, why don't you retire? How about that?
He's playing.
Man.
He's playing. He's showing up for work.
Low-key best player in the game too, whether you like it or not.
Man, I'm saying.
That dude is not the best player in the game.
Who better?
Stop. I don't know.
He's the best.
If we're going off of the money,
he get the money. He get the money. 19 games for Joel this year, 39 last year, 66 the year prior, 68 the year before, 68. The most games he's ever played in the season before.
Is he a Hall of Famer? He's no doubt Hall of Fame talent and all that.
Yes.
He was on his way, but like
he's
now,
a Hall of Famer.
If his career ended today,
he's an MVP. He's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
He has. I mean, yeah, he's got Hall of Fame numbers. Short time. I mean, 1, 2, 3
Olympic gold medalist,
7-time
right?
All-Star. Yeah.
He didn't leave that Olympic team early, no.
No.
Okay.
No, that was Kawhi.
Yeah,
that was Kawhi.
I'm looking up.
I think they left Kawhi out of the documentary.
They're already kind of thrown out.
I didn't even pay attention to that. Yeah.
I just thought of that. I was like,
man.
wait, Kawhi wasn't in the doc. Yeah.
Been seeing the little whispers.
They just glossed over the Kawhi Leonard era of this team.
Maybe Joel gets right as he could be, and then the Lakers throw that. What was the player center they tried trading for?
Mark Williams.
Yeah, Mark Williams offered to the Sixers.
Well, now I don't even know if the money matches up because they signed him to that damn extension.
Oh yeah.
Oh God!
I know. D'Lo contract you move off of.
I know we looked at this.
I was looking at something, and I don't. Yeah, I think his case is stronger. I was looking at Derrick Rose, and Joel's got more accolades.
Oh yeah, way.
Joel
more.
was around longer. I think his peak was that. Yeah,
way more.
Should the Kings make a move for Joel Embiid? No, I'm just
Jesus.
playing. I'm just kidding.
Joel, man, where's the rest of? Boy, this man is not going to retire. 59.5, 64.3, and 69. That man is not going to retire.
That starts next year, right?
Or
did it start
yes.
this year?
Yeah. No. I'm not sure. I just have his next few years in front of me. He has 55.2 this year. Let me go over the contract.
Well, hey,
quick.
Well, look, it's been a while.
We've never done Joel before.
Probably like once, like first season, maybe.
And we can do the whole thing. So you know all the money.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, hey,
Wait,
no, hell no.
whoa,
You see that too? No, I clicked right there.
Whoa.
No, I clicked right there. No, I'm not doing this one. No, hell no.
What the? What?
Hell no.
I don't like what just happened.
Yeah,
right
that was
there.
Kyrie Irving last year. No, how you gonna run the same play 2 seasons in a row?
We ain't doing it. Nope.
What? The people won a game.
No, hell no, that's crazy.
All right, name a player. Name anybody you
I
want
just
to
caught
right
you with
now.
the steroids in your hand right now.
Right now. Name a player. Let's go.
Nah.
I'm ready to go.
Kenny got the syringe in his arm. Like,
Yeah.
what? What happened?
I'm ready to go right now. Name a player.
No,
Name
that
a
was
player right now.
crazy.
Let's go. I'm ready to play.
Hey,
I'm here to play.
Caraway, calm down, or we're gonna throw you out of here.
No, throw me out of here. I don't care. I'm ready to play.
You see how he snuck?
I've been working on my game.
Through his entire career, just snuck that in.
No, yeah, no, that was slick.
I've been working on my game.
And everyone just so happens to catch it when you said it too. The chatty house, me, Dan, we all
Everybody
Yeah.
caught it.
This is ridiculous, bro.
Suspend that man.
This is ridiculous.
Well.
I didn't do anything. Check my cookies.
Chris Haynes reports Sacramento Kings guard Keon Ellis will travel with the team to Utah for Wednesday's game and be listed as questionable to play. League sources have informed him. Our man Chris Haynes breaking the news right there. Good news for Keon Ellis. We haven't talked about. Rolled his right ankle yesterday. That was first half.
Yeah, first half. I almost said first quarter, but
I don't know.
definitely first half.
Yeah, first half. But that's is a pretty promising sign. Yeah,
absolutely. And trying to get into these playoffs and all this other stuff, like, yeah, you gotta have everybody on board, and Keon Ellis is a vital part of what you're trying to do. And if you can avoid having him out for weeks upon time, that's a plus.
We've talked about like this type of player before. Is he finally the Marcus Smart type player? Where he's just impacting everything at this point.
Yeah, I can see that.
Sure.
He is essential.
He's
I don't think there's any Kings fan or anyone out there that feels like, oh yeah, Keon can do like Keon. I feel like it's just been everything you've needed him to be this season. It's not going to be your best player or anything like that, but it's like I don't have to worry about.
Well,
Keon Ellis.
he's that diamond that Kings fans have been like begging for. Like, how come every other team can find like a guy to just come in and do everything for them? Kings found it.
Yeah,
like the dirty work, all that.
Yeah, and it really does feel like, people like to throw this line or question around all of the time. It feels like Keon makes guys better. Like, I feel like he get in there and he does things that helps everyone on the floor. I could, again, it was a 42-point, victory. I think that was the number, 42 point. Like, don't go overboard with what I'm saying. Remember, I think Kings, like, Keon stepped in that game, hit those 2 threes, and the game changed. It was like a 23-10 run or something like that. It's in the notes somewhere. They went on a big run when Keon comes in, hits those 2 threes, and that was essentially with the exception of the little third quarter mishap. The game was over when Keon did that. Like, that's a big deal.
Low key feels like he calms it down. If that makes sense, where it's like, I don't know, he's just so consistent and just, you don't, like I said, you just don't have to worry about him. So like if he gets the ball at top of the key and he can knock down that 3, it's like, all right, now he's lock down on the other side of the court. It's like, all right, now we got a couple of possessions that we finally were successful on. Like the team kind of just gets in the flow after that.
Yeah. Now he is essential for this squad, man. And like you guys mentioned, he just does a little bit of everything. He's tough. He can knock down a shot. He defends a number of different positions. He's smart, high IQ player.
Yeah.
That's a winning basketball player. That's a guy that you need on your squad if you're going to be a successful basketball player. And the fact that it seems like they've avoided, a big time injury that's key. That's key. And if he's able to go tomorrow, you play him. I think there's been some question about, trying to hold him out for because you should be able to beat Utah without. They're not in.
Well, just make sure you beat Utah. Like, if you got to put Keon Ellis out there, then you got to beat Utah. That's the number one priority.
Yeah, but the whole thing is you're not good enough to give people rest days or nothing
That's
like that, or heal up. Like, you got to bring your best squad every time you step on the floor for the final 25 games of the season here. And he's part of that. So if he's able to play, yeah, he's in the rotation for me until he tells me I can't go.
I can't believe what just occurred. I can't believe you tried to cheat pocket watchers.
I didn't try to cheat. I said, let's play any game.
In front
Name
of everybody.
anybody.
That was crazy.
Name anybody. Let's play. I'm just ready to get this W. Name anybody. Name a play. It don't matter. I'm winning.
Will you admit that you just tried to cheat right now?
That's not what happened. I'm trying to play the game. I'm trying to play the game, man. I'm ready to go. You guys name the person. I don't care. I'm winning.
Awfully defensive.
I'm winning. No, I'm anxious to get out here on this field. Name the player. You name Jesse. You name the player. I don't care.
You know what? I'm gonna do the whole WWE thing. We're not gonna defend the belt today. After
Yeah,
what transpired.
there you go. Joel
I'm no
Embiid.
champion. What are we talking about?
Abe from 98 Rock is the champion.
Abe ain't hardly the champion.
He on that Roman Reigns Brock
Yeah,
Lesnar
Abe's
schedule. though.
Abe's a part-timer right now.
He's I guess he's The Rock, or maybe he's Dwayne. I'm not sure. Joel Embiid, 10 years into his earnings, $265.8 million.
He's already made that.
That's what he's made. That's not the story. The story is when he finishes this contract, plays 4 more seasons, 34 years old, his career earnings go from 265.8. This is where NBA contracts are now, to 513.9.
Wow.
In the next 4 years, that's where his earnings go.
Goodness gracious.
But you probably already knew that.
No, I did not.
He didn't grow up playing basketball his whole life either, right?
No.
I think the way they tell it, he picked up like a ball at like 15.
He'll tell the story that he was killing lions.
Well, could you imagine that?
Story that he'll tell.
I saw a video of Joel. I think it might have been high school. He was tall, but he was just clumsy. He looked awful. Think about, and I don't mean this to disparage anybody, think about the sorriest kid you've seen on a basketball court at 14 years old right now. And that's what Joel looked like in that clip. He looked sorry. And to go from that to being one of the best players to ever play the game it's a testament to him. It's a testament to his commitment and his dedication and his hard work that he put in on his game and understanding the game of basketball. Like I feel like I had never seen a kid like that become what he's become. Like, those guys had some type of coordination and talent at that point in their career or their lives. Then he didn't have it, and for him to be who he is amazing.
Turned it into $500 million. Like, that's insane,
man.
Like, he wasn't some kid who was just like, oh yeah, played basketball since he was 5. Like, just always like, no, he kind of stunk when he's 15 or whatever. Kind of just learned. $500 million later.
Yeah. He worked his ass off, man. He worked hard to get to the point where he probably just wanted to be respectable. And he just catapulted that into, being an NBA All-Star.
Yeah. I just noticed something interesting. It makes me want to look up Domas here real quick. Domas. Yeah, it's fascinating. Like, Domas, obviously a really good player. But when you're talking about Joel, you're talking about, like, elite, right? You're talking about, like, the penthouse. We put him in the category, Jokic, Giannis, like, and Joe when he's healthy. Joe in his career has had $850,000 worth of incentives, meaning every contract he signed essentially has been, you're getting the top dollar for everything. It made me think, like, oh, what's Domas got? Domas, over contracts with the Pacers and the Sacramento Kings, has $5.2 million in incentives.
Wow.
There are levels to this. There are levels to this. Like, now I'm kind of like fascinated with this real quick. Now I just got to check the King real quick, because I assume the King has absolutely zero incentives in his career. None. Not one. Not one.
Not one.
Not
prove a deal.
one single penny of incentives was offered to LeBron James.
Yeah, that's
Never done
that's
LeBron.
a lot
though.
of that's a lot of money
Never done LeBron.
to have
though.
to prove it.
I mean,
Whatever.
if you feeling some
I
type
said
of
whatever.
way,
I ain't feeling no
we
type
can
of
go,
way.
we
It's
can
about
go.
time we get to play.
We've never. I don't
You know
know.
what I
Where,
mean?
I'm gonna text Trysta real
Yeah, I
quick.
mean?
see if she
Yeah,
is-
Trysta didn't put out a tweet today, did she?
No, she didn't. Let me text TK. She was texting me this morning about home studio stuff. Oh, let me text her real quick. You with?
I need like a
us?
whiteboard.
Let's get
back
this
here.
popping.
Let's do his whole career for this one though. Actually,
Whole career, including the final year of his deal.
yeah, because we're already at
Done
the end
deal.
basically.
Yeah, we are at the end. 21 years for King James. We'll stretch it to his 22nd year. When perhaps he has a player option, by the way. Has a player option for next year. If he chooses to pick up that option, maybe renegotiate it. Maybe last year is the final year for LeBron James. It would be 22 of the greatest years of all time in the NBA.
It's true. Not even
Settle
arguable.
down. Settle down.
His peak will in fact be next year. $52.6 million will be that contract.
That's a legend. Peak earnings when you're about to retire.
$52.6 million. Again, remember, this is 22 years for the former number 1 overall pick out of St. Vincent, St. Mary's. Peak earnings will be next year, perhaps his final year, at $52.6 million. LeBron James, who has been on 3 teams, Cleveland Cavaliers twice, the Miami Heat, and the Los Angeles Lakers. Career earnings for LeBron James
So I'll make sure we get our answers in on time. We don't want to be like the Brentwood fans.
is what? KC going 674. Jesse
It's
going
506. That feels like a lot from KC.
Jesse going 506.
That new money didn't kick in till
The
later.
number is 581.3, which I believe makes Jesse the winner.
What?
What did KC have? What did
He
you have?
had 670 something.
I had 614.
Oh,
Did you?
614.
No,
Okay.
That's a 7.
That's a 1.
That's
a
7.
seven.
Oh,
It's a 1.
It's a 1.
614.
Hey,
No,
614. I'm tired of this. I can't play
That's
with this
a
guy.
1.
No,
That's a 1.
Peter.
614.
Get it, bro.
614.
I can't play with him no more. No.
Yo, you're out of here.
Talk to Trysta.
You're
I can't
outta
do this
here.
no more.
You are Pete Rose. You have been banned for life.
I was just joking when I said that might be a 7-2.
That is shameful. Wow.
614.
Yikes. Yikes.
Oh my God. This dude twice tried to cheat pocket watchers, TK. Twice.
I love that segment.
Oh man.
How much did you hear LeBron James earnings?
614 million. Is that what it is?
Well, no, KC
Yeah, that's what I
said-
put.
KC wrote
That's what I
600
put.
Wrote 674 million.
14.
581.3 million will be his career earnings if he opts in next year for 52 or signs a deal in the vicinity of 52 million.
That's a lot of money, man. And then you add that to what he's made with endorsements, Nike, the lifetime contract there. He was doing Sprite. I mean,
Spring
he's
Hill.
got to have made $1 billion for sure.
Oh, he a billionaire
I
for
think,
sure.
yeah, I saw that list the other day of he's one of the 22 black billionaires in the world.
Did Tiger
Or the
crack a
country,
billionaire?
I think I can
Tiger was a
find out.
billionaire, right?
I feel like he was.
I don't know that.
No?
I don't know that. I don't have that information right available.
Okay.
Jordan,
Leo?
Tiger,
Yeah,
1.3 billion.
Tiger was the first to earn $1 billion.
Tiger was the first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Magic
The
at
first Black American ever?
No, I think athlete.
Oh, athlete.
Magic
Because
at one.
Oprah definitely beat Tiger.
I was gonna say I don't. Yeah, that would have shocked me.
Magic 1.6 billion. LeBron 1.2 billion.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Jordan
Wow.
at 3.5 billion.
What's Serena got?
She not on.
Oh,
this
that's a
list.
good one. That's a good one. I don't know as many
Oprah's
of
at
her.
3.0.
Yeah.
Magic is above. Jordan's above Oprah.
What year is that? What year is that?
I think it's this year.
Oh, okay. He got his Hornets payout then. He got his Hornets payout. He got a little more liquid cash after dumping off one of his worst assets.
Tiger got to $1 billion in 2009.
Wow.
Mm.
That's amazing.
Mm.
TK, we were just talking about Joel.
Yeah.
That's what started all this. Joel's due to make
300
crazy.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, 299.5 over the next 5 years. I told you guys this. I sat there on my mama's deck and I told you when he said, I remember it clear as day. I don't know if you guys remember. And it was, how do you feel about Joel? And I said, I don't know. It depends. Does he hire my guy? Does he hire my guy to keep his body right? If he doesn't, this thing is going downhill. And I think I even said they should trade him now. That I would not pay him that money and I would trade him. Now you really can't trade him. Now you're stuck with a $300 million albatross.
I mean, I was on the same boat as you, Trysta. I said 2 years ago, they need to start having. It didn't have to be public, but you need to secretly start having some conversations about what you could get for him in the open market. And not only did they not do that, for whatever reason, they signed him to an extension. That's the one I don't get.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think there was 2 years left on that deal, or maybe a year or something, and they signed him to an extension. Why? I was
They
saying
didn't have
trade him.
to.
They signed him to the extension.
I think that the Sixers are probably have in their history of the process some of the worst franchise setting back situations that I've ever seen in sports. Ben Simmons was god awful. You know, Jahlil Okafor god awful. The Markelle Fultz pickup over Jason Tatum when you literally traded to get the #1 overall pick.
That's
It's just
Sacramento King Markelle Fultz, by the way.
Sacramento Kings. Yep, Sacramento King legend Markelle Fultz.
That's right.
Legend. It's just getting worse and worse. The Paul George pickup as well looks horrible. You know, the Joel Embiid extension looks horrible. Tyrese Maxey, if it wasn't for Joel Embiid and Paul George looking crazy right now, we would be talking about, is Tyrese Maxey one of them ones? Is Tyrese Maxey actually a guy right now who can take over and get you wins? Or is he like a really good Robin? Or even maybe like whatever the third, an Alfred, you know, is he an Alfred? Because right now with games where Joel Embiid and Paul George don't play, which there are many, it's not like they're winning any games. This is a team that's just clawing and fighting to maybe get somewhere close to the play-in tournament. And Paul George is saying, hey, I don't even think we're a competitive team right now. We can't even muster up that piece to compete on a night-to-night basis with teams like the Charlotte Hornets and, you know, and so on and so forth.
Just a quick note. The WNBA just announced Diana Taurasi is retiring.
Dusty Bones? She did it?
She did it.
Dusty Bones said, I'm out of here. They pushed her
For
out.
my money, the greatest women's basketball player of all time. Diana's the one.
She's a truth.
I feel like I would really get along with DT.
I can see that.
I
Diana.
feel like we would be talking some boy.
Yes, that's what all Diana does. But she does it like in the 4-letter variety.
Yep. That's like me, uncensored. I love DT. I love DT. She like that South Central LA swag that she's got, or maybe she's IE. I don't know. Is she in the
Well,
Inland
shout out
Empire?
to Katie Christensen. She dropped a nugget last night. I didn't know this.
Hmm.
The greatest player to come out of Chino Hills High School.
Wow.
You didn't know she went to Chino Hills?
I did not know.
Oh,
she
yeah.
went to Chino Hills. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Did
a
Paul
crazy
George
little.
go to Chino Hills?
Huh?
Did Paul George go to Chino Hills?
No, he's from Pomona
Oh, okay.
or Palmdale. Excuse me, not Pomona. He's from Palmdale. But I didn't. That's a pretty damn good 4 basketball players to come out of Chino Hill. The Ball brothers and Diana Taurasi. That's crazy. And old boy from oh my goodness, from Atlanta that went to USC, the center. He played with the Ball brothers too. It's pretty good.
Phoenix must have said something to her like, hey, your role is diminishing. Because remember she tweeted maybe like 2-3 months ago, run it back one more with the snake emoji.
Oh, I didn't know she did that. I didn't even know Diana had a Twitter account.
Yeah, she tweeted something like,
If Diana has a Twitter account, I guarantee you she does not tweet from it.
you don't think so?
No chance. Absolutely none.
The snake emoji.
What are you doing? Like, this is what are you trying out a new microphone? You've never this you are.
Yes.
Oh, you sound great.
That's one of the interview points.
Your nails look good too. It allows
Thank
us
you.
to see your nails.
Yeah.
They look
It's a new, this connects to the phone and
Okay.
it's Bluetooth. And but when I clip it, it doesn't sound as good. So
I see.
if I was to clip it and just leave it there, we can try, but it doesn't sound as good, I don't think. How's that?
It's great.
Okay.
It's perfect.
We'll do that then.
Yeah, TK working on some things over there. I didn't know Trysta Trista's not retiring. Diana's retiring. I didn't know she tweeted about coming back. That would have surprised me because I don't think this Phoenix team is very good. She actually told Time Magazine she's retiring. That's one I haven't seen before.
Phoenix made some moves, right? They got Satu Sabali.
Good look.
And Brittany's gone, right?
Yeah, Brittany's gone. They got Alyssa Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually like shaping up to be a little squad. Who else did they get that was a guard there? The WNBA free agency has been a little hectic. There was one more player I want to say that they were able to grab that was a guard. As well. So I think that there's probably like just some, hey Diana, we're going another direction. They want to move fast. They want to play this new style. So yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this goes.
Yeah, and you can't move fast anymore. So let's go ahead and
your
shut
cartilage
this
is
down. I mean, they handled it. Like I thought she would get the tour, even though that's not really her bag. But they handled it in the last game. Like Sue was there. They did the big presentation. She had Penny and the whole family was out. So, she went out right. Yeah. She went out right. It was a good look. It was a good look.
Am I cutting in and out? Am
Nope.
I good? Is my service good? Okay. Why is you guys' energy kind of low today? I feel this energy's a little low.
No.
Last time I got on this, I was in Vegas and Kenny stormed off the set.
Is that what happened?
No, you had a basketball game to go to. You didn't actually do that.
When you were done. I thought you meant while you were
Yeah.
here.
No. You actually had this basketball. I'm just being messy.
He was upset by your player profile and he quit. And he made me do the show by myself.
I'm just being messy.
By myself. just being ridiculous. Did you watch T-Wolves and Thunder last night?
I turned it off because they were
So
down
did we.
30.
So did we.
I'm like, I'm not watching a game where they're getting blown out by 30. And then I checked X or whatever, and I'm like, they just won that game?
Yeah.
Did you guys see what Chris Finch said afterwards? He was like,
yeah, Chris Finch.
They foul every time, but we can't touch Shea. We can't touch him. Very frustrating. Do you guys think that Shea gets superstar calls? Do you think he's like unable to be tapped at all? Pause.
I wonder how much how much they've built like a reputation for him where like, oh, he's going to get fouled. And so referees just they oh, he got fouled. Like you just called differently.
Yeah. I mean, that could be the case. I think a lot of the times he gets fouled more than I think Chris Finch puts on. Like, yeah, literally gets fouled or he baits people on the fouls. The one thing that I don't like that he does, and they give him the credit for, is like driving to the basket, a little bit of contact. He goes flailing in the opposite way, putting the shot up, and they give him that call. They do that to a lot of these guys, a lot of these superstar guys. And I don't like that. I think that's whack, especially when it doesn't go the other way. When they dip that shoulder into the defender's chest, that's never called an offensive foul. You know what I mean? But if you have a forearm on their hip and you give a little nudge and they go flying, then all of a sudden that's a foul. So I think he's guilty of that often.
Do you guys think that the push off is like not called enough?
On a drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh no, like
Yeah.
it's I don't feel like, I feel like that's hardly ever called. Yeah. You almost have to
you have to almost like fully extend,
like shove.
You have
Yeah.
to snap your elbow in order for
Yeah.
that. If that was not an offensive foul when I was playing, I would have been using that. What? Like, I didn't know until I was like in my 20s. I didn't think ever about like creating contact. I never thought like, oh, I can create space by creating contact for myself.
Right.
I just don't think like women were overall in every city in America had as great of like skills training and basketball IQ type coaches. Like my head coach was like the social studies teacher, you know? He was just some guy that also coached. He was just a random dude. He didn't teach us anything ever.
Yeah.
I had to learn everything myself.
But was that the case at your high school? Because it wasn't mine. Mine was the history teacher.
My coach in high school was the PE teacher at a middle school. Shout out Coach Klopp.
But not your school?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a PE teacher at Einstein Middle School. And then the girls coach, Mr. Tahara, he was a PE teacher. And Tahara was a legend. So Harvey Tahara is a absolute legend coaching here in high school. But he did a great job with the boys. I'm not sure what happened, but maybe a couple years before I got there, he left the boys game. I don't think he was coaching either one for a little while. Then he went to the girls side and won more championships. So yeah, it usually was that though. Like, and even then, like you had your teacher or whatever, or excuse me, your coach, and that's all they really did. You didn't have your trainer and the skills clinic and all this other stuff like that. That wasn't it. You go outside and you go to Reichmouth or 10th and P, and that's when you play. You know what I'm saying? Like we wasn't doing the skills training stuff. So a lot of that has definitely elevated both sides, men's and women's game.
Yeah, if I had 94 feet a game, if I had a phone like a smartphone and 94 feet a game, which is Phil Handy's app, just teaching me all these different skills. Like he has so much stuff in there, hundreds of little drills that you can do. I never learned any of that. Everything was just based on playing doors with a bunch of Crips. Like how can you get buckets against the Crips? That was it.
You win before so the Crips don't
love
beat you up.
How do you get buckets against the Crips?
I mean, I just went further out. I just had range. And then I had this move that I would run. I would sort of like drive to the lane, but like 15 feet away from the basket. So they thought I was just kind of going to the corner. And then I had like a hook that would just fly over their head. They didn't even see it coming. They didn't even know it was happening.
Here's the great thing about that though, is people like yourself, myself, we just learned how to play basketball. We learned how to get creative with different ways to score. Nowadays, these kids, because all they do is drills, they just know how to do a move. And if that move don't work, they don't know what else to do. They're like, well, This is what I've been working on for the last 3 months. This Euro doesn't get me over. Like, what do I do now? Like, they're not creative is basically what I'm saying, because it's so pigeonholed in the workout setting as opposed
There
to
are
going out.
NBA players like that too. You know,
Yeah,
like the Pure Sweats, the Drew Hanlons of the world. Like they teach them. Remember when Andrew Wiggins was locking up Jason Tatum because they both used the same skills trainer, so they knew it was almost like a choreographed dance that Tatum was doing. It wasn't like he was trying to really like think, react. You know, he had a whole sort of combination that he was doing in order to quote unquote get open or get a shot off. And Andrew Wiggins is like, I know exactly what you're about to do. I can get to your spot before you do.
Mhm.
And he was locking Tatum's ass up. You
They
guys
don't
remember
play
that
enough.
in the finals?
Absolutely. They don't play enough basketball nowadays, man. They gotta go out there and play. Play. You gotta play.
What do you mean?
They just work out. They don't play games and stuff like that.
Who's they?
Kids,
Kids these days.
prospects, all that. They don't go out to the park, go to the open runs and
Oh,
play a lot of basketball. They go to their workout
uh-huh.
and they get their
And the
shots
games
up.
they play with the same people over and over and over again.
Mhm. And it just helps your creativity and your imagination and your problem solving skills.
You're
outside
saying
of
they need to
basketball.
go play with some Crips.
Well, that
Yes.
I was gonna say that would help out, but it depends on it depends.
Yeah. What did the Crips call you when you would come to the playground to play?
Little tree.
Little Tree. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Little Tree out here getting buckets on the
I thought
Crips.
she was
Or
gonna say,
like Lil Mama. Lil Mama's out here.
"What up, Trysta?"
Did Portland have a lot of Crips?
Yeah.
Or a lot
Yeah.
of gangs?
Yeah. You know, I think that's the thing that like Portland has a really interesting reputation, right? Because Portlandia came out, and so it kind of feels like, oh, it's just granola. People are putting a bird on it, and they're asking if these chickens are free range and organic, and it's just all these vegan cafes and smoothies. But when I think in the early 90s, a bunch of people moved from LA to come to Portland. Real estate was cheaper, the empire could be grown like in Snowfall, like it was kind of like that mode. So my neighborhood was a rolling 60s neighborhood. That was what it
Mm.
was. So like the majority of gang activity in my neighborhood were Crips. And so that was, we had like probably 10, 15 people who were affiliated living in our little tiny part of the neighborhood. And so our park, Farragut Park, was like the Crip Park. So when you would go there, that was, you didn't want to go there if you were blood affiliated. And actually, what was crazy was across the street from my house. I don't know if I've ever told this story to you guys on the air, but across the street from my house, I don't know what he was thinking, but homie, a blood moved in, and he had this like this cherry red Camaro that he would wash outside of my like across the street from my house all the time. And my sister had a little crush on him. He had he had like a fade with like a little S curl. And he would always wash his car with his shirt off. So I was maybe in 6th or 7th grade, and I hear a knock on my first bedroom before I moved down to the basement was basically facing the front of the house, facing the street, and it was a big picture window with a tree in front of it. And I get this knock on the window at like 2 in the morning, and it's him covered in blood, just like just absolutely covered in blood. And I'm like screaming at my mom, "What should I do? What should I do?" She's like, "We're not letting this guy in. Are you insane? Whatever's going on with him is not going on with us." But like the story that was sort of told after the fact, and he actually lived, shockingly, is that his girlfriend set him up and said that she wanted him to go and get a comb and like hair product from her car whenever she was doing his hair in the middle of the night. He goes out to her car to get her stuff and gets shot up by a bunch of Crips from the neighborhood. And so he went, when I went to school the next day, you could see his handprint on every door for blocks. His knuckle print and his handprint, and then blood on the sidewalk and on everybody's like front steps for months. Like that was what was shocking to me, is it took so long for the rain to wash the blood away. It was crazy. Not like the most fun story on a Tuesday, but like that was like a very formative experience for me.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Portland more than you think, you know?
I have
Big
no follow up.
Big sis like them thugs.
Big sis liked the thugs. Yeah, she did. She really did.
Sis like them thugs.
Yeah. Now she's moved on to the MAGA bros.
Well,
Sad day.
all right.
Sad day. Sad day.
We're just gonna end this because I don't
We're
know.
just ending it? We're
I don't
gonna
know.
end it like that? I feel like that's
Well,
kind
I don't
of
know. Do you
sad.
want to go back to like SGA and fouling? Like, do you want to talk about the Kings beating the Hornets last night?
Speaking of a
not.
bloodbath, the Kings beat the S out of the Hornets.
Well, that
Zach
would have
LaVine
felt
put up
insensitive.
40+ points in the most bubblegum buckets. If you want, people ask me, what are
that
bubblegum
was foul.
buckets?
That's foul. That's
What
foul.
are bubblegum
That's hate.
buckets, Trysta? Tell us
That's
what they
hate,
are.
Tristan.
What
Krick,
are
that's
cotton
Tristan.
candy buckets? That's Zach LaVine putting up 42 to a bottom feeder team like the Charlotte Hornets.
That's hate. That's hate, TK. That's hate. Let that man put
Do
up.
that against the Houston Rockets. Put up 42 against the
up in
Rockets.
peace, man. Let him do that in peace.
He does everything. That's the only time he produces is in peace.
Let me do it. Can I ask her a question? Or we?
No, we're fine. We can keep going.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Zach LaVine isn't good, or you think he should be more than what he is? Because I think there's a difference.
I think good is so relative. I think Zach LaVine is one of the more skilled, beautiful basketball players that you can watch. He is a hooper. Zach LaVine loves to hoop. And I think in terms of what he can do on the basketball floor, it's not like a debate. He's very talented. He's very skilled. He's extremely athletic. He has all the tools. I just don't think he's a winning player based on whatever he has going on upstairs. I think in general his decision making is poor. When the pressure gets high, he crumbles. I don't think Zach LaVine has ever won at any level. He's an exhibition player. And you see that, like, at a time where a team is trying to make a playoff push, overwhelmingly he has been a disappointment. And the fact that you beat the hell out of the Charlotte Hornets and he has the most efficient game of his career as a Sacramento King is not shocking to me.
I always love how people just act like Zach LaVine didn't make the playoffs. It wasn't part of that Chicago team. Like it just doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. They were not a real team. They were not like a real contending team. Them just sneaking into the playoffs and being a 500 team and like nobody really was even checking for them like that. If Lonzo Ball would have stayed healthy and they would have stayed at like a 2 seed or a 3 seed or whatever they were in the Eastern Conference when he was healthy, and then they would have made a deep playoff run and Zach LaVine would have been the driving force of that, then Zach LaVine would be a completely different player. Zach LaVine wouldn't have the reputation that he has.
They were 10 games over 500, Tristan. They weren't 500.
Okay. And then what did they continue to do? Tell me the Bulls' record for the last 4 years.
Probably wasn't that good, but he also was hurt last year, so there's that.
He was shut down. He was such a cancer on that team last year. He had to go. He literally said, beginning of this year, I've done some soul searching. I've changed as a player. Like, they were so ready to ship him out. The people who work for the Bulls were like, yeah, it's getting very uncomfortable with Zach. He's
because they're just
the PR woman.
They always do. They're just great decision makers. They're very trustworthy and they have the greatest idea of what good basketball is about.
I agree. I don't think that they've made any good decisions. Like Kobe White, they sort of just lucked into Kobe White, and there was not a lot of pressure for Kobe White to produce either. But like Patrick Williams, like what has he done? I don't think they can develop talent. I don't think they know what they're doing at all. I don't think they can construct a roster. I don't think they know how to find guys and trade. Obviously, the Vooch trade was terrible in terms of how many draft picks they traded for him and how like underwhelming he has been. Like that team and decision makers. Arturas Karnisovas as a general manager, I don't trust him at all. Mark Eversley, the fact that he got a look from another NBA franchise makes no damn sense. Like, I'm not saying that the Bulls know what they're doing in terms of the decision makers, but people on the PR side told me, yeah, he's not a guy that you like really enjoy having on your team.
Maybe
They
he's
weren't a
gotten
part
better.
of it. What was it?
Maybe he's gotten better. Maybe
And
he
that is
did need some
possible.
soul searching.
I think people can always change. Do you guys think, like, truthfully, do you think a guy can just, how many years has Zach been in the league?
10 years, 10,
Okay.
11 years.
So do you think a guy can 10 years in completely change the type of player they are to become clutch and to become a guy who wants to have the ball down the stretch and be that one? Or do you think he can or cannot?
I mean, I think it's kind of who you are for the most part, but as far as being clutch and wanting the ball in certain situations, I don't know. I've seen games where Zach LaVine has been clutch. I've seen games where he's disappeared, late in games where he's not a perfect player, but I've seen him want the ball in late game situations, make the shot, miss the shot, whatever. He's not completely incapable of it. Is what I would say.
No. Yeah, I think 11 years in, and maybe I'm misunderstanding Trista's question. I don't know if Trista's asking me if I think Zach LaVine can become. You said, do I think a player who has been in the league 11 years can suddenly develop a trait that they didn't have before? And I think the answer is no.
Do you think Zach LaVine has the clutch gene right now, Damian? Or do you think
No.
he's shown that in the 10 years in his career?
I don't think so. No. Like a clutch player. Like, no, I've never thought that Zach LaVine is that.
Which is also like,
but I also think those are probably rarer than some,
there's like
give them credit
5
for.
in the history of the game. It feels like.
Yeah. I mean, that might be a little excessive, but like Robert Ory's a clutch player. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, there are players who you can give them the ball late and they're good.
And even then, though, I don't want to say that's mythical or anything like that because I lived it. I watched the game and all this other stuff. But wasn't Kobe shooting like 24% in those situations? Like we look at him as a clutch guy. Like he don't miss. When in actuality, he misses at a high percentage in those moments.
Well, so does Jordan. Like no one cares about that. But we remember like the highlights, but they took 100 of those, 200 of those, 300 of those. We remember the one where you're jumping up at the foul line or you're doing the Tiger Woods fist pump. Like that's just what we remember because the misses don't get run.
But also we've seen players like, let's go back to De'Aaron Fox for a second. I've seen De'Aaron Fox in a fourth quarter hit multiple shots back to back to back, where you're going back and forth and back and forth. I've never seen that with Zach. I've seen that with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I've definitely seen Damian Lillard have a cold first half, third quarter bad. All of a sudden, the game is tight and it's the fourth quarter and he catches fire. I don't see Zach ever like catch fire because the game's on the line.
But the problem with like incorporating De'Aaron's name into that is I've seen De'Aaron disappear for stretches of a season.
Yes.
And that's why you can't like you don't have to put Zach LaVine in this conversation if you want to, but neither one of them belong in a conversation with SGA or Dame Lillard.
I agree. I would just say, and I think there's probably something psychological to that, where like guys just check out. Harden has a reputation of just checking out, right? Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving have reputations of, like, Kyrie Irving is like, I've seen him continuously give us clutch moments. Just the other day when he was playing against the Warriors, and then he took the charge.
Kyrie Irving hit one of the biggest shots in NBA history.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And Kyrie, a week ago, I saw him miss multiple shots down the stretch against the Kings.
I saw Kyrie beat the Kings in a game that the Mavericks weren't trying to win.
Yeah. But the thing is, like you mentioned with Jordan and everything, when it happens, we remember it.
Yeah.
In actuality, Kyrie's probably shooting less than 25% in those situations. Like he's missing a vast majority of those shots. But I'm part of it. We romanticize the Kobe's and the Carmelos and Kyries and all these other guys because they give us those moments.
Well, and I think it's also like emotional from a viewing standpoint too. When I see Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan with the ball in the fourth quarter, I'm ready to pull my hair out. I'm audibly. Damian knows this. He saw this. I'm audibly saying no, please don't, because
Throwing sushi at the big screen.
whatever Kobe was shooting, you guys are shooting worse. Okay, like if those are the most, if Kyrie and Kobe and Jordan, they're the Damian Lillard, they're the clutchest guys that we in that category. Like those other guys are way worse than that, and they don't even necessarily want the ball. Like that's part of it. Is can you take over consistently to the point where it's embedded in my mind? For some reason, it's not in my mind that that's him.
There's one handful of those people in the league right now.
Yes.
No, I don't think you can get to 7 guys that you feel comfortable with in those moments. Like this, like we're scrutinizing Zach LaVine because he's not one of the 5 to 7 people in the league. That's a little unfair.
Well, I think you are a Zach LaVine apologist. I think
No,
Zach
I
LaVine.
think you guys are a little too hard on Zach LaVine. Like, do you feel that way about Tatum?
Yes.
No. You
Yes.
feel no.
Oh.
No. Do you feel like Tatum is like this super clutch guy?
No, I do
Yeah,
not.
that's what I'm saying. Like name them on it. Luka, SGA, Trey Young. I'd put in that conversation.
Whoa.
I'd put Trey Young. At least he has those moments. I put Trey Young in those conversations.
Damian Lillard.
Jimmy Butler, Damian Lillard.
Steph
I think
Curry.
we're done.
Steph Curry.
6.
I
put Kyrie in there. We're at 7.
I think Giannis to a degree.
Hell no. Giannis ain't never done that on a consistent basis.
LeBron.
LeBron.
No, he's 0 for his last 21.
Okay.
I'm just like
LeBron is one of them ones.
Maybe
That's
you get
7.
to 10. Maybe you get to 10 in the whole league.
Kawhi.
And we're like,
Kawhi when healthy. Kawhi when healthy was that as well.
Okay.
I got to be honest. I don't even know what conversation we're having anymore.
But the conversation
about
is like
players.
you're getting at Zach LaVine for something that's not common throughout the league and saying he's bad because he doesn't do this.
And it's because he doesn't close a game or he doesn't attack a game in the final minutes.
That's one of the reasons that were used.
And another reason is he doesn't attack the game in the fourth quarter or the third quarter, sometimes the second quarter, sometimes the first quarter. It's like he disappears for full games. And even when he's scoring, he had 32 that game against the Pelicans. I don't remember a single one of those buckets.
Well, he didn't have any in the fourth quarter. That's why you don't remember him.
Yeah.
That's when you started screaming at the television set. The fourth quarter and overtime. That's why we've got thrown out of McCooney's, was because you kept screaming Zach LaVine to do something.
There's a difference. There's a massive difference between, I want a guy that's taking the last shot down 2, and I want a guy that scores at all in the fourth quarter in a meaningful game. Like, those are 2 different things.
Do you believe in Dak Prescott?
No.
Okay, you're consistent.
I do not believe in Dak Prescott. No.
Well, this was fun.
This has been fun.
But there was a bloodbath last night. The Kings did, in fact, beat the Charlotte Hornets. Go ahead. Sorry.
That was it. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, all right.
You guys have any other
TK, and TK, we got to figure out if that's you or not. On
I know, Damien, you heard it too, right? In episode 3.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks maybe the cadence is the part. So for anybody who's watching, in episode 3 of Court of Gold, there's some pundits 10 minutes in talking about this Olympic team. And I remember making a video where I was like, they can't even play them all. And there's a part where that's what's said. But it feels like my vocals have been altered slightly. I was talking to Lawrence Holmes from 670 to Score. I didn't even tell him. He goes, same thing as you, Kenny. Texted me. I was on my iPad and I looked up and was like, is that Trysta? You guys let me know in the chatty house. Do you guys think that's me? Because it feels like it was me, but they didn't want me to get the ego boost from it.
The residuals.
They wanted to do like the AI of me.
The cadence is the killer.
Yeah.
It's like, that's Trysta, but don't know if it is.
Yeah.
There's just enough to where it's like that's Trysta, and then it's not. If it's not Trysta, who the hell is it? That's
AI
the other part.
AI
is it?
Trysta.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. We love you, TK. We'll come back. Steeler and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Love y'all.
Dr. Davis said it was Trysta Krick.
Trysta Krick. Put it on a shirt.
Put on his shirt. I got mixed in. They tried to mix me into the Crips. I had to run
She was
away.
affiliated.
They saw me with the New York Yankees house shoes.
No.
And they were like, oh, you're one of us, little homie? Oh, okay. Why don't we go down to the park and play some basketball at 2 a.m.? And I was like, no, I will not. Like, it's okay. It's fine. Let's go. And then, whap, swap. And I'm like, running.
Oh, no.
Wow.
They tried to mix me in. Cuz.
Damn.
You've lived a life, man.
Oh, my gosh.
People think that, oh, the crazy thing, real fast. The crazy thing is that I don't know if you guys saw the photos of the braids from when I was 16.
Mm-hmm.
Some person, James, on YouTube is spamming all the comments being like, that's not even her. That she doesn't even have brown undertones like that. She just took somebody's photo and just wants to be a culture vulture. I was
Brown
like,
undertones.
doesn't even have brown under. She can't even get tan like that. I was like, wow. Wow. It's a crazy world out here. Anyway, I'll see you guys.
See you, TK.
All right, Trysta.
See you. Bye.
Okay.
Spicy, I mean, be honest with you, I ain't figured it out, bro. Be honest with you, because the way they be placing these hats, I try to go here. I don't want like a super bent brim, but I want it slight. I don't want a flat brim. So I just kind of mess with it here and there. But sometimes, like in the store, the little thing they have the hats in, it'd be giving it like I don't know how to explain it, but like a fold straight, fold tight. It'd be messing it up. So I don't know, bro. I really don't know. I just try to get in where I fit in. I don't even know if it's the cool way to do the hat. I don't know, man. I know I don't leave the stickers on. People be leaving the stickers on. I don't leave the stickers on, man. I'm old school. The most thing I do with the hats now is I'll get my I get the hat jewelry in there, the pins and all that other stuff, man. I'll be getting those joints. That's about it, man. Oh boy. Keith Brooks, wasn't he 1140 guy? He went flat brim. That was his bag. Appreciate you, Spicy. Another bad take. Just you see Scooter? This is just another bad take. He said I'll never wear Giants here.
Yeah, Scooter, I disagree with you on that one.
Come on, man. Come on, Scooter. But a lot of times I'm wearing red, I'm wearing black and white. So the Sox hat, the Reds hat, all that's gonna come on. And people get like the Giants SF with the red SF. I try not to do that. I try to go with what they wear on the field. So I don't always wear black and orange. Well, bald dudes love them fitteds. What are them short dudes like? Alexander McQueen shoes? Is that what you like?
Hey, relax. Chill out, dude.
Stephen Brown be wearing them Alexander McQueens. I ain't gonna lie, I got a pair of those. Well, I need to get a pair of those. Stephen Brown, man, when you cooling up on us, dog? Come on, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. Pull up on us, man.
Check the calendar, pal. When's the last time you wore the Giants hat?
I don't know.
Need a date, Kenny. I need a date.
I don't know. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it on the YouTube. When was the last time I wore the Giants hat? That's a good question, man. I don't know.
J Dog, I appreciate the bit. Like, I'm not even gonna entertain it, but shout out to you, brother.
It's Tank Fight Week.
What has Ryan done since?
Cheat.
Yeah, besides get suspended.
Let's see if I can find an answer for you. It's gonna be a little tough.
I do think Tank is a bit of a ducker, though.
I don't know if he's a duck. I think
I think he's afraid to lose.
I don't think he's afraid of any of these dudes, though.
The way he talks, like he won't say he's afraid. Like he said before in like interviews, though, like he's afraid of like getting his ass beat in front of everyone.
He's on his way out. I'm disappointed in Tank. Well, I shouldn't say that. I wanted his career to go a little different. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture here for you, Scooter. I don't know when the last time I wore a Giants hat was. Let's see what happened on this date. No, that was the Orioles hat. I'm wearing a beanie here.
I don't know. Maybe Scooter was on something.
Yeah. I just don't like the Giants, I guess. You know what one of my issues are with my Giants hat is it doesn't fit me the way I want it to. It's a little loose. I want a little more fit. So I got to get a new Giants hat. And the other Giants hat I have that I like, it has the upside down SF.
D'Lo's got a thought.
Huh?
So Dame's got a thought right now.
I'm looking at something Will sent me.
Real quick to pay this off. According to Instagram, the last time I wore a Giants hat and Elise was filmed wearing it was in September. Scooter says I don't wear Giants hats.
It's a long time, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, it was filmed. I know for a fact I wore one like 2 days ago when I went to like Reese's baseball practice, but
didn't you have
that wasn't
one
on camera
on a recent Tuesday talking to Jason Jones?
Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. This is a Mets hat on this Tuesday.
It's a good friend right there, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate you, big dog. I appreciate you. There's the Orioles hat there. But I do remember that. We went back and forth a little bit. Yeah, so Scooter may be on to something. Maybe I'm not Giants the way I
Hat gate on D'Lo and KC.
No. We always knew Kenny. We always knew Kenny wasn't Giants. After about 15 minutes of Trysta eviscerating Zach LaVine, I do want to point out that I felt good about Zach LaVine's game last night. And I told you I was anxious to watch after finding out what happened, the OKC Minnesota game, and got derailed because I pulled up the Dallas Kings game where DeMar had that. So DeMar had 40, 42 in that one. It's like, let me watch DeMar, because I remember DeMar's game very, very different than what Zach LaVine did last night. Of course, very different game in the sense that that game went to overtime, and DeMar had to drag the Kings to a win in that one. Malik obviously helped there once they got to overtime. DeMar hit some crazy shots in that game. Of course, DeMar shoots a lot of crazy. DeMar hits a lot of shots that look crazy, but are just kind of his game. Like,
he takes shots in awkward situations.
He can hit shots at a high clip that look like they have a really high degree of difficulty.
Yeah.
And that's what he did against Dallas. He hit some crazy tough shots in that game versus Dallas. And it's like, all right, well, like I think Keon tweeted, I'm glad D-Rose came home too, because Kings needed that one. And they needed DeMar's performance in that one. Watching Zach's 42 last night was very different. And, part of that was probably the flow of the game. Probably that was the caliber of the opponent. But Zach just hit open looks last night. He didn't hesitate. He didn't force. He just had open shots and took them. He made a ton of them. And the 42, even in the crazy flurry in the fourth quarter, looked easy. DeMar's were very difficult. And, if you go back and you compare and contrast the two, it's like, which one of these is more sustainable, or what is some version of this that is more sustainable moving forward? It's what Zach did last night. And that's where, because I was trying to figure out, is there anything like, what do you take away from this game? And it's like, all right, Zach even, noted, hey, man, you wish you could live in that space. Like, you just get on a heater, you feel it, like you want to live in that space, but like you can't.
Right.
So it's like he's not aware that he was kind of on one last night. But again, he wasn't hitting, shots falling out of bounds. He wasn't hitting, the Jokic shot against the Lakers where Larry Bird flung the thing in the air and hit nothing but net. Like, it wasn't that. It was, okay, the offense was moving. The shots were there for him, and he hit them. So is he going to hit him at an 8 of 9 clip moving forward? No, probably not. But can he fall closer to that 40% clip that he was with Chicago, and that be a big difference for Sacramento? And again, in the game itself, I don't think there's anything to take away from it other than Zach LaVine played great. Kings hit a high percentage of shots, and, that was kind of it. No one else really did anything. Yeah. I think DeMar was the second leading scorer last night at 18. That was it.
Right. Yeah. Monk had 13 points.
13 and 10.
Yeah.
Like, so everybody they just kind of like did their thing and went with the flow to, kind of went with what was working. If you're looking for something to take into tomorrow night, like, that has to be it. Just the offense worked, moved. We moved the ball. The point guard got assists. He's probably still going to want to cut down on those turnovers a little bit. And while you might not have a superhuman performance from Zach LaVine, you also might not only have 7 shot attempts from Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
So if you can,
plus he didn't even play a whole quarter.
Right. And I felt like Domas had the ball in his hands a lot, especially in the first quarter. I didn't feel like, man, they just didn't really go to Domas tonight. No, the guy who doesn't go to Domas is Domas. He was looking for everything else. And again, it's hard to find something to latch onto with last night's game, but that's what I think it is. You did see some growth in the offense. You did find, that formula that worked so well during the initial Doug Christie run. And maybe that's something when you're looking at film, getting ready for tomorrow, that you can kind of hang your hat on. Hey, look at how open Zach was for this. The reason we hit 52% of our shots were because of the way that, or 52% of our threes, was because of the way that the offense was moving.
Yeah, and that's a good point. One of the things that I thought about with that game last night and like the ramifications statistically, I was like, well, that's how you boost up that percentage. And I think I'm not sure. I don't even know if there's a way to figure this out. Maybe Will Z knows how to. I think before that game, Zach LaVine was shooting either 20 or 26%.
I think it was 26.
He's shooting 35.5% now
as
with the Kings.
Yeah.
So a quick little 8 or 9, I guess.
So Kenny Caraway, that's how percentages work.
Real quick, man. But it's that is a positive to take. What you saw from last night. It didn't feel not expecting him to make 42 points a regular thing, but what we saw last night from that offense was pretty sustainable. They weren't doing anything out of the norm. It didn't feel like. It's just one guy was hot and feeling real good. It could be Zach LaVine one night. It could be DeMar DeRozan who's feeling. DeMar DeRozan, who ended up shooting the ball kind of poorly, started off kind of hot. Like in the first quarter, I think he shot the ball real well. And it could be a situation where, they take turns trying to figure out, who's got the hot hand until they all get comfortable. And now you can get a game where 3 guys are feeling good and shooting the ball really well at a high percentage or something like that. So that's that. I'm not sure if that's exactly, what you were getting at when you brought it up, but I took it as a good takeaway from you, is like, that is the shots he was getting and the way he was shooting is something that can carry over in the future.
Yeah. And that's just what I'm looking for, is for something to carry over. something to feel like, all right, something that's more than a one-off, right? Like, all right, I mean, and it's good. Like you didn't beat. Kyle's not notorious for this, but Kyle will tell you, oh, they didn't win by enough. Well, that wasn't the case last night. Like you went out and you beat up a bad basketball team. So again, just looking for little things that you can kind of latch onto if you're a Kings fan. Did you catch DeMar at the podium last night with Zach? He was asked about J.A. brought up the meeting with Doug.
I didn't see what he said.
He said it was about seasoning food. He basically he wouldn't talk about it, didn't hint at it, barely acknowledged that it took place.
Right.
Just, I mean, acknowledged it, but was like, yeah, no, we were just, working on the home spices.
I know it's probably bad for business, and J.A. is doing his job. He's got to answer that question, but absolutely.
He's got to ask the question.
He's got to ask the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it should be. That ain't none of our
I'm with
business.
that. Absolutely.
That is none of our business. And
it's funnier when Domas just tells Jake Gayton to go to hell and he's not going to answer him.
Next question.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm a believer in that as a team, the way you construct the team in a locker room. Sometimes these conversations are none of our business. And I know there was a question about like how it got out. I'm not sure. I don't know how some of those things get out. Is it a coach or it could be
Sam Amick has the locker room wired. I believe that's
all of them.
Yeah. Which one was that? Was that Philadelphia?
Philly,
yeah. How did they get this quote? It's like it's exactly what he said.
Well, the crazy thing,
it's like they were there.
The crazy thing about the Doug Christie starting lineup thing is that didn't even happen in the locker room. I'm just putting things together because James said DeMar, LaVine, and Sabonis walked into the locker room together. So I don't even know where that took place.
Where the
starters only meeting took place.
Chris Haynes reported it.
No, where though? It didn't happen in the locker room.
Oh, probably the coach's office.
Okay.
Next to that would be my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was just trying to put it together because James was like, yeah, those three walked in together. Malik went up to the podium. It's like they met somewhere, went their separate ways real quick. But yeah, I'm all for that. Like I have no problem with the question, but yeah, that's none of our business. It's none of our business. That stays in that coach's office.
Well, this is our business. This is Doug Christie at practice today.
Did he shave?
It looks like he did. Sean Cunningham at Fox 40. Did he? Yep.
I'm good.
Oh, he did.
I thought he was going to keep it going.
I thought he was too. I thought we were going to be goatee bros. Goatee.
That's right. And when Dwight did that, bro, I was weak.
Look at Jesse ain't even paying attention to us, man. Whatever.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, we won.
Oh, so I was going to ask you about that today. Is that a thing? That was a thing?
Wife wasn't happy, so
yeah.
No, we won.
I could have bet money on
right
that.
after the game. Yeah. It was itching. Yeah.
What
Now, Doug, man, you got to be patient.
You got to.
You got to be patient. You got to.
Look who's practicing patience.
You got to let it. You just got to get through that awkward stage. Jackie will get through it.
Word for word. Yeah, whoa.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Which one of us is the most recent one to grow a beard? I'm trying to help my brother out.
Brother, you're still second string on this team.
Look, I'm trying to help my brother Doug out and just like, hey, you've got to get through the awkward stages. It's tough doing it on TV. Maybe try it during the off season.
It was easy for him though. He was only doing a goatee. That's easy. You can shape that up, line it up every day, and it can look fresh. There ain't even no awkward phase with that. The beard is tough because the beard you got about 2-3 weeks where it's a little iffy.
You don't really know.
But it's like we could have been goatee bros.
Facts.
Stupid dude. Jackie telling him to shave though is fantastic.
Just pleased you most with that win and just what aspect of the way you guys performed. And sometimes get right games are necessary, but do you feel there's much you guys can
like Doug is aged?
Yeah, I mean there was a lot actually I wanted to work on and walk through. So being a little hypersensitive, like I super happy that we won and the style we won. Guys got some rest and sit down, but against the more elite teams, and that's who we're trying to look at. There are certain things that just can't happen. You know, taking care of the basketball, making sure that we're getting into sets, like slowing down, taking advantage of the clock. Like there's ways and times to play fast, but we can't be reckless. There's a difference. You can still be under control and play fast.
You mentioned after the Warriors game, kind of just needing Zach to go out there and be himself, and felt like last night was a prime example. How much do you like to see that, and what does that mean for this group moving forward?
I think it means a lot because, like, for Zach to try to fit in, then we never really know who are you and what do you do. Like, I know his game, but there's a difference in, like, the guys know his game from him playing, 9 or 10 years or whatever it is in the league. They know his game. But it's different when you play with him and you're on the floor. Now you have to play that way within our sets, and guys need to know where to go and be in rebound position and make sure someone's back for transition and be able to crash from the wings. And like all those little things mean a lot, but you don't know them until he is aggressive like he was last night. So that, I think it helps not only him and his confidence, but it also helps our group with understanding who he is, what he does, and the gravity that he has. Yeah.
When you look at the defensive side of the ball yesterday, or last night's game, I saw a lot of looking for room and rebounding. It just looked like it was just Domas down there. Yeah. Have you emphasized that at all? Are you guys still doing the crash zones in terms of trying to make sure guys are in the right spots?
Yeah, well, crash zone is more on the offensive end of the ball, but just making sure that we're clearing the ball. I think like when I go back and watch film, like when I was a kid, they would be like, "Don't take a Polaroid." It's like the ball's going up and I'm watching the ball and then the guy's coming right in and getting it. I'm not really worried about the ball. Like immediately I should hit my guy, bang, hit him. And then from there, everything begins. And those are just bad habits that you have to break. You have to do it. There's no other way really to say it than I check my man before I go do anything. And if we do that, we got one of the best rebounders in the history of basketball. But he can't do it all by himself. And especially when he's locked up with a guy that's 7 foot, 350 pounds, it's difficult. So, Webb used to say, "Get your little butt out of here." And I'd go back and get a couple because I know he was locked up. That's what I need our guards to do. Yeah. Yes, I did. Thankful to him. Yeah.
Doug, as you look at these, the final stretch of games here where you guys are at and the standings and just, the competition in the West and whatnot, how much do you guys pay attention to that? And if so, how much does that motivate, dictate, or determine, what you guys do?
For the team, I don't do that a lot. I know that they pay attention because I don't think we're at that point where we can start to look past anybody, look past the possession. Like we need to finish the game that we're at and then squarely look at the next team in the eyes. And then once we get there, we need to start in the first quarter and go possession by possession. That's where we're at as a team. And I'm just talking about us working on us. I'd like to look forward and all those different things. And like people send it and, people show me, but it's not something that I go try to do. So I have an idea, but it means absolutely nothing if we don't take care of our business. And sometimes you can get lost in the sauce and we don't want to do that.
We'll go one more here.
Roles that players play for you. I think a lot of them know what they do. For some others, is it kind of a fluid role, or do you have defined kind of cookie cutter things that you expect from them?
I'm not a cookie cutter guy because I think that these guys are so evolved as players that they can do more than sometimes they're asked. Now, first thing, definitely handle your role. What is it that you do? Are you a shooter? Do you crash? Do you bring energy? Do you facilitate? Are you a connector? All those things. Like, do your job first and foremost. But you have more to give to the game, and that's where I try to push the envelope and see if they can do those things. So, yeah, you have your roles. Totally get it. But at the same time, like, the bottom line is we win. And the more each person is able to do and pull, the better. But do your job first.
This is a great question there from Sean about roles and defining guys. That's defining guys' roles. That's good stuff right there from Sean. Great answer there from Doug Christie. Actually, we could Let this run a little bit longer. I like listening.
Talking some good, yeah.
I like listening to Doug talk.
You learn when you
Day-to-day
Yep.
operation. I'm just curious from a broad standpoint, how do you look at this trip ahead for you guys?
You want to win them all. But I think the first thing that we do is like continue to work on us has been my messaging to them. And that means that when the ball is tipped, we start with the first possession and we play 48 minutes of basketball. What that does after 4 games or however many games is on this road trip, that'll be determined. We'll probably have some bad quarters. We'll have some good quarters. But I think the consistency at which we do what I'm asking to do is more important than the actual outcome at this. The byproduct of what I'm asking them to do is a positive outcome. So, you can win the game and play like crap. I would rather not. I would rather play well and continue to build than anything. Always winning the game, obviously, but that's really my focus, is that we play at a high level together.
Do you think that Jake, Markel, and Jonas have helped the physicality of this group?
I think a lot. I think you see what Jake brings. I think like his first play of his very first game was a shoot the gap, steal, and get out in the open court, and I was just like, yes, exactly. I've been waiting for some of that. So, and then JV, his size and mass is huge. Markel has got a couple of steals, and both of their ability, or all three of their ability to what we call make them feel us, I think is super big, because that's the staple of who I am and what I want is they need to feel us immediately when we come onto the court. And we're still a work in progress at it, but those guys definitely help that.
And how did on Keon, by the way? Did you see him today? How he was looking?
The guy with the hair?
The guy with
Yeah. I saw him. Yeah, he's a good looking guy. What are you asking?
Is he walking around?
He looked good.
Okay.
You say Shannon, he looked good? He looked good. He looked good. It is. Yeah.
With Jonas being able to help that, when Domas would come off the court previously, it seemed like sometimes you guys would struggle there. And now you have that reliable backup. Domas doesn't play that many minutes last night. I mean, just how beneficial is that all around for you guys?
Well, I would like actually more nights like that where you sit down at the fourth quarter and don't play because we played well enough to give you the rest. So Domas would have actually played his normal minutes. So that's kind of skewed a little bit. So he would have been in the 36, 38 minute range had we not had a blowout. But I think it definitely helps Domas. It helps a couple of guys. Like if a guy gets a game going, then as a good teammate, let him roll. And that allowed Domas to be fresher as the season goes on, but at the same time, he has to find his rhythm and be able to do his thing. But being able to depend on a guy like Jonas on a night-to-night basis is, I think, huge for our team, but also for Domas, because that'll probably mean a fresher Domas as we get to the playoffs.
Thanks to Sean Cunningham for that. And Fox 40 had no intention on playing all 8 minutes of that, but as you noted,
good stuff though.
Yeah, you listen to Doug talk, man, you're going to learn some things. Yeah. And that's some good insight into his thoughts with this basketball team and their approach, not to the season that's ahead. I did like hearing him talk about Domas being fresh for the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Their goal's pretty damn clear, but their road to get to that goal was also made clear. You can send the standings and you can send the scores and all of that, but we're working on game by game. He went so far, not as far as Mike Brown went, but talked about possession by possession.
Yeah, I also liked what he said when talking about Zach LaVine and being aggressive and letting the real you show, because these guys don't know who you are. They know you from playing against you or seeing clips or something like that. But let your real game show, and trust. We talked about this yesterday. I think trust that if it's too much, they'll tell you. They'll be like, hey, pull back a little bit or something. Yeah. But if you never really show them the real you, like you're cheating the team, and they don't really know how to adjust to you because they're not seeing the real Zach LaVine out there. So I thought that was an astute point by him to say, hey, you've got to be who you are. So whatever adjustments need to be made on your end or the team's end can be made. If you don't ever show them who you are, we can't even get to the point where we can make the adjustments, the proper adjustments.
We'll come back. Jason Jones of The Athletic joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
You ever been to like a basketball, college basketball conference tournament?
Yeah.
They look pretty fun.
Yeah.
Never
been to the Big East tournament.
Oh, stunting on them. That's the creme de la creme.
Because it's at the Garden?
I think that's the biggest and most popular conference tournament there is.
I mean, probably because of the region, I'm sure. I mean, it was cool.
Is it still or it used to be?
I think it still is. The SEC tournament is a pretty big deal. SEC tournament is probably up there too. Now,
Kemba, that was Big East, right?
that was Big East.
Yeah, I'll never forget that.
I think the Big East is the tournament. ACC was a big deal for a long time.
Shout out Georgia Tech.
Shout out Georgia Tech.
It's my team. Barely, but
why?
I don't know. There's like some. I think my dad was a Georgia Tech fan for some reason. I don't know. If I had a college basketball team, it'd be them.
That's random.
It is. Shout out Derek Favors.
Big Ten tournament is a pretty big deal too. I mean, obviously these are the top conferences, but I've had some moments.
Yes, they will actually. Yes, because Roman Reigns went there as well.
Oh, yeah.
I knew about the bloodline before all you guys.
Roman Reigns, a 49ers fan. Big ups to him.
My tripping on this went like 6 overtimes.
They went 7.
7. Okay, yeah.
Syracuse and UConn. The ending was actually a little anticlimactic. Like it wasn't close at all. It was like an 8-point win for UConn, I think UConn won. I couldn't even remember that one. I just remember I was going to school in Hayward and I had to drive home for whatever reason. I was like, damn, man, I'm gonna miss UConn and Syracuse, man, in the tournament. That's crazy. Then like the game was in the first half when I had to leave to drive to Sacramento. I was like, damn, man, I'm gonna miss it. And I get home to my mom's house and I try to turn the TV on to see like what the score was. It was still on. I said, what? I think at that point it was like the 6th overtime. I said, what? What have I missed?
I think that game went to because I was out there at the time. I think that game went to like 2:30 in the morning.
Why do you always find yourselves in situations where you're going to miss a championship game?
It wasn't a championship game.
The Big East one?
No, that was like quarterfinals, man.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't even
That's going to be one of those weird things then where we just tell the story. Like you assume, I think.
I remember when they won the championship in 7 overtimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think that was semifinals. That might have been quarterfinals.
Whole life's a lie.
One of the great tournament moments of all time, though, was Isaiah Thomas hitting, when he was at Washington, hitting that shot to beat Arizona in the Pac-12, maybe Pac-10 at that time, championship game. Buzzer beater. Staples Center was packed. It was crazy. And Gus Johnson on the call, Gus Johnson jumping up from the scorer's table, dapping up Isaiah Thomas as he comes over there while calling the make. That was an all-timer. I love March Madness. I love championship week. So much so, I'm watching the CIAA basketball tournament right now. It's the opening round. Women's, Winston-Salem State, shout out Stephen A. Smith, against Bowie State. Held in Baltimore.
Winston-Salem sounds like a place I'd just never want to experience. Yeah, the flight stories are still happening, by the way. Still hasn't stopped. There's a video of one today. I think one was trying to take off and it barely got off the runway before colliding with another.
Come on, man.
Jason Jones going to join us coming up here in a couple minutes. Sacramento Kings take on the Utah Jazz tomorrow in Utah. We just heard from Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie just a couple of minutes ago as they prepared to leave for this 4-game road trip.
So, like, if what are we looking forward? Like looking forward to the Kings this season? Like, is it just they make playoffs and like is mission accomplished? Genuinely asking.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could get to the playoffs.
The bar has been lowered.
Yeah. Western Conference Finals, all that. No, just get to the playoffs.
I mean, if you do that along the way, great. Just get to the playoffs. Like, just give us that.
Yeah, give us that and then reevaluate later. I do. We have this discussion where we've had this discussion a couple of different times since the trade. I do think there is something to these guys getting an opportunity to like learn each other and get some chemistry between each other. I say that to say it's tough to do right now. I don't know if they'll be able to make it, but this team next year may be a little bit better than people think. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so walk me through this. I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. Doug is the head coach.
He'd be my head coach. Yeah.
Money your front office. That's where I get stuck too. That's exactly where I get stuck too, because I can buy into what you're saying. I can buy into another year of scraping and clawing to get to the playoffs with a 500, just above 500 team. You know, the idea of building something bigger and grander, that's probably not realistic. But it buys you, if you do build some chemistry, maybe you could figure something out, along the way. Maybe you figure out a way to get better as this thing moves along. However, the part I keep getting stuck on is right now, all my 20-game belief is I want Doug Christie to be the head coach. I don't know how you navigate this knowing I want Monty and Wes out of the front office.
So the reason why I sigh and I pause is because I understand everybody that doesn't think they're equipped for the job and want them fired. But something that you said a couple of weeks ago, this is kind of sticking with me. You talk
I know what
about
it is.
You can't just keep firing people. Like what I think you said specifically, they just keep hiring people to figure out ways to fire them. And that was a great point by you. And I don't think they've done a good job. I don't
and
look
that's
at them
where
as
I think,
destitute as maybe others do.
Yeah.
I think they might. I probably wouldn't fire them just to get off the fence. I probably
no. Let's bring in Jason Jones of the New York Times, The Athletic. I just want to remind you, Devin Carter was drafted.
Now I got to think about it.
Have you seen Devin Carter play basketball, Jason?
Not recently. I've been kind of busy, but
it's fine. You haven't. You know why you have? He's been in Stockton, Jason. That's why he was the first round pick that's in Stockton.
Hey man, shout out to the Elias sweatshirt though. Shout out to Kenny dressing like he's from Cedar Block.
Come on. Don't have me affiliated with anybody. I just
out here looking flamed up on the screen. It's all good though, Can't take you to Long Beach with that on.
No, I'm not gonna go to Long Beach. I'm not gonna go Carson either. No, not anywhere.
You gotta hang out with the game. That's the only way you can roll with.
I go to Compton.
No marathon store for you right now.
No. Hell no. I got a black shirt under this. I will take this off and just have the black shirt on.
I wonder how many.
You got to burn the hat too before you go there.
I'm not wearing the hat.
I wonder how many shows in the country talked about gangbanging today as much as we have. Because Jason, you're actually not the first person to bring up gangbanging today. So it's been an interesting Tuesday.
Hey, everything's crazy, you know. They call him Lucas, you know. He's been
come on, man.
You know, they went out there and whooped up on Denver, you know. So he's been initiated and he's been put on the set now, you know.
Damn.
You know, shoot, you know. Oddly enough, the way they beat Denver only led to D'Angelo Russell and Darvin Ham jokes, but hey.
Well, Darvin Ham always gonna get these jokes, I guess. Poor Darvin.
Poor Darvin ain't been employed in how long?
Poor Darvin. He just be catching strays left and right.
He gonna catch strays for a minute. He gonna catch strays for a minute. I think always get that 1 year mark, and you realize that JJ is more than LeBron's podcast partner. You know,
it's gonna pop up on Jason's Facebook memories. A year ago, Darvin Ham was fired.
It's crazy times we live in these days. Crazy times. I'm just sitting here chilling, you know.
Luke Cuz is funny though. That's funny.
I think Josiah Johnson said Luke Cuz Don Crip. I'm like, see, we gonna get. Don't let let's get Luka back to his place after games. Don't have him, rolling down Crenshaw. You know, let's not have him.
Has anyone hip Luka to what all that means? Or
yeah, he's from Slovenia. I think he'd be all right.
Just in case, stay in Santa Monica.
Well, I think the gangs in Slovenia might be a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't move. You know, he didn't get him a little spot. In South Central or he's not staying off of Slauson, after games. I'm pretty sure he's got a nice little spot somewhere. Finally,
he wants to stay in Queens.
Maybe the Queens at once.
He said, Imperial? That sounds like royalty. I'll stay on Imperial.
You
man all messed up.
You gonna get emotional for the Anthony Davis tribute video tonight?
At least he deserves one. I mean, some of these tribute videos are ridiculous. They giving everyone guy played there for 6 weeks. Welcome back. I don't know, just random guy.
Back random guy.
I mean, it's getting ridiculous. I mean, just because a guy played on your team does not mean he needs a video.
Agreed.
I mean, but everyone even some of these social media posts thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Ben Simmons thank you from Brooklyn. I'm like, you don't even mean that. Thank you for what?
So disingenuous.
What? You don't have to post everything. I'm like, no one believes that. Like, I don't remember I'm pretty sure Miami kept it real. They weren't like, hey, Jimmy. They gave Jimmy's number away before the tweet was posted. Like, here you go. But speaking of that, man, this whole Tim Hardaway thing is just petty across different, he's petty with 2-3 players and across generations now. It's getting interesting.
Did more happen?
You didn't see the Tyrese Halliburton thing?
Oh, give us the backstory on
I can only go off of what the internet said. I don't know what to be true, but
what did the internet say?
The internet said that apparently back in the day when Tyrese's cousin Eddie Jones was teammates of Tim Hardaway Sr., apparently Eddie got to know Mrs. Hardaway.
That's one way of putting it.
And so that kind of, which would explain why 50-something, whatever he is, Tim Hardaway wants to go at Tyrese Halliburton, of all people, who I've never heard anyone ever have beef with Tyrese.
Well, it would explain it, and it also wouldn't explain it. Like, why are you mad at
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. What did Tyrese? I'm like, did Tyrese do something to your kid? Like, what? I don't understand why you would have beef with. Who doesn't like Tyrese Halliburton? He's one of the nicest players I've ever met. I'm like, I can't imagine being mad about something that happened when Tyrese may not have even been born.
Yeah,
I mean, Tyrese would have been 2-3 years old. Like he had anything to do with it. But man,
if that's
everything's crazy now.
If the internet is true, Tyrese's response was terrific.
Yeah, tell him why you're really mad.
Yeah,
Only
that's
thing-
flawless.
Only thing he could have done more is just quote Jay-Z. Like, you know who? Did you know what? What you know who?
I
Let's
mean,
keep that
yeah.
between me and you for now.
We've seen some great pettiness in sports lately, so I'm with it. You know, I guess Tim Hardaway had said some comments about Jimmy Butler, so Jimmy's like, "Give me number 10." Like, give me number 10. Yeah, let's do that.
Damn,
So yeah,
Tim
this
got
is. I mean, this is. It's funny because everyone's like they don't hype up the NBA game enough, but then we keep getting all this stuff. It's like we love the game, but the other stuff is hilarious. like Ant-Man and Obama. That was beautiful.
That was we cannot classify that as beautiful.
That was I like chaos and shenanigans. And it was like watching when you got your one homer who you can't leave around, like grandma because he gonna set something off the hook. LeBron and them was like, oh my God, we done left Ant with Obama.
Someone need to pull that man aside. Like, bro, I get it. That's the president.
He told Obama, tell him the context. Tell him the context.
He talked to Obama like he wanted to square up on him.
So
talked to Obama like he was just some dude over there. I said, "This is."
I was watching.
Great cinema. Great cinema. I loved it.
I didn't see exactly what was said. What did he say to Obama?
No, so what did President Obama? He was talking to someone.
It was Embiid. It was Joel Embiid and Ant, and so basically he's like, what? Hey, Embiid, how do you feel about this young man over here? He said he's good. Then basically Ant's like, tell him I'm the truth. I'm the truth. And he said, but I can't lie. Basically, Embiid, he gave us 50 every time he see it. And Obama's like, but you got 2 7-footers. He's like, hey, let's not go there. I'm like, dang, Rudy Gobert catching strays. He said, I forgot about Nas Reed. You got 3 of them. And so Ant just being Ant. So when LeBron walks up, and Obama's like, hey, LeBron, you ever talk to this young man? He over here talking about he the truth. But Ant like, tell him the context, though. Tell him the context. You asked him about me, and I said, no, I'm the truth. Man,
yeah, go back and watch the scene. Like, it sounds like he wants to fight Barack Obama.
Yeah, God bless Anthony Edwards. I need that team to be good so we can get like at least 2-3 rounds of him every postseason.
Like Anthony Edwards over here talking like he want to fight Barack Obama, and then like 2 scenes later, Steve Kerr's like, "Yeah,
that was contrived."
Now you see LeBron and Steph, they're like maniacs, and you watching like Anthony Edwards is looking at him like, "Yeah, no, I hear you," and it's like the phoniest scene you'll ever see in history.
He's like,
old man.
He's like, they tell me in Minnesota I need to rebound too. So what? That's like I said. He is the whole face. He's too authentic to be the face of the NBA. He doesn't know how. He doesn't have a good enough BS meter. Yeah, he is like that. Is like if all the young players outside of Luka, of course. If I had to get a jersey of someone, I'm gonna get Anthony Edwards now because Anthony's just my homie Logan Murdoch jokingly called Anthony Edwards my long lost son. He's like, if you had like a kid who was like that age in the NBA, it would be Anthony Edwards because he has no sense and no filter. I'm like,
I love him, man.
I said, I'll take that. He's cool. I didn't like the fact that he got tired against Luka in the conference finals talking about, because of his diet of hot wings. But hey, he's young.
You got to grow up.
Ask that man in an interview, would he rather have a life supply of Cheetos or an MVP? Come on, man. He ain't that. He ain't just ridiculous. He's just real. He's just a dude from Atlanta.
That's it. Shout out Ant.
Yeah.
Did you happen to catch Dave McMenamin's article today about?
No.
It's interesting. I think you'll like it. It's obviously leading into tonight's Lakers Dallas game, which is in LA. Anthony Davis won't play. From what it sounds like, he'll be in attendance. But one thing that really stood out to me that I thought was just a hell of a call by the Lakers was when Luka got there, did his physical and all that. They realized he was really stunned at what had happened. And so the Lakers kind of dumbed down the introductory press conference. They just put a chair and Rob Pelinka and whatever their sponsor banner is out there and kept it moving. They didn't do a bunch of pomp and circumstance with videos and didn't invite Magic and LeBron and all of this. They just kept it like as simple as possible because they didn't want to overwhelm him. And I thought that was, I don't know why, that just really stood out to me for
That's
an
a rare
organization.
W for the Lakers in terms of like PR. They normally screw stuff up.
Yeah,
mean,
so I was like,
they
this is
screwed up
horrible.
Jerry West passing, for God's sake. So this is a rare W for them. I mean, I'm shocked.
Yeah. Well, look,
I'm just waiting for Jason to get his Luka Doncic jersey.
I
can't
was
wait
trying
for
to give
that.
him space to get it.
I've already. They don't get shipped till later till March. But
I got
know,
you. I got you.
I was trying to give him space to let him. Like, yeah, I got.
They haven't shipped yet. Don't worry. I got a. You know, my favorite Slovenian player of all time. Sorry, man.
We're going Sunday White or what?
I'm gonna go with. I don't like the. See, I wanted the one with the Jordan logo. That thing sold out like in a day. So I'm gonna probably have to go with that yellowish one. I wish they would go back to the Laker gold, but Nike ruins every jersey they touch.
Well, all right.
Leave Nike alone,
man. I mean, jerseys look terrible, but hey.
I mean,
but yeah, I don't worry. I will be here on a Tuesday with a Luka jersey on, just because, you know. I mean, Kenny's will be. I hope his arrives at the same time mine does. So
that'd be great.
I didn't order one. I never will.
Hey, but I got you. I mean, it's either that or the Draymond. Either that or the Draymond Green one.
I don't need either one of those, to be honest.
Draymond's that's your dude, man. Draymond talking about the Big O's 86. He ain't watching basketball.
I heard that. I can't wait. I cannot wait for Draymond to be like, he'll be even more visible than the Big O, but like to be on TV or to still have his podcast and he try to be critical. Like when Draymond is like 63 and he tries to be critical of like a 22-year-old two-time All-Star.
It's some dude who hasn't even been born yet.
They're going to say about Draymond Green is hilarious.
It's some dude who hasn't been born yet talks about a triple single or something crazy.
The things they're going to say when they reference Draymond Green, when like, this is the guy that's criticizing me right now.
Bro, didn't they bench you during the NBA Finals?
This bum is criticizing me right now. I can't
I'm
wait.
like, the NBA is fantastic. I'm like, Draymond gets. See, I interviewed Oscar Robertson like maybe 15 years ago, and he was the same way back then. He was just like, man, in the hell with this game. Guys don't know how to give it to the big man. He said, look at the Kings. They got a big man here. They don't even use him, right? He just laid in, and they had the misfortune of bringing him in right after they fired Malone. And he was just laying into the organization. Like, what are they even doing here?
He had whatever he had to say about Draymond. And Draymond, you know, it's all fair game. He clapped back.
Yeah, you ain't giving the ball to Steph. What does he do? I'm
Well,
like,
like
he spoke for every person who hates Draymond Green when he said that.
Like I said, Draymond he talking about the old man right now. That's what he called him, the old man. Boy, I can't wait till Draymond's.
I know, but I know Kenny was mad. He was like, "Don't
light Draymond up when he
Kenny
tries
don't take no Draymond slander though." So I know he was like, Big O, you gonna have to chill."
Hey man, I don't worry nothing about Draymond.
They gonna run that clip where he getting subbed out. Like, hey man,
the
you getting
NBA
subbed
is
out.
so much fun right now.
No.
These little 2-year-olds right now, they're gonna light Draymond up. They're gonna light him up.
Man, this is going to be The NBA is a lot of fun right now, as long as they don't play an All-Star game.
No.
Well,
I mean, it's a lot of fun right now.
They need the weekend.
The weekend is cool. The game, not so much. But hey, I can live with that if we get the other stuff we get. I mean, Ant not playing a minute in the All-Star scrimmage thing, and then he goes out and does what he did last night against OKC. Yeah. Then you realize they're like the 7th seed still, which looks like it's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Warrior fan is back on their high horse. They're like, oh yeah, we're winning a chip. I'm like, chill.
That's your boy that started that. That's your guy.
I know. He called me and told me. He was like, mark my words, we're gonna win a chip in 2 years. And I was like, no, you're not, but okay.
Words.
I've heard from all of them now. I went to a party on Saturday. They're like, Warriors. I'm like, calm down. Y'all won 4 out of 5. Calm down.
I do have a question for you as a basketball observer.
Mhm.
How confident are you in OKC in the playoffs? Scale of 1 to 10. Like 10, I think they can go
Now,
all
when we talk about confidence, you mean like win a championship confident or just
get
like
to the finals. Get to the finals.
6?
I see some flaws in them that might not work in the playoffs.
I mean, I think they're a good team, but for me, I'm just like, I really got to see a Chet Holmgren deliver. It's just, I just can't, I don't know what it is about them. They play good defense. They got my guy Caruso out there, but there's just something where when I watch them, I don't think championship. Like, I don't get that feeling when I watch Cleveland. Like, I think Cleveland can win it all.
The OKC, I think what it is OKC don't have another scorer that you can rely on.
That's probably a big part of it,
Because you look at Cleveland, you got Donovan, but Darius Garland, or you feel at least Darius Garland gonna score. Evan, Jared, he's a good finisher and all this other stuff. They got to, like, it sounds crazy to say because they're like really, really good. It feels like outside of SGA, you don't really know what you're getting from game to game with OKC.
I mean, I think what Jalen brings, but is Jalen a number 2 on a championship team? And I mean, that's kind of the question. It's just like, okay, we know what he is, but is Chet Holmgren ready to be a number 2 on a championship team? It's like, and that's where I think for them where it kind of goes, I don't know. But when you start going down the rest of the West, you say, you know what? You get to a 7-game series. Can these guys, I don't know, say they mess around and catch the Warriors in the opening round? And Jimmy Butler decides to go playoff Jimmy against, who's going to be that second guy who answers that? If they draw a Dallas and Dallas is healthy, that could be a problem for them because now Dallas has, a much bigger front court than they had, a couple of months ago. Well, didn't Dallas knock them out last? Well, that was a different Dallas team.
That was a different. I ain't worried about that Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas didn't have that. That Slovenian assassin ain't on that team no more. I don't know what they're gonna do.
You think your boy play a game for Dallas this year?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, they say like March 7th they were going to reevaluate him. At this point, it's almost like you're just getting ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, if you make it.
Yeah, get him ready.
Yeah, that is just wild because I'm a big fan of AD's game. I hate the fact that he got hurt. Then he goes back and maybe he came back and he get hurt again. And then meanwhile, Luka's lost 20 pounds and skin is glowing, he smile. He got LeBron driving down the street with the rooftop down, singing Larry June, He didn't change everyone. He didn't revitalized all of Southern California. Meanwhile, my guy AD, they're gonna raise a banner for Nico tonight before the game.
Oh, come on,
man. Come on, man.
Somebody said it whenever they win. If they win a chip, they're gonna send Nico a ring.
They should.
It will make the bad. Just the stories that keep coming out of there about why they did it. One of them was they said Spears said that they didn't like the way Jaylen Brown was able to defend Luka, and it made them question his leadership. Like, so one of the best defenders in the world made it tough on him, so you trade him.
They've been saying some just outlandish stuff.
Yeah, but it's because the Finals MVP gave him a rough time. We got to get him up out of here. Just say you didn't want to pay him. Just say you didn't want to pay him. I mean, all these stories now about. I mean, whenever I hear he was difficult, I don't know one star in the league who's not difficult in some way. They all have whatever it is, that makes them what they are. But the stories that just keep coming out, it's just like, you're not making it any better. Just go ahead and say, we didn't want to pay him.
Yep.
I mean,
like I said, I'll stall them out a little bit. Like, they didn't want to pay him for a reason. Whether you agree with that reason or you would have done it or anything else like that, they didn't just blindly say, oh, we don't want to have Luka here no more. Like
Or maybe
there
they
was a
did. I
reason.
don't know.
There was a reason. Just may not have been good enough.
Yeah, the reason could be bad. It could be wrong. It could be misguided. Whatever it could be. But I think the constant like attacks on him. Even the petty stuff like showing the replay, like removing his jersey from the display from the finals. I mean, the man didn't catch a case on the way out. I mean, my God. They're acting like he got like a murder rap. And they got to remove any existence that he ever. I'm like, come on. I mean, to me,
even
that's
UFC didn't do that with OJ. Like,
right. I
This
mean,
Sports
yeah.
Illustrated cover was still.
That's right.
I mean, for God's sake. I mean, they were like, you're gonna make a video and put a little smiley face over over what was Luka. Like, I'm like, man, the man didn't like commit felonies on the way out. I mean, if liking food is a felony, I'm going to jail too.
Well,
I mean, but and they kept replaying. Well, he had a beer after the game, and Michael Finley to take the beer from him. Okay, y'all would be shocked to see what these guys drink after games. It ain't just Gatorade.
So the Lakers beat up on Denver on Saturday night, and Denver had won 9 in a row, and them getting kind of handled the way they did against the Lakers. It was like I was like, damn, Denver lost. Okay, it's cool. They had won 9 in a row, and a lot of people had been talking like Denver's back, and it just made me. I was like, oh, well, who they play in those 9 games? And I ended up looking at the schedule. They played like the 9 worst teams in the league.
I think even Jokic said that. He was like, it probably was a little misleading about how good we were playing.
They played like New Orleans twice. They played.
I got it. They beat the Hornets. They beat the Blazers twice. They beat the Suns, the Magic. They beat the Pelicans twice. Oh, look, they beat the Hornets again. And they beat the 76ers.
How the hell did they get that?
Outside of the Wizards, basketball. So I mean, they won the games. They did what they have to do, and I think they still are like a good team. But I just remember going into that game, it was like, yo, Denver done figured it out. This championship team, well, maybe not.
They figured out if we keep on playing the Pelicans.
Well, how many championship teams are there then? If you don't think OKC is one, you don't think Denver's one, like who's true?
I didn't say I didn't think Denver was.
You think Denver's a true title team?
I think Denver's in the mix because of Joker. I just and because Jamal Murray likes to transform in the playoffs. But I wonder how if they play the Lakers, how he's going to look if he's not going against D'Angelo Russell. So I mean, I just think that from 1 to like 5 or 6 it's pretty close. Could OKC get to the finals? Definitely, it wouldn't shock me. But if they lost in the second round, I wouldn't be blown away either. Because the way it is right now, they could play the Lakers in round 2. And I don't think anyone would be shocked if a Luka LeBron team beat them. Even though the Lakers have me playing center.
I think the whole playoffs, really in the West, even a little bit on the East, are so predicated on matchup.
Yeah.
So like just this team plays well against this team, but they struggle against this team. And like just, in a vacuum, I think like OKC could get to the finals. I think, Denver, I could see a scenario where they get there or whatever. But man, if OKC got to go through Minnesota then the Lakers, like I don't think they make it out of both of those series. Like Minnesota might get them in the first round because Minnesota, for whatever reason, feels great going up against OKC. So
yeah,
it's like I think that's what's going to make it so fascinating during these playoffs is the matchups are going to dictate a lot of who goes on, what kind of series you're getting, what you're going to have enough energy for afterwards, and all this other stuff.
Like who does Houston play in the first round? That's going to be a big deal. Like if the Warriors get in and they're hot, I know everyone in the Bay is like the Warriors are in. I'm like, no, they're not. Chill. They could easily lose 3 games in a row and be back at 10. So I'm like, yeah, I know, but I know everyone in the Bay says they're fixed. What if somehow by some miracle Phoenix figures something out and they sneak in? I don't know.
Yeah,
what's
that's
wrong.
the one. That's one I'm struggling with because they just look like they're a mess internally and externally.
Yeah, it's like like they ran like Frank Vogel got blamed for that too. And Frank's like, hey, we were like at least in the top 6 when I was there. You know, there's a lot of weird stuff in the NBA. Like clearly the Sixers have quit. You know,
Oh man.
I mean, clearly they don't care anymore. I guess they realized that we don't want to lose our chance at Cooper Flag, or so we're just not going to care. I mean, that Paul George contract looks lovely right now. Imagine giving him that. The Clippers look really smart right now.
Clippers look like geniuses.
They were like, hey, Norman Powell's going to give us everything that guy did at a fraction of the cost. And meanwhile, he'll be podcast P in Philadelphia.
Norman Powell told you that's what he was going to do too.
Yeah.
Norman was like, addition by subtraction.
Yeah, and then podcast. I mean, he getting his podcast in, but I wonder if that stat is still accurate that he has more podcast shorts posted than field goals made. I wonder if he passed that up yet.
Come on, people are.
Oh man, Palmdale P be on one, man. Palmdale P. I'm like, he is not from LA. He's from Palmdale.
Don't do Paul George like that, man. He's a good guy.
Oh, he'll be a Hall of Famer, but he's still Palmdale P, playoff P, pandemic P.
Oh man,
and he was just wrong.
That
That's
was
where they
terrible.
crossed the line.
Yeah.
They crossed the damn line.
Terrible.
Hey, I didn't call him that. The people gave him that name when he shot the ball to the side of the backboard in the bubble.
I don't know why, man, but I just looked up at the TV. They had the breaking news graphic for Diana Taurasi's retirement up, and they're talking to Brian Windhurst, and I was offended.
Why? Why
is Brian Windhurst talking about Diana Taurasi? When has that man ever said 2 words about the WNBA? And you got him up here on Sports Center like he's the authority figure on Diana Taurasi.
I'm not laughing at Brian because I know Brian. Brian's cool. I'm laughing at the fact that someone in that office was like, one of the greatest WNBA players to retire. Let's get Brian Windhurst on it. I'm like,
they're talking hoop, like they're talking Luka Doncic and the Mavericks now, so they probably just threw the Diana stuff in. But I just looked up.
And Diana deserves more than just a throw in before.
Who's the go-to there? Is it Carolyn or Andrea?
I'd probably go to. Well, you go to both. Like Carolyn,
Andrea's
a little bit of the
right now,
Carolyn, a little bit of the old guard. You go Andre, you go Shanae.
Diana deserves her own segment, not to be thrown in with the basketball roundup. I mean, this is not like just any old buddy retiring. I mean, this is one of the best to ever do it.
It was the lead. I give him that. It was no context at all. I just looked up Diana.
Why is Brian Windhurst talking about this?
Brian Windhurst could have came on and said, "Look, I'm not the one that should be talking about this."
It don't matter. He still caught a stray, no matter, just because he was the guy they had on TV. It's like,
I was thinking about this the other day. There's just nonstop, Jordan, LeBron, GOAT conversations. And I feel like you said something the other day that was like, see, only Jordan has this. You know what only LeBron has? Brian Windhurst. You know who Brian Windhurst is because of LeBron James. Brian Windhurst was covering high school sports in Akron, Ohio. And
sometimes
now everybody knows his name.
Sometimes it's right place, right time. Like I told someone.
I ain't mad at him.
If the Kings had drafted Luka, I still might be covering the Kings.
This is true.
I mean, sometimes
that's right.
A lot of things are just out of your control in this business. How many of our friends in the Bay became way bigger names because the Warriors drafted Steph.
Mm-hmm.
If they had taken, I don't know, like Jordan Hill or someone.
Marcus Thompson's on his 7th book. He's like a best-selling author now.
Are you saying that he couldn't have did that with Monte Ellis?
I don't think so, man.
He couldn't have got 3 or 4 Monte Ellis books going.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors by Marcus Thompson.
God, that's uncalled for, man. Leave that young man. That ain't right. I will not. Y'all leave Monte alone.
Jay could have been working on his Luka Doncic book by now.
There you go.
Yeah. I could have had a trip to Slovenia or two, Me and Vlade be chill. You know, I'd be like, you know,
Wow.
I'd have
In
a
the midst
Vla-
of his third
I'd have a
MVP.
Vlade book.
Guys said,
Yeah, I'd have a Vlade book. You know, I'd have been at the Olympics.
Vlade Divac, I did it my way.
Yeah, I'd be at I'd be at the Olympics. We'd never know anything about Monty McNair.
Yeah.
There'd be no Wes Wilcox talk. It'd be a whole different world. Like Vlade might eventually like win like exec of the year because now he's got Luka and guys want to play with him. You know,
Two-time Hall of Famer. He'd be up there like Jerry West.
Yeah, and to bring it full circle, Paul George will be a king.
Well, that's what the AI said. That's what artificial intelligence.
Wow.
said.
Paul George and Luka lead the Kings to the NBA championship.
Jason will be covering Paul George.
And I'd be cracking Palmdale jokes with him. I'd be like, man, why are you lying? Say you from LA, man. People, I know where you really from, man. You dang near from the grapevine, man.
Kendrick wrote
From
Dodge
Quebec.
Blue about you.
There'd be no DeMar DeRozan. It'd be like, I'm glad Paul George came home. It'd be something crazy. He'd be talking about OKC like that. I'm glad Paul George came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. And Paul George in the video.
Jay, we appreciate you as always. Thank you.
All
my
right,
friend.
y'all. Take it easy.
Jason joining every Tuesday just to talk trash for an hour.
That's it. That's what
we got to head over to 102.5, man. We will see you guys tomorrow. We appreciate you so much for being with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Bowie State.
Oh, man. Jason's funny. Oh, Lizzie out here making reels, it looks like. Lizzie had a good old time at the game last night.
Good, man.
Need to get you logged back into that ESPN account. All right, y'all. We got to run, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow.